The Hideaway Inn by Terry Laura. Chapter 1. Don't let him ruin it all. Rebecca Myer's frail, desperate voice came out of the blue in short, clear and distinct bursts. Laura had been gently holding her hand, but now she raised her eyes to the woman who had been like a mother to her these past 30 years. The inevitable was here, and Laura wanted to make sure Rebecca was not alone. She smiled at the elderly woman, trying desperately to stay strong. There would be no signs of weakness from Laura. Her mother-in-law would not approve. She almost smiled at that thought, knowing there was not a thing Rebecca May could do or say if she did fall apart. A slight shudder went through her. Laura would miss her terribly. She was such a strong woman that it wouldn't be the same without her. Rebecca May had always been the steady person in her life that never let her down. Now she was leaving, and Laura would have to fight the world on her own. It wasn't fair. She wanted to pump a fist in the air and demand God give back the healthy and stubborn woman she loved so much. Perhaps Laura loved Rebecca May even more than her own son did. Anger seeped in, but Laura tried to push it back. She didn't want her mother-in-law to know her son was going to be late getting here while she lay on her deathbed. Kurt knew his mother was actively dying, and instead of canceling his last meeting of the day, he went there first for business. Laura kept herself from complaining out loud. There was no sense of being angry. He'd be along when he was finished. Hopefully, it wasn't too late. She would have to send her husband another text to hurry him along. She knew exactly how he always got caught up in the commercial part of his real estate business. Laura prayed Rebecca May would be able to say goodbye to her only son before she departed from this world. "Did you hear me, Laura?" Laura nodded and held her hand a little tighter. It was growing cool and turning a yellowish tint. "I heard you." Laura thought maybe she was getting delirious now that she was in her last hours. The hospice nurse told Laura she might begin to talk to people and call them by name, but not to worry, that it happens a lot during this period. She also mentioned to Laura that Rebecca May would more than likely become unresponsive during the last few hours, but so far that hadn't happened. Her mother-in-law was going to fight until the very end. She would die the way she had lived. Fiercely. "I mean it, Laura. Don't let him take away my property. He wants to sell it. Promise me there will never be another woman in that house except for you." Her breaths were ragged, but she tried to lift her head off the feather pillow, to no avail. "I heard him on the phone talking to that." She ran out of breath and closed her eyes, needing a moment to recover. Laura glanced at the oxygen concentrator to make sure it was at a high enough level. Maybe they needed to turn it up. Comfort was all Laura cared about at this point. She didn't want her mother-in-law to suffer. Laura patted her hand, speaking softly to Rebecca May. She was starting to believe the nurse was right about becoming delirious near the end. Hospice had dealt with this so much in the past, and Laura was glad she had been forewarned. "It's okay, Rebecca May. You don't have to worry ever again. Everything will be all right." The old woman shook her head. Her eyes popped back open and she stared eerily into Laura's blue eyes. "I can't go until you promise me. I need to hear it from you right now." Laura thought it was a strange request but agreed. "I promise. Besides, the kids would be so angry if Kurt got rid of your house, which he won't do. The memories we all have of holidays and dinners there are so precious to all of us." Rebecca May gave her a weak smile. "Do you promise me?" "Yes, I promise you, Rebecca May. We'll take good care of your home at Hideaway Lake." Laura stroked the old woman's cheek, trying to reassure her. "I will hold you to that, my dear. You know that." Laura smiled. Even on her deathbed, her mother-in-law was a force to be reckoned with. "I know. There they are, my babies. Richard is holding Maggie and Mitzi." The old woman whispered their names, then smiled, her eyes no longer staring at Laura. She was looking away, over her bed. Laura swiveled to see what she was staring so hard at, but there was nothing there. Rebecca May's husband, Richard, had died over 10 years ago. The dogs a few years later. Laura heard of these things, how loved ones came to help a dying person pass over, but never experienced it herself. Not even when her own parents had passed on a few years ago. They had both been through hospice right here in this facility, which had been a lifesaver for everyone. At least here it was more like home, instead of a dreary hospital bed. The rooms were decorated like home, with a love seat and rocker in one area, along with a television and fireplace. Plants were tucked in corners and on the nightstand. Personal paintings from local artists hung on the walls, which were painted a subtle blue instead of the white walls in a hospital. She looked back at her mother-in-law to find the woman's eyes wide open, a slight smile on her face. Laura was about to smile back when she realized Rebecca May was gone. A tear slid down her cheek, and the lump in her throat felt like a huge boulder that kept her from taking a breath. She realized the hand she had been gently holding was lying lifeless, and it was cold. A soft touch to her shoulder brought Laura back to reality. She didn't know how long she'd been staring at her mother-in-law. "I'm sorry, Laura, but I have to do an examination and call the time of death," the nurse told her. Laura no longer wanted to be in the room. "I'll wait outside," she told Nurse Debbie and made her way to the small sitting room down the hall. She stood at the window looking outside, feeling like this enormous burden had landed on her shoulders, and Laura wasn't even sure why. The sky was gloomy outside, a chance of rain in the air. Kind of like her heart was feeling at the moment. Rebecca May had made all her funeral arrangements ahead of time. There wouldn't be much to do. The older woman had her place of burial set up when her husband, Richard, had died suddenly of a stroke years ago. The funeral director had his instructions. The woman's last will and testament was in the lawyer's hands, ready for her only son to claim all of her belongings. All Laura had to do was call the children home. A ding interrupted her dreadful thoughts. She dished her phone from her handbag to see Kurt's name on the screen. "Be there in less than 5 minutes." He was texting and driving again. She pushed a few buttons. "Please don't text and drive. Call me." A minute went by before her phone rang. Kurt's voice was loud and clear. "Do you have to reprimand me even through a text?" He always scolded her when she warned him about texting while driving. As far as Laura was concerned, he should be asking about his mother instead of complaining. She sighed, ignoring his comment. "It's too late. Rebecca May is gone." There was silence at the end of the line. "Kurt, did you hear me?" He spoke after a long sigh. "Well then it's done. Can you wrap things up there? I have something to do. I'll see you at home." Laura closed her eyes, no longer interested in watching the gray skies outside the window. She turned and leaned her back and head against the glass. "Don't you want to say goodbye?" Her voice was a whisper. He sighed again, not in a deep, regretful way, but as if her question annoyed him. "Laura, I knew this day was coming. I made my peace with this weeks ago. It's done and over with. Mother had all the arrangements in place. I don't think we need to do anything more. You need to come home. We have to talk." She hit the end button, not saying goodbye. He should be here. With her. With his mother. Instead, he probably wanted her to hurry home to talk about his next deal. How many commercial buildings did a man need? Kurt started out selling residential real estate until he sold his first commercial building. Being an only child, his parents had spoiled him quite a bit, handing him money for his first deal. Laura smiled, remembering fondly how Rebecca May admitted he was a spoiled brat. But she loved her son more than anything. She supposed they'd accumulate even more now that Rebecca May was gone. Knowing Kurt, he didn't care about his mother's home or the rental property she owned. Laura was sure the only thing he cared about was the commercial building at Hideaway Lake that housed their brokerage, a small cafe, and her best friend's law office. Rebecca May had invested in Hideaway Lake with her husband's insurance money, buying up properties and the building Kurt asked for. Laura didn't want to think about any of that right now. She stared at her phone, thinking about the kids, but then tucked it in her purse and slung the bag over her shoulder. She'd call them at home after she spoke with Kurt. Maybe he was hiding his feelings and couldn't face seeing his mother like this. Even though Laura found that hard to believe, she'd give him the benefit of the doubt. Nurse Debbie walked in and hugged her. "I'm sorry, Laura. How are you?" "I'll be okay." Kurt went straight home. "You can call the funeral home now. I think we're done here. They're on standby. I didn't know how much time you'd need. Since you are done, I'll let them know we're ready for them." She gave Debbie a return hug. "Thank you for all you've done for Rebecca May. She never failed to mention how wonderful everyone is. I speak for Kurt as well." We appreciate all of you so much." As Laura left the facility, an emptiness tugged at her heart. She pulled the open ends of her periwinkle boucle coat closer. The wool against her skin felt nice and warm. It was cold and dreary this late in March, even if the weather was warmer than the last few years. She remembered fondly how Rebecca May would be out shoveling the sidewalk, ignoring her son's orders to hire someone for the job. Rebecca May did things her way. Laura was able to see her house from the window of the real estate office, so she knew when the older woman went outside. Laura would hurry across the street to help her shovel. Rebecca May would complain that her son should be there and not Laura, then invite her inside for a hot cup of coffee while taking longer than they should. A smile drifted across her face. She'd never forget the memories of time spent with Rebecca May. Laura unlocked the door to her sedan, sliding across the leather interior with a sigh. She sat there for a few minutes while the car warmed up. Her husband always warned her not to let the engine idle too long, but she refused to budge from her beliefs. Her father had been a mechanical engineer. He had taught her to warm it up, and she wasn't going to argue with Kurt or anyone else about how she did things. A memory flashed through her mind about how Kurt was always trying to tell her what to do. But Rebecca May was a strong-willed woman, and taught Laura to be that way as well. The woman had accepted her as a shy young girl of 20 and carved her into a fierce, strong-willed woman, much like herself. If anything, Laura was thankful for the older woman's direction. She'd miss her so much. It wasn't long until she pulled into the driveway. Lakeview Heights was about 10 minutes from Hideaway Lake. The area was tucked back into a corner of the mountains, in the middle of central Pennsylvania. Laura's house was a showplace. Kurt liked it that way, insisting on hiring the best interior designers and landscape companies to keep it looking impeccable. He often brought investors and clients here to talk business. Frankly, Laura had dreaded those dinners, but put up with them because that's what a good wife does. At least that's what Kurt always told her when she complained. Right now, she didn't want to think of anything else except to fall into her husband's arms. She needed a good hug. She didn't have to use a key to open the front door since it stood ajar. When she stepped inside, 3 large suitcases were stacked at the edge of the foyer. Confusion kept her from racing up to her bedroom where it sounded like loud thumps from the far end of the house. The open staircase to the right was empty. She peered up the steps. "Kurt. I'll be right down." His voice thundered from above. Relieved it was him, she took off her coat, hanging it on the heavy antique rack to the left of the front door. She reached in her bag, then slid her phone into her back pocket while waiting for her husband to come downstairs and explain why there was luggage sitting on their luxurious Quin-hand tufted wool rug. She almost started up the stairs when he came hurrying down, another small piece of luggage at his side. "Are you going somewhere?" she asked, frowning. "Your mother's services will be held in a few days. You can't leave right now." This past year, he had gone on several odd business stayovers. She'd have to put her foot down on this one. His mother was more important than an overnight meeting about some commercial property. He stopped in front of her, then placed the smaller bag with the rest. Kurt checked his watch, then gave her a long, hard look. His eyes, a dark brown, held little emotion. She thought maybe he'd be sad about his mother, but there was nothing there. No sadness. He was behaving as if he was ready to go into a serious business meeting. His back was rigid, his shoulders square, and there was a determination on his face she knew well. Things did not feel right. "What is it?" she asked, knowing him too well. He was up to something. His phone rang. "I have to take this," he told her, then turned his back to her. Laura crossed her arms over her stomach. For some reason, the way he turned away from her to speak on the phone gave her a horrible feeling in her gut. Would this day get any worse? He spoke quietly into the phone. "Not yet. It won't take long." He stuffed the cell in the pocket of his trench coat he hadn't taken off yet, indicating he wasn't sticking around, and gave her his undivided attention. "We must talk. Let's sit down." She shook her head. This was not a good sign. What was he doing? "I'll stand." He shrugged. "Fine." His hands opened and closed, then he stuffed them down in his pocket. "I wanted to do this for a long time, but Mother warned me if I did, she'd change her will." "What?" Laura's mind reeled, trying to remember what Rebecca May had told her in her last moments on Earth. Laura had a strange feeling that whatever Kurt was about to say had something to do with Rebecca May's last words. "When was the last time we did anything together, Laura?" "Last week. We had dinner with the Smiths first, then went to the winery and took in a show at the Fulton Opera House in Lancaster City." He shrugged again. At one time she thought the way he shrugged and smiled made him look quite handsome and intriguing. Now, all these years later, the way he stood all secretive was more annoying than anything. Kurt sighed. "That was business. I always take you to my business dinners. It was always good for my clients to see me as a family man." "What are you getting at, Kurt?" She was tired and her head was starting to pound. It had been a long day. "I'm leaving, Laura. Our marriage is over." Did she hear him right? Her jaw almost dropped to the floor. She didn't see that coming, but then the luggage was sitting right in front of her. "You are leaving? Why? What have I done?" He turned away, then swiveled and looked right past her as if he had to gather courage from somewhere. "It's not so much you, Laura. I will always love you in a friendly kind of way. I've wanted to leave you long before now, but Mother ordered me not to as if she knew what was best for us. Now that she's gone, I don't have to worry about losing everything since I've complied with her wishes." His words hit her full force. She placed her hands on her hips, anger causing her blood pressure to rise. "You are leaving me on the day your mother died?" He did that shrug thing again. She wanted to punch him. "I am. Now that she's gone, everything is mine. I can sell all these useless properties, putting the money to good use in my new ventures. In buildings that will make money, not sit and rot because they are historical landmarks." Sell her home. Her rentals? "Kurt, she doesn't want you to sell them." It all made sense now. Rebecca May's last words. His mother knew what he was planning to do. How in the world was Laura going to stop him? "It's too late. She won't be needing them any longer." His voice was so cold. How had she loved this man for all these years? She had to stick up for what was right. Rebecca May loved her home. She wanted it to stay in the family. "Do you realize she spent the last week there with our children, Kurt? They spent a week with her reminiscing, and she made a promise they'd be able to use the property after she was gone." "The kids are grown, Laura. For crying out loud, what do you want? The house is sitting empty while it can be sold and used to further the business." He leaned over and pulled a manila envelope from one of his bags. He shoved it at her. "I've had these papers drawn up. Read them, and if you sign them right away, we can make all this go away in one smooth transaction." Laura, still shocked that her husband of 30 years wanted a divorce, slowly opened the envelope. "You don't have to read it right now. I know it has to be a shock to you. Laura, you were so busy with your own life you didn't even suspect I was seeing someone else." His mouth snapped shut when he realized what he said. "Oh. My. Word. He was cheating on me." Laura stifled a cry from her throat. Everything was coming at her all at once. Was she even going to be able to grieve her mother-in-law's death? "Who?" He didn't answer at first until she held the papers in front of her, as if she was about to tear them in half. "Tell me, Kurt." He stared at her hands holding the divorce papers. "Tammy. Our accountant." A shock so severe hit her full in the face, causing her to stumble backward. He was cheating on her with the family accountant? Tammy Slade had taken over her father's business 2 years earlier. That was about the time Laura had been relieved of visiting Slade Accounting Services. Now she understood why she'd been told he'd take care of things. "I didn't mean for things to escalate, but you and I, well, we were just strangers passing through the night. Our lives had become boring. Uneventful." She squeezed her eyes closed, hoping when she opened them he'd be gone and she'd find out this was a dream. But there he was, standing in front of her, determination on his face. He wanted to be out of her life. Badly. Laura realized she'd never beg him to stay. Maybe he was right. The past few years had seemed lonely, but she figured it was because he was never around. Turns out, he was too busy having an affair with the accountant to notice her much anyway. "If you do this, Kurt, there's no turning back." She squared her shoulders, determined not to let him see 1 ounce of hurt come from her. 30 years with this man, and it turns out she didn't know him at all. Yes, he was selfish at times, putting his business before his family, but the kids loved their father most of the time. He had only changed in the past few years since they were grown and out of the house. Bailey's leaving for college 2 years ago had started it all, or so she thought. Turns out Tammy the accountant started it all. Yet she couldn't blame his infidelity on her. Kurt was responsible for his actions. It hurt to know she wasn't enough. He shook his head. I have no plans to come back, Laura. Listen to me. Don't turn away. I want a new life with Tammy. She loves this house more than you do. Laura's eyes bulged. She wants my house? She'd be good at entertaining my clients, not just going through the motions as you do. Besides, you never really wanted this big place. A swirling of fear crawled up her spine. Laura began to worry. Where am I supposed to live, Kurt? He shrugged. As stated in the divorce paperwork, I'll retain the house and all my real estate holdings. What I inherit from my mother will be sold, and you'll get a percentage to start over. Laura wondered if her nostrils flared when she told him how she felt. Why the hell should I start over? I did nothing wrong. Get out. Kurt hesitated. He took a step forward, but Laura held up the divorce papers. Don't force me to rip these up, Kurt. If you want a fight on your hands, you'll have it unless you get out now. Come on, Laura. Don't be upset. We can come to an agreement here. I promised everyone involved you would not put up a fuss. You mean Tammy? Do you realize you just admitted to cheating on me? Do you have any idea what this means? I can demand more than you're offering me and I'll get it. Kurt began to shake his head. I'll never admit it outside of this house, Laura. That part slipped out, but if you plan to use it against me, then I'll stand in front of a judge and lie. Who will they believe? I've been a strong influence in this town for many years. You are the wife, a secretary to the business, and everyone knows you resented having to host our dinners. His words infuriated her even more. If I have proof, the courts will believe me. Kurt laughed. We've never been out in public, Laura. There is no proof. He picked up 2 suitcases and set them outside the front door, then came back for the others. I'll be staying at Mount Grant Inn for now. You can get rid of what you want, since the house will be completely redecorated once our divorce is final. Get out. Kurt hurried out the door, leaving a small suitcase behind. Laura picked it up and slung it out the door, then slammed the front door afterward. She locked it even though he had a key. Laura leaned her forehead on the wall. What had just happened? She closed her eyes, not wanting to open them right now. The plaster wall felt cool against her skin, but she pushed away, determined to fight her husband. He was not going to get away with this. How could he just destroy 30 years as if it meant nothing at all? She pulled her phone from her back pocket. She needed her best friends right now. Laura pushed in a number and held the phone to her ear while flicking off her heels, digging her toes into the soft carpet. Char's no-nonsense attorney voice came on the line. Char here. What's going on, my love? Her voice made Laura smile despite the rain pouring down around her. Rebecca May is gone. I'll be there in 15 minutes. Are you at home? Yes. I'm home. For now. The other end of the line went dead. Not only would Char be at her front door in record time, but her best friend would pick up Holly, her other best friend, at her art studio. There would be wine. Lots of wine. Laura fell into the chaise lounge and stretched her legs out on the soft cushions. Everything was about to fall apart. She didn't even have any emotions left. No tears. Her mother-in-law was gone. The phone rang. It was Olivia, her oldest. Hello, baby, Laura answered, glad she called so Laura didn't have to. I called hospice. They told me to call you. Rebecca May is gone. I'm sorry. Mom. I'll be home tomorrow. Turns out I have no job for the next 6 weeks. Do you mind if I stay home for a while until the next gig? I lost my roomie and have decided to give up this expensive apartment. Laura smiled. Olivia was always worried about her next job. She was a gourmet chef and worked all over the country. She took the job as a traveling chef right out of culinary school, making her home base in the big city. It would be nice to have her home, especially right now. I can't wait. Are you okay? You don't sound like yourself. Her oldest knew her best. She had Olivia when she was 20 years old, almost a kid herself. They always teased each other that they grew up together, which was kind of true. Considering the woman I've been the closest to these past years has just died, I guess I'm doing okay. I'll see you tomorrow. I better call your sister and brother. I can call if you need me to. Laura refused. I'll do it. Love you, Mom. See you then. Love you too, Olivia. Laura had to gather her thoughts before tomorrow. She didn't trust herself not to fall apart. She called her son next. He lived in Philadelphia and worked for a huge construction firm. He had just gone back home after spending time with Rebecca May, and now he'd have to leave work again. Still, she missed him. Laura had to call back, since she didn't want to talk to his voicemail. Finally, on the third try, he answered. Hello, Mom. How's Grandma? She hesitated, knowing how close the two were. Ma. She's gone, son. I just got home from the hospice center. The sound of hammering in the background told her he was still on the construction site. Voices in the background carried through to the phone. Traffic buzzed from a highway in the distance. He was so quiet, she was afraid he would hang up on her. Cole. Are you there? It happened too fast, he told her, almost as if it couldn't be true. Are you sure? That was just like her son Cole, questioning everything. I was at her side in the end. Come home, please. I will, Ma. Tomorrow. I'll leave first thing in the morning. Do you mind if I stay with you and Dad for a while? I may need my old bedroom back for a few weeks. I have some bad news. Turns out the construction company is downsizing. I got the boot a few minutes ago. It's why it took me so long to answer. I'm so sorry, son. Please come home. We'll talk tomorrow. He hung up, not saying goodbye. Her son was not usually that rude to hang up on her without saying goodbye, but she understood how upset he must be. This was a devastating time for all of them. Now a divorce to add to the mix. At least Kurt wouldn't boot his children from the house, would he? Would he even attempt to? Bailey, her adopted daughter, was still in college. At 20 years old, she was planning to become a nurse. They had adopted her at birth, and Laura loved her from the first day she held the tiny baby in her arms. Her youngest answered on the first ring. I'll be home tomorrow, Mom. She spoke quietly, as if she was trying to hide her phone conversation from someone. But she did have a roomie to consider. Maybe she was giving the other girl some privacy. After saying goodbye to Bailey, Laura sat there staring at the wall for the longest time. She caught a long envelope sticking out of the mail. The pile of mail was lying on the dark cherry stand next to the chaise lounge. She reached for it. Kurt must have brought it in when he came home. Home. This was her home, and another woman wanted it. She wasn't about to let someone else have the place where she raised her children. Not without a fight. Laura opened a letter addressed to their business, Myers Residential and Commercial Realty Company. She wasn't quite sure why it came here instead of the building on Hideaway Lake where their business was located. She read the short note, laid it across her lap, and shook her head. First, her mother-in-law's death. Expected, yes, but still a tragedy. Her husband, not expected. Another blow to her day. Now this. Susie Logan, the longtime renter who had operated the cafe at Hideaway Lake for the past 10 years, was breaking her lease due to illness in the family. The cafe was due to open its doors in 2 weeks. How was she going to get through all this and find someone else to take over within 2 weeks? The doorbell rang. The locked doorknob jiggled as a knock continued. Let us in, Laura. It was Shar and Holly, her best friends, coming to the rescue. She stood up, her hand accidentally knocking a pink envelope from the stand. Laura recognized her neighbor's writing. She picked up the card and turned it over. Every year since they moved to Lakeview Heights and became friends, her neighbors sent her a card. It always came in a pink envelope and stuck out of her mail pile like a sore thumb. Happy birthday, Laura. Except this year it read, Happy 50th. Laura ran a hand across her cheek and scrubbed at her eyes. She just wished the day would end. With everything going on, she had put her birthday on the back burner. The tapping sound propelled her to the door. Her best friends were getting worried. So was she. Was this day ever going to end? Chapter 2. Olivia Myers gazed out the window of her furnished Brooklyn apartment, checking to make sure the taxi driver wasn't already waiting. He was told to text when he got here, but there were times before when they forgot to and sat outside with the meter running, a trick that cost the patron lots more than anticipated. She had so many wonderful memories here, but it was time to leave. Frida, her last roommate, moved out 2 months ago to live with some rich guy she met at a club. It was no longer feasible to keep the small place when she was on the road 95% of the time. The small dwelling had been nice to have a place to come home to after each gig. She had enjoyed hanging out with Frida and loved the nightlife of the city. But it was starting to get old. There was a craving inside of Olivia for something more. She wasn't able to put her finger on it, but spending weeks in one place to leave all of it behind and then on to the next gig was starting to work on her nerves. For 8 years she had done the same thing while she worked for the same company, traveling wherever they needed her to be. She always had to sign a non-disclosure statement because some of the celebrities and politicians hosting special events demanded it. Many times things were said right in front of Olivia, and since she had signed that piece of paper, her word and signature was her bond. She lived a no-questions-asked lifestyle. Lately, she had been impatient with her team, and even snapped once at her employer. Several times she found herself walking away from the gourmet kitchen when all she wanted to do was scream at someone. Jane McClure, the owner of Traveling Chefs Inc., was always in high demand. She had a reputation for being discreet, and contracted top-notch chefs to work for her. Jane had noticed the change in her most faithful chef, and told Olivia to use up some of the vacation time she had accumulated, and come back with a better attitude. Or else. Even though she'd been with Jane since the day she graduated from culinary school, she understood exactly what Jane meant. If she didn't get her act together, Jane would give her the boot without blinking twice. Their clients expected professionals, and spent a lot of money to make sure they had the best. Jane would make sure nothing would stand in the way of an exemplary experience for her high-end clients. That included Olivia. Her phone buzzed as a text indicated the taxi would be out front in 2 minutes. Olivia hurried to the door, pushing a dolly carrying all of her worldly goods, which consisted of 3 pieces of luggage and several boxes. The doorman, Philip Hamilton, was waiting in the hallway to her surprise. "Let me get your things, Olivia. I'm going to miss seeing your smiling face." Olivia reached up and hugged him, deciding he was a sweetheart to come to her apartment door like this. "How kind of you, Philip. I'll miss you as well." She was 5'10", but he stood over her about 8 inches. He was so tall and thin, and had been the doorman for the past few years. He always had a huge smile for Olivia when she came home from one of her contract jobs. Philip escorted her to the taxi, helping the driver stuff the 3 overpacked suitcases in the trunk. 2 boxes had to be placed in the back seat. "Where are you heading, Olivia?" "Hideaway Lake, Pennsylvania. My grandmother recently passed away. It's time to be with family." "I'm sorry for your loss, ma'am. Good luck." She watched out the back window as the taxi made its way through the city, then across the bridge towards the Chevrolet dealer where she would pick up her new car. It wasn't necessary to have a vehicle in the city, since she used public transportation when she was there. Her decision to buy herself a car was justified by the fact Olivia knew one was necessary to get around at Hideaway Lake. Besides, it was time she bought something nice for herself. Olivia made an excellent salary working as a private chef, and had been able to shove most of it into her savings. Everything was paid for while on the job, so she hardly ever had to spend any money for the last 8 years. Even so, she was always careful and shopped at thrift stores, preferring them to the specialty boutiques and brand-name department stores in the city. Olivia let out a sigh as they made their way across the bridge. Now that she no longer had to pay for an apartment, she allowed herself to splurge on a new car. After getting dropped off at the Chevrolet dealership, she loaded up her bags into her brand-new red Chevy Blazer and headed down the highway, turning up the sound on the new Bose Wave radio. March winds still made the morning air feel brisk, but she didn't care as she pushed the button on the driver's side door. The window slid down, and she stuck her arm out into the chilly wind. She lifted her chin and sang at the top of her voice, her lungs exploding. For the next few weeks, she would be free from having to be discreet because of her job. She wouldn't have to turn her head the other way from a well-known politician having dinner with someone other than his wife. Or from a rich mogul with a different fling every night, sometimes twice a day. For the next 6 weeks, she'd be free to do and say whatever she wanted, and it felt wonderful. She was free. "Laura, open the door." Holly and Shar both called out at the same time. Holly was starting to worry when no one answered. She did say she was coming home, didn't she? Sometimes when Shar had too much on her mind, she'd forget things. Apparently not this time. Shar gave Holly one of her famous "don't mess with me" looks. "Holly, I spoke with her on the phone. She is here. Her car is sitting in the driveway, or did you somehow miss that big thing when you pulled in?" Holly laughed. "I wasn't paying attention to what car is in the driveway." The sound of the lock caught their attention. When Holly saw her best friend's face, she instantly pulled Laura into her arms. Shar followed as the three stood locked in an embrace of friendship. "I'm so sorry," Shar chirped, the three of them rocking back and forth in the middle of the doorway. "It's cold outside. Come in, ladies." Holly shook her head, stepping inside with the others. Leave it to Laura to act as if nothing had happened. Her friend's hostess skills were impeccable. Holly shook the coat from her shoulders and hung it on an empty hook on the old antique coat rack. She opened a paper bag she held in her hand and pulled out a bottle of wine, showing it to the others. "Ladies? We won't need glasses," Laura chirped, taking the wine and heading to the kitchen. She dug around in the drawer until she found the corkscrew, then spent the longest time trying to pop it off. Holly sat alongside Shar, who had already made herself at home on a stool at the counter. Shar never had to say much. The woman had a steel-like presence of controlling the air of whatever room she walked into. Everyone knew when she was there. Holly guessed it was a learned skill since Shar was a lawyer. "How goes it in the courtroom, Shar?" She shrugged. "Another long day in court. Tomorrow too." She turned her attention to Laura, who stood staring at the bottle of wine. Shar slid out of her chair and went around the counter, taking the corkscrew from Laura's hand and opening it with the skill of an expert. Holly jumped up and went to them. "Laura, you are a mess. What's going on?" There was something more she wasn't telling them. Rebecca May's death was imminent, but this was different. Holly knew her too well. Shar looked over Laura's shoulder and nodded to Holly in acknowledgement that something else was going on. Then Shar spoke up. "Come on, Laura. You need to get off your feet and sit." Holly took Laura's other arm, while the two of them helped her to the Willoughby sofa in the next room. Laura sat in the middle while Holly and Shar sat on either end. Shar took a long swig from the bottle, then handed it off to Laura. Holly's eyes widened when Laura tilted the bottle up and gulped it down like a teenager on a drinking binge. "Whoa there. I know you deserve to get good and drunk tonight, but save me some," Holly teased, reaching for the wine. She was in the middle of taking a swig when Laura's words rent the air. "Kurt left me." The room became silent. Holly almost choked as the liquid barely made it down her throat. Even though she always thought Kurt was rude and ignored Laura, she never expected to hear those words. The three of them had been as thick as glue for years. This was not something Holly ever expected Kurt to do. "Did I hear you right? What did you just say?" "He left me the moment Rebecca May died. He didn't even make it to her side before she passed on. He turned around, came home to pack, and gave me the news the moment I walked in the door. I'm going to kill him." Shar was famous for showing little to no emotion, but she was angry for Laura. They had been best friends a few years before Holly came into the picture. Laura lifted a hand in the air. "No need. He's got everything he's ever wanted. A younger woman, all of Rebecca May's property, and he wants to give my home to her." Shar stood. "He can't do that." "Did you say a younger woman?" Immediately, Holly watched as Shar turned into a warrior. Laura sighed. Holly put an arm around her. Laura laid her head on Holly's shoulder. "I don't know what to do. He wants it all, and plans to leave me nothing but a few dollars to start over. We will fight him every step of the way. Tell me more about this other woman. If that's the case, you can ask for whatever you want, Laura." Laura shook her head sadly. "He said without proof he'll just lie and they'll believe him because I'm a secretary for his business." Holly and Shar both shrieked at that. "What? That bastard?" Shar spotted the manila envelope and began perusing the paperwork. She sat down in a Tifton chenille chair with an overstuffed pillow. Shar threw the pillow on the floor and leaned back, reading each page silently. Holly gave Laura a reassuring squeeze. "Don't worry. Shar will figure it out. He can't take everything from you." "I'm afraid he may try to," Shar spoke up. Laura nodded. "He said he would. I didn't give him time to say much more before I demanded he leave." Shar rifled through the papers, nodding to herself. After a while, she laid the pile on her lap. "Laura, you need me. I'll represent you for free. He's not going to get away with this. I'm afraid to ask what you read. I don't have the energy to read past the first page." "You don't need to. Leave this to me. You know I'll always be honest, and I'm telling you now, this may be a difficult case. He doesn't want you to have his mother's property. Is there any chance you recorded him telling you he had an affair tonight? Of course not. I was too shocked to record our conversation. Too bad. That would have solved everything. Shar. Be gentle, Holly told her. Shar lifted a hand in the air. If I'm going to represent Laura, we have to deal with the nasty truth. I'm right here, ladies. Don't discuss me like I'm in another room. Laura gave them both a smile. Holly grinned. Even amid disaster, we find something to laugh about. Here's to us, ladies. We will get through this. Together. Holly held up the bottle from the stash she had bought at the local vineyard. I hope so. Laura's curt words broke Holly's heart. She'd do whatever was necessary for her friend. Shar's strong voice agreed. He has the power and the money to hire a team of lawyers to screw you over, Laura. But that doesn't mean a thing to this lawyer. I'll find a way to get you a good settlement, just wait and see. Shar grabbed the bottle and took a long swig. Holly closed her eyes, sending up a quick prayer for her friend. She was going to need it. Lil bro, is that you? The window slowly came down, and his sister's head popped out of a brand new SUV. Oh sis. Is that a rental? Nope. Bought and paid for by yours truly. She turned off the vehicle and the door flung open. Olivia came out of the blazer with her arms outstretched. He hugged her tight, even though they had been together less than a week ago at their grandma's place on Hideaway Lake. Even so, he missed her. They stood on the sidewalk in front of a hole-in-the-wall motel on the outskirts of Philly that had been his home for the last few months. Laura gave the motel a disdainful look. Her nose crinkled as she pointed to the open door of room 13. Are those your bags? He nodded, stepping back from her. There was something different about his big sister. Older by almost 3 years. She still had the same blonde hair that fell in soft waves to her shoulders, but her eyes looked sad. Today, a pair of dark sunglasses was stuck on the top of her head instead of over her eyes where they should be. He warned her about driving without protecting her eyes, but she usually ignored him. Olivia was a bit of a daredevil, always defying the normal way things are done. Then he grinned. That wasn't true. His little sister Bailey was much worse. He had warned them both how they needed to take care of their bodies, starting with the sun, but they never listened to him. Cole worked outside since he was 16 and knew how harsh the elements could be. Laura started towards the luggage. I can get that, he called to her. She walked faster and he caught up easily, his body in great shape from years of working construction. He zoomed past her, scooping up 2 ragged-looking bags sitting in the doorway. He laughed out loud when she swore under her breath. You need better luggage, she told him, turning back towards the vehicle. Then she gave the hotel a once-over and cringed. I can't believe you were living out of this place. Certainly, the company could provide something better for its top supervisor. Ex-top supervisor. She turned. What? West Enterprise decided to downsize. Guess who was the first to go? This was not necessarily the whole truth, but he didn't want to discuss his work or private life with anyone right now. It was too messed up, and he wasn't sure if his family would understand. He certainly didn't want sister pity. That'd be the worst thing right now, since this wasn't about him, but the family. Grandma's death wasn't going to be easy for any of them. I'm sorry, Cole. Did they give you a nice chunk of change until you find something else? Which you will, I just know it. You had people knocking on your door to work for them, since I can remember. He slid the 2 bags into the back seat of the blazer. They were faded and worn from always being near construction dirt and dust, looking odd lying there on brand new tan leather seats. Yes, rest assured, I got compensated well. Perhaps too well, he thought, knowing the check was still sitting in his wallet. He wasn't sure if he should rip it up or make a deposit. Cole pushed the thought from his mind. He wanted to forget everything that happened for now. All he wanted was to go home. To Hideaway Lake, maybe take a canoe around the lake. It would be too cold right now to take a swim, but with March almost over, April would bring warmer days. It wouldn't be long until he'd find time to relax and unwind and clear his head. Since he graduated high school with a certificate in construction from the local Votech, He worked all kinds of jobs until he landed the gig at West Enterprises. For the last 5 years he worked himself up the ladder, landing the job as supervisor 2 years ago. Cole loved traveling to different work sites, even if he had to stay in seedy motels. As the supervisor, he was lucky to have a room to himself, but not all the men were that fortunate. Many of them double and tripled up in the rooms. He had a good team working for him for the last 2 years, but he wouldn't miss the work. He was tired and weary. Even at 27, he had enough of someone else telling him where to go and what to do. "What are you thinking about, bro?" They were heading down the turnpike at a steady pace. Even though it was a faster route, the scenery was all the same, lots of trees and the same road. He shrugged. "With the compensation I received, I could probably start my own construction business." The question was, did he want to use the check? Olivia's eyes lit up. "I think you should. There is land for sale all around Hideaway Lake. Maybe you can buy some land and start building your own houses. Or buy up some of those old homes at Hideaway Lake, fix them up and flip them. I know how you love historical structures." "Maybe. It's a great idea. Dad's a broker. He can list the houses for you once you renovate them." "I don't want to work with Dad. It never worked before and it won't work now." Laura laughed. "I almost forgot about your days working at the real estate company. That didn't go over so well. No wonder you took off to Philly. Dad can be a bear to work for." Cole shook his head. "How would you know, sis? You never once worked there." "That's right, I never did. Real estate was not my thing. I wanted to be a chef from the time I was in grade school." Cole patted his sister on the arm. "Looks like your dreams came true, Olivia." She smiled at him, but her eyes were sad like he noticed before. "It's not always like you may think," she told him. "You mean like the grass isn't always greener on the other side kind of thing?" "Exactly. I'm glad you called me for a ride, Cole. This long drive would be lonely without you." He shrugged. "Mom told me you were heading this way. Since I always drove the company truck, I didn't have time to get a set of wheels." He thought about what she said, about the grass being greener out in the world. Yeah, he got that. "I miss home." Olivia nodded. "I do too. It's only 60 more miles to Hideaway Lake. Time to jam." "Yes." Olivia fiddled with the volume until music blasted from the speakers. Cole took in a deep breath before singing along with the music. It was great to be going home. Chapter 3. The way the director of nursing flicked her pen against the wood surface was starting to get on her nerves. The older woman glanced at the message left on her desk, then gave Bailey a look of disapproval. "This is your last chance." "I'm not making it up, Donna. I swear. I do realize after speaking with your mother this morning that your grandmother has passed away. I'm sorry for your loss. This makes it extremely hard to discuss this serious issue with you." Bailey watched as the Don finally put the pen down, knowing she was screwing up lately. But that was no reason to threaten to throw her out of the program. The director pursed her lips and stood. "I don't like warning my students about these things, because you should be in a better position. Your parents have paid a lot of money for your tuition. Your disrespect of this fact has given me pause." Bailey shrugged. "Pause for what? I haven't done anything except being late a few times. I admit that I missed some classes and didn't make it in time for labs, but I was not feeling good." Her poignant look made Bailey hesitate to say anything more. They both were fully aware of the agreement she signed when she started nursing school. It was made clear that any time a student fell ill, they were to get to a doctor and have any sickness taken care of immediately so as not to interfere with learning. Donna Smith closed her eyes briefly, then opened them and gave Bailey a long stare. "I am not sure you are a good fit for the Penn State School of Nursing program." Bam. Bailey should have known the nursing director was going to mention how inadequate she was. She didn't have to take this. "How do I prove you wrong?" "Show up. When you return from your grandmother's funeral, you will have 0 chances left. That means you can't take off any more days for illness or be tardy. I've reached my limit with you." Bailey was 20 years old. She didn't need this negativity. "Maybe I won't come back," she spoke out, her voice shaking slightly. She felt brave when first saying those words, but did she mean that? Hadn't she wanted to be a nurse since she was a child? I'll pretend I didn't hear you say that for now. You are excused, Bailey. Remember what we discussed. There are no more chances. When Bailey left the nursing office, she took the stairs instead of the elevators to avoid people. She didn't know why she wanted to be a nurse, since she found it hard right now to even be around other people. Well, except for Tristan. She hurried through the campus to her dorm, avoiding the main door and slipping through the side door that took her right to the stairwell. She climbed 2 flights of stairs, barely feeling out of breath. She could climb steps all day long thanks to Tristan. Bailey entered her dorm room and threw a bunch of clothes into her backpack, figuring she'd only need a few things. Her closet at home was filled with clothes she hadn't brought along to college, so she was pretty sure there would be something to wear to the funeral. Grandma was dead. It was so unbelievable. Even though Olivia, Cole and her had spent a week at Hideaway Lake recently, and it felt like a giant sleepover, she still didn't realize how close to death the old woman was. Grandma had always treated her as her own flesh and blood, even though Bailey had been adopted as a baby. She knew sometimes older people shunned the adopted kids, but not her grandmother. No one ever mentioned the fact she was an unwanted child, left to die in a basket or some sad tale like that. Her parents had always made her feel loved and wanted. It was Bailey herself who questioned everything around her. People told her she was a great person, but honestly, Bailey always felt as if she didn't belong. The negative thinking may have even caused her to become closer than ever to Tristan. From the day they met, he knew how to make her feel like she was in control. Like she had a grip on everything right in the palm of her hand. Bailey looked in the mirror. Her long, straight, dark brown hair was pulled back in a severe ponytail. She hadn't bothered brushing it this morning when she got up late for class. That entailed throwing on her scrubs, which were sadly wrinkled, and pulling her hair back away from her face. Bailey realized she'd been in such a hurry to get to class lately, her grooming was sorely lacking. She scrubbed at her cheeks, trying to brighten her pale cheeks. The agitation she felt at having to go see Donna for the second time this month made her want to walk away from nursing some days. Donna didn't understand the turmoil going through her head. Did she still want to be a nurse? Some days she didn't think she'd ever get through the labs, and now clinics were starting soon. She threw the scrubs she wore into her hamper by the closet door, slipping on a pair of jeans and a pink blush wool sweater. She'd worry about school when she came back from Hideaway Lake. The ride home would take a little over 2 hours, so she threw on her winter coat and hurried outside to wait for Tristan to pick her up. Even though it was March, it felt colder than usual out. Bailey pulled a scarf from her backpack and a pair of mittens she had stuffed in her coat pockets. 15 minutes later, her boyfriend pulled up in a brand new Nissan pickup truck. She slid in beside him, planting a long kiss on his mouth. "Hey babe," he crooned, lifting her chin and drawing her in for another long kiss. She loved Tristan. They were in the middle of the school campus with so many beautiful women, and he had eyes only for her. She settled in alongside him while he drove slowly through the campus. After they left the grounds, Tristan pulled a small pill bottle from his shirt pocket and handed it to her. "I'll take 2, babe. Help yourself." Bailey liked it when Tristan gave her some of his stash. They were much stronger than the ones he allowed her to have to get through classes. Everyone at college was taking them in one form or another, so she didn't feel as if she were doing anything wrong. She chewed on her bottom lip as she shook the container. A few orange round pills fell into her palm. They weren't the blue round ones he usually had with a 10 imprinted on the one side. These had the number 30 instead. 2 for you and 2 for me," she said, sticking 2 pills in between his teeth. He shook his head and swallowed. "Only 1 for you, babe. These are twice as strong as what you are used to." Bailey was at the breaking point. She just wanted to feel good. "I can handle it, Tristan. I've had a crappy day today." He didn't argue when she dished out 2 more and took them. 20 minutes later, after letting the stimulant hit her nervous system, Bailey began to tell him what all went wrong. She was talking for over 10 minutes before he interrupted. Tristan had nodded to her every word. "Quit, babe. You don't need that kind of bullcrap in your life. You got me, babe. I'll take care of us." Bailey looked at him in surprise. "Quit nursing school?" "In a way, I want to, but I've always wanted to be a nurse." Tristan took her hand in his. We've got a good thing going here, babe. I've been making tons of extra money selling these on campus. I'm doing excellent, my grades are above average. You can move in with me, and I'll take care of you while I graduate. Then you can go back to school and finish if you want to. Maybe you need a break. Maybe he was right. She did want a break. What about your roomies? Tristan shrugged. They'll have to go. It turns out both guys are a bit prudish anyway. They get upset when I invite people over and stay out later than midnight. It's ridiculous. Bailey nodded. It sounds good and all. I don't know, I still have another 1.5 years to go. I hate to quit now, even though I say I want to all the time. Her mind was flying. She wanted to blast the music and hang her head out the window, but it was still too cold. The little pills were hitting her fast and hard. She hadn't felt this good in a long time. Maybe that was her problem. She had needed more Adderall instead of the small allotment he usually gave her. Phew. I'm digging this music, babe. Let's pull over and chill for a while. I've got some beers in the back seat. We can talk all night long and get to your parents before 9. What do you say? Bailey had her eyes closed. She opened them and looked at Tristan. He was so handsome, even if he was way too thin. It was probably because he worked so hard to study and get through school. She threw an arm around his shoulders and smiled. Then we can talk more about me moving in with you. Tristan squeezed her knee. We can talk all night long, babe. I know the perfect spot right down that long lane by the red barn. He turned off the main road onto a beaten dirt road. The truck chugged along until they pulled up beside a small lake. The full moon shone down over the lake, giving them more light. It's nice here, she told him. He grinned. You can't go wrong with me, babe. Bailey leaned back and watched the moonlight dance across the still lake. Right now, she knew Tristan had all the answers. She turned and smiled at him as he talked about their future, snuggled in his embrace. Laura wiped down the counter and stood back. She'd been cleaning all day, even though her house was spotless. After Kurt left, he had the nerve to text her asking if she'd let him know when the kids arrived. He wanted to make sure they understood his side of the story. She texted him back, telling him to calm down, that she wasn't planning on telling them anything until after the funeral. That's ridiculous. They'll know when I'm not there that something is going on. Laura gritted her teeth. She had often watched Bailey do the very same thing. A small grin landed on her face. Even though they weren't flesh and blood, Bailey's little ways rubbed off on her at times. Her fingers began to move on her phone. Then I'll plan to talk to them tonight. I'm making grilled cheeseburgers and coleslaw, and we'll discuss things over a good meal. Laura felt a tiny sliver of satisfaction when he texted back one word, okay. She knew her whole family, including Kurt, loved when she made grilled cheeseburgers and homemade coleslaw. They always tried to eat healthy, but sometimes comfort food was much needed. She finished mixing up the coleslaw and lowered the temperature on the oven another notch. The cheeseburgers were being kept warm while Olivia and Cole were upstairs taking showers. They had rolled in less than an hour before. It had been so nice to see them both together. When they got out of Olivia's new truck and ran to her knowing she needed their hugs, Laura held on to them as if she hadn't just been with them a little over a week ago. But Laura was not the fall-apart type of woman. She held herself strong, and she never let her kids see how sad inside she was. They'd have to know about Kurt, but she wasn't even sure what to say. He certainly was not going to be the first to tell them. Laura watched the clock. She had called the director of nursing again to see how Bailey took the news, and if she was on her way home. Donna had reassured her Bailey left this morning. Except there were no signs of her youngest daughter yet. The ride home took 2 hours. Bailey had sent a text earlier to say she had a friend driving her here, so Laura would assume maybe they stopped off somewhere for a while. She'd give her a few more hours before bothering her again. Laura knew how Bailey was trying so hard to be an adult, and she didn't want to be the nagging mother hen. Laura sighed. This week had been the hardest week of her life. The funeral was in 2 days. She looked up. Help me to hold on, she muttered aloud. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mama, happy birthday to you. We love you. Laura swung around to find Olivia and Cole, holding a small cake from the local bakery. They came into the room singing with big smiles on their faces. She took the cake and set it on the counter, blowing out the 2 candles that read 5-0 on the top. "Thank you both. What a nice surprise. We know you weren't up to celebrating on your actual birthday, so we didn't want you to think anyone forgot." Her kids were always so generous. She was so proud of them. "Thank you. It's not been a good 50th, but I can survive without a birthday celebration. Let's go ahead and eat. It looks like Bailey will be arriving later." "Where's Dad?" Olivia looked around as if expecting him to be standing in the kitchen. "Come on, Olivia. Dad never shows up on time." Cole opened the oven door and moaned out loud. "Grilled cheeseburgers. Oh my freaking. Cole. Yummy." Olivia piped in, knowing how her mother hated to hear the word God used in a sentence other than when they were speaking of the Lord. Laura was relieved the subject was changed for now. She wanted them to eat a good meal before telling them about their father. "It looks like it's the 3 of us for now. Cole, can you get the plate of burgers and I'll get the coleslaw from the fridge? We'll eat in the dining room instead of at the bar." Laura had set out her best china, the set her husband had bought for her almost 27 years ago. They had been married for 3 years when he insisted on buying a good set to entertain with. She had refused to use the set, displaying it in her Astoria grand lighted corner cabinet. The set meant the world to her, and she didn't want it ruined by guests. There were some of his guests that had too much to drink at times, and there was no way she'd allow them to break her beautiful china. Kurt was angry at first until guests complimented the decor. Now it didn't matter. How important was it to make sure the china didn't get broken? After all, everything else around her was in disarray. The 3 set the food on the table and sat down. She took Kurt's seat at the head of the table. Cole and Olivia exchanged looks. Laura didn't miss a thing, but she wasn't going to explain yet. She wanted them to have a good meal before pouring more misery into their lives. "You are using your good china, Mom. Is everything all right?" "Let's say grace and eat," she told her oldest, avoiding another question. She took each of their hands, deliberately lowering her eyes while saying grace. "Mom, are you sure you are okay?" Olivia had a perplexed look on her face. Cole didn't say much. He was more of an observer, and let Olivia do all the talking. "Dig in, Olivia. We'll talk over a slice of cherry cheesecake." Cole's eyes got huge. "Now you're talking my language. Eat up, sis. Stop asking so many questions." Olivia rolled her eyes but dug in, finally listening to her brother's wise words. Laura, not hungry herself, watched them eat, or rather listened to their moans of approval as they sank their teeth into the grilled cheeseburgers. She looked at her watch several times, then glanced at her phone, which was sitting on the table beside her. "I wonder when your sister will get here," she stated more to herself than the others. Knowing Bailey, she got distracted with something on the road. "I mean, she's only 2 hours away and can't make it on time." Cole shook his head, taking another bite and filling his mouth. Laura's youngest did get distracted easily. Laura and Kurt both hoped going to nursing school would train her to focus more. The girl had always wanted to be a nurse. At least she'd be able to take care of herself without a man to provide for her. Laura pushed back her chair. "Let's have some dessert. Would you like coffee or tea?" "Wine." "Yes, wine. I picked up 2 bottles on the way here, Mom." Laura laughed at the 2. They both got up and ran to the refrigerator, each one trying to grab the bottle first. They had always been in competition with each other from the time they were little. Now it always turned into a game. "I got it," Cole announced, ripping the bottle from his sister's clutches. "I told you to lift weights, Olivia. You are letting your muscles go. You had a 2-foot lead on me, but I was able to move you right out of my way." He shook his head, acting disappointed. Olivia laughed. "I'll show you a knuckle sandwich, little brother. Then you'll find out I do work out at least twice a week." Laura set the cheesecake on the silver tray along with small plates and clean forks. She sliced them each a piece and set a plate at each spot. "Sit down, both of you. Grab a glass and we'll talk." The 2 did as they were told. Cole poured each of them a glass of wine, then dove into his cherry cheesecake, finishing it off before Laura was able to take 2 bites of hers. Now was as good a time as any, Laura figured. She pushed her plate back from the table. I wanted to wait until after the funeral, but decided at the last minute against it. I also wanted to wait until all three of you were home, but this can't be put off any longer. Hopefully, the news will not shock the two of you too much. Olivia lifted the fork to her mouth, licking the cherry ooze from the prongs. What is going on? I knew something was happening here. Are you and Dad getting a divorce? Laura closed her eyes. Olivia was being facetious, but she'd know in another moment just how much truth she spoke. Ma. Cole's gentle voice forced her to open her eyes and look at her children's startled faces. She nodded. Yes, Olivia. Cole. Your father has moved out. Cole sat back, forgetting about the glass of wine in his hand. How did this happen, Mom? This is not the right time for him to be playing games. Anger encased her son. Cole and Kurt struggled many times with issues, but she knew he loved his father deeply. Laura knew the first person Cole would blame was Kurt. He wasn't far off the mark either. She also knew she had to keep him out of their affairs. This was between Kurt and her. It came as a surprise, and I won't give you all the details because it is between your father and I. He moved out the night Rebecca May passed because it was for the best. I have to go to court, but I'd never ask any of you to judge me or your father. We both love you. Olivia pushed her chair back and embraced Laura. I'm sorry, Mom. I was kidding when I said that. How rude of me. She gathered her oldest in her arms. It's not going to be easy. So I'm asking for your forgiveness for anything I may do or say in the next few weeks. Right now, I just want to get through your grandmother's funeral. I'll be here to help. I've got 6 weeks of vacation. You won't have to be alone. Cole coughed. They both looked at him at the same time. I'll be here too, Ma. That's if you don't mind me being home for a while. Olivia snorted. He got relieved of his position, she whispered in her mother's ear before Cole got a chance to tell her. I'm sorry, Cole. Of course you can stay here for a while. I guess if the two of you will be staying, then you need to know the rest. Olivia sat back down. I probably need to drink my wine first for this, she announced right before taking a huge gulp of wine. Laura hadn't wanted them to know what shenanigans their father was up to, but now she felt that she had no choice. Your father wants the house. He wants me to move out. According to the divorce papers, he plans to sell all of Grandma's properties at Hideaway Lake, and I'll receive a stipend of the money to start over. So, I don't know how long we'll be able to stay here in this house. Olivia whistled. He wants to sell Grandma's house? He can't do that. Cole shook his head. I have no words right now. He pushed back his chair, leaned in and kissed Laura on the cheek. I need some air. Laura watched her son throw on his coat and walk out the door. She looked at Olivia, who was tapping her shortened fingernails on the dining room table. They were not pleased with the turn of events. Laura wanted to cry. Everything was falling apart. Chapter 4. Cole picked up the phone. Call Bailey, he said out loud, then frowned when it went right to voicemail. Where was she? When their mom needed them the most, she was taking her time getting here. Cole watched all evening how his mom kept checking her cell. As if she was willing her youngest daughter's mind to call home or show up. The news they were getting a divorce was bad enough, and Bailey should have been here too. He hit redial 3 times before giving up. His sister was going to get a piece of his mind when she got home. Then he grinned. They'd always been this way. Bailey always found a way to upset someone in the family. But they all embraced her with open arms. She often felt left out, even though they never tried to make her feel that way. Everyone in the family always tried to be understanding. Cole didn't know how he'd have reacted if his biological parents hadn't wanted him. He knew Bailey struggled with that. Maybe it was time to find them. He'd make it a point to talk to her about it when she got home. After all, he had plenty of time to do research, check out the courthouse or wherever it is they had sealed files. She always told her family she didn't want to know, that they were the only family she needed or wanted. Yet Cole had a feeling deep down she did want to know. Maybe knowing would settle her down. The front door opened and shut quietly. Cole knew Olivia was there. A long, strong arm flung over his shoulders. "It's cold out here, Cole. We can go inside and drink more wine." I tried to call Bailey to no avail. The phone goes right to voicemail. Olivia shook her head. So did I. She's ignoring us. Did you notice when she was home the other week how much weight she had lost? Even Grandma commented on it. Not really. I think she's been burning the candle at both ends, trying to study all night and party the rest of the time. You know how college is. Olivia grunted. No, I don't know how it is. I went to culinary school while living at home, Cole. You went to a technical school. Bailey may be struggling and doesn't want to worry us. You're probably right. We should corner her and find out what's going on with her. I thought maybe it's time for her to find her biological parents. That's a great idea, Cole. After the funeral, we can sit her down and discuss it. God knows I have plenty of time. 6 weeks of vacation is staring at me. What will I do for all those weeks? Cole shrugged. Same here. I'm not sure what I want. Come on, bro. Let's go drink some wine. Cole wrapped an arm around his sister and walked with her to the front door. Mom isn't telling us everything. Olivia shrugged him off. Who knows, bro? Maybe you're not telling us everything, either. Her words stopped him cold. She was right. His sister always had a way of grounding him. Why worry about his parents right now? Their lives were private just like his. If anyone was holding secrets, he was as guilty as the next person. All his family had to know was that he was removed from his position. The details didn't matter. A moment of silence, please, as we lay Rebecca May Myers into eternal rest. This was the part Char didn't like to watch. She closed her eyes while standing quietly behind her best friend's red velvet draped chair. The horrible sound of the crank on the device that began to lower the casket brought memories back so fast, Char's knees almost buckled. Luckily, she was hanging on to the back of Laura's chair. 3 years ago she sat where Laura did now, devastated and shocked that her husband had died of a heart attack. Even though she was shaking inside, Char had to stay strong for her friend. It wasn't Laura's fault. She blamed herself for her husband's demise. The guilt ate her because she wasn't there for him. Instead, she'd been with a client, promising Daniel she'd be home in an hour. When it took longer, she walked in the house to find a meal simmering in the oven, a lacy tablecloth on their favorite bistro table on the patio, and her husband lying dead in the kitchen. They had met in college and married soon after. 2 children later, she put her dream of becoming an attorney aside to raise the girls while he built his career. He did well for them, providing a beautiful property on the lake and so much more. When the girls got older, he told Char to go for her dream, that he'd slow down and work more from home, so she could return to college and become an attorney like she had always planned to. He had always been good to her, even if the passion wasn't always there. She had loved him with all her heart, expecting to grow old with him. Then in the blink of an eye, he was gone. Now all she had was her twin girls and her friends. They were her family, and she'd be damned if Laura was going to lose everything she worked hard for. The grieving family sat in the front row while Char and Holly made sure to stay right where Laura needed them to be. Kurt sat in the end seat, 2 chairs up from his soon-to-be ex-wife. He hadn't glanced once at Laura or tried to speak with her today. It was probably a good thing, Char thought. He certainly knew she was Laura's attorney and was watching his every move. When she accidentally bumped into Kurt yesterday at the local coffee shop, Char had made it clear she planned to make sure Laura got what she deserved. Kurt had laughed in her face, his arrogant smirk the last thing she saw before leaving him standing at the counter. Char was still trying to find dirt on him, but he hadn't been in public with his little accountant hussy. He was smart, knowing he had to hide his affair. Several of the local businesses that were friends of hers in the area close to Slade's accounting firm allowed her to check footage on their security cameras, but nothing was found. Char had been on the case from the moment Laura broke the news. Kurt was an arrogant, angry, selfish man, and she was going to use every ounce of force she had to find dirt on him. There had to be something. There always was a trail left when another woman was involved. She'd just have to keep digging. Except she only had 1 more week. What Char hadn't told Laura yet was Kurt's team of attorneys were demanding a meeting next week, insisting their client wanted to settle before things got ugly. Her friend stood, along with the rest of the family, and began to file one by one past the coffin. Shar stepped back, unable to get closer, knowing when the dirt was poured over the top it was so final. "Holly, if you don't mind, I'll wait for everyone in the back by those trees." Holly gave her a hug of understanding. She knew more than anyone else why Shar didn't want to get any closer. Thankfully, it was almost over and she could get back to work. Shar preferred to keep busy and forget her guilt, which seemed to never subside. Shar was relieved the memorial was over. With everything Laura was going through, the woman still had made sure to hire a catering company to lay out a nice spread at Rebecca May's home. They had lined the huge closed-in back porch with tables and they were filled with food. A double fireplace burned softly, the flames warming up the chilled room. Laura looked so tired, so Shar and Holly helped her clean up and lock the doors to her mother-in-law's beautiful property. Holly went home while she followed the family back to Lakeview Heights and helped put the leftover food away. As Shar walked down the path to where her car was parked out back behind the garage, she saw a red dot blinking from the neighbor's pool house. Looking around the property, she noticed several more cameras, but the one on the pool house was turned towards Laura's backyard and garage. She wasn't sure if it was by accident or on purpose. Shar looked back to Laura's house to see if anyone had followed her outside. It was almost dark, since daylight savings time didn't change daylight hours for another week. She saw Laura through the big picture window, sitting at the bar with Cole, Olivia, Bailey, and a boy that drove her youngest home. Good. They'd be too busy talking to notice where she went. Shar hurried across the lawn, walking up to the stone house. Carefully making her way to the back door, she tried hard not to knock against the many pots of flowers and plants along the stone path. An older gentleman answered the door. He frowned at first before flicking on the porch light and recognizing who was standing there. "Hello, aren't you Laura's friend?" She held out her hand. "Yes, I'm Shar. Nice to finally meet you. I'm Richard. I hope you don't mind if I don't invite you in, but my wife Karen is not feeling well. I'm pretty sure she isn't in the mood for company. What can I do for you?" Shar pulled back her hand after shaking the neighbor's outstretched one. "I wasn't planning to stay, but I have a question that hopefully you can help me with. It's about the property and your security cameras." "Certainly. We're not around here much since we bought the motorhome, but what did you want to know?" Shar didn't want to disclose any of her best friend's private business. She had to tread lightly. "I noticed you have security cameras all over your property, and am assuming it is because you do travel extensively." He nodded. "Oh yes. I've got one of the best security guys in the area taking care of my property. I can give you the name if you'd like. Do you happen to have any security footage I can take a look at from the camera by the pool? I'm not sure if you are aware, but Laura heard some noises in her garage a few weeks ago, and I noticed one of your cameras is pointing towards her garage. We'd like to make sure someone isn't trying to get in." Richard shook his head. "Laura was visiting with her daughter Olivia this morning before the funeral. We know about the divorce. Olivia can't keep a secret for the life of her. Anyway, my security guy has all the footage. I'll give him a call and ask him to come to see you right away." Shar was shocked it had been so easy. "Thank you, Richard." He winked and shook the hand she held out. He didn't let go at first until he had her attention. She looked into his kind eyes. "I'm a retired prosecutor. I can spot a lawyer a mile away. Good luck. I hope you find something." Shar reached up to hug him before slipping one of her cards into the palm of his hand. "Thank you. Have your guy come to see me." She didn't usually dish out hugs so easily, but he was so sweet. She got in her car and took off, feeling like something big was about to happen. It always felt that way when she was about to win a big case. Shar worked at home a few days a week, mostly from her office overlooking the gorgeous lake. Daniel had built a beautiful huge cedar wood home for them, tucked back in a large clearing surrounded by trees. Years ago he had purchased one of the premier lots right along the lake, in a more private area away from the public grounds. It had been their sanctuary for so many years. In every sense of the way, it still was. Except without the twins or Daniel, she felt more alone than anything these days. Maybe it was time for a change. Shar's Lakeview home was down a long lane tucked between tall pines and hardwood, and a profusion of wildflowers during the warm months. When she was at her office on Hideaway Lane or the courthouse, she ached to be home. Even though her office was 3 miles up the road, she still loved working here. When they built the home, she insisted the contractor install extra long windows in this room and plenty of them. It was now her office. It allowed the natural light to come in, and she could see the wildlife and view of the lake from every angle. Her office had a large desk that belonged to Daniel, made of dark mahogany, his favorite wood. Even though the rest of the decor was more of a lighter oak, she didn't have it in her heart to get rid of the big desk. It didn't matter much, she didn't meet with many of her clients here. Right outside the door, there was a huge deck with a separate entrance from the house. Shar didn't want the traffic of strangers coming to her sanctuary. Not unless it was an emergency. Like today. Shar leaned back in her high-back cream leather chair and tapped her fingers on the desk. A smile played on her lips when she thought about the man who was meeting with her at 10. Laura's neighbor Richard had called her an hour ago with good news. His security guy found some footage Richard wanted her to have. The owner of Case Security was on his way over. Ryan Case. It shocked her when Richard told her who his security company was. Shar went to school with Ryan and didn't realize he still lived near Hideaway Lake. Not only was he one of the top-notch football players of that decade, but he had also been so hot. They had a few wonderful outlandish dates in high school, and then he disappeared after graduation. Shar had honestly thought they would get serious after graduation, but that didn't happen. She had been like any normal teenager, wondering what happened until she got over spending lonely nights waiting for the phone to ring. Later she heard he had joined the Special Forces, but by then she was in college and Daniel had swept her off her feet. She wondered if Ryan was still as hunky as he was back then. A gray Jeep rolled slowly down the drive, coming to a stop in front of her deck. It was one of those manly, rugged renegade-type Jeeps. Just like the man who slid from the driver's seat, like he was a part of the machine. Shar watched as he strutted up the steps and began to walk across the wooden deck towards her office. She had a great view from where she sat behind the desk. He wore a pair of tight-fitting designer blue jeans and an expensive leather jacket that stretched across his shoulders. Yummy. Shar was intrigued. Ryan was still as undeniably attractive as she remembered. She took him in like a willow tree takes in water after a long drought. That thought almost made her giggle, except this was a serious meeting. They'd have to catch up later. Shar stood, making sure the hem of her seamed leather-aligned skirt was straight. It was short and she knew it, but at 50 her legs were long and still in great shape. She had taken extra care to dress for this meeting today, not even sure why. Oh yes, she knew why. She wanted Ryan to see what he left behind so many years ago. Shar wore a Donna Karan ribbed crew sweater, and finished off her outfit with Schutt's Betty suede ankle boots. She'd be the first one to admit that she spent an enormous amount of money on clothes. Her husband had always told her to dress for the part, that no one would take her seriously unless she looked the part. So she spared no expense to look and act formidable. When Ryan saw her standing at the door, his blue eyes caught her own. The shock of him staring at her made her shiver despite herself. It may be a cold March day outside, but in her office the fireplace was keeping it toasty warm. Even so, she shivered. His grin was the same as she remembered. The same small dimple on his cheek. Ryan wore a 5 o'clock shadow, giving him that rugged He-Man appearance. Shar swallowed hard. The way she was attracted to him already was a bad sign. He was the exact opposite of her husband in looks. The way he stood, everything about him cried out bad boy. Her husband had been refined, a gentleman in a 3-piece suit. She pulled open the French doors. Ryan. Her voice was supposed to come out in a businesslike tone. Instead, it came out like a raspy whisper. It did not help that he stared at her mouth like a starving man eyes a T-bone steak. Sharon. She had to break the tension and held out her hand, forcing herself to take charge. But when he encased her hand in his, the most delicious shock went from the tips of her fingers, up her arm, around her shoulders and down to her breasts. Holy lightning rod. She heard the catch in her voice as she invited him inside. Please come in, she said, stepping back for him to enter. Nice to see you again. Ryan didn't look uncomfortable at all. He glanced around the office, and she noticed the small wrinkles around his eyes. It gave him a more mature look, along with a few streaks of gray through his dark brown hair. Even so, she felt as if she took a step back in time. It's certainly a surprise to find out you came back to Hideaway Lake. His eyebrow rose. Yes, just one of them, and he grinned like the boy in high school she remembered so well. I came back to help my parents, he quipped. It was time for me to come home and see what was going on. Been here since November. Have a seat, she told him, pointing to where she had placed 2 oatmeal high-back accent chairs in front of the fireplace. Can I take your leather jacket, she asked. He shook his head. No thank you. I'm merely stopping by to give you a copy of what I've found. He sat, his long muscular legs stretched out in front of him. Shar sat down in the empty chair and made a show of crossing her ankles. She looked directly in his face. He was staring at her legs, oblivious to the fact she was watching him. Or maybe he did know. Either way, her heart pumped so hard and fast she swallowed to try to calm herself. It was particularly satisfying to know she still turned him on. Because man oh man, he was doing a number on her. Eyes. Right. Ryan slowly moved his gorgeous blue eyes from her legs and raised them slowly, until he was looking right into her own. Come on, Shar. Get a grip. Pretend you are in court and you have to make your stand. Do it right now or you will look like a fool in a moment, she said to herself. What do you have for me? She asked, her voice cracking a bit. This was not her. She was a strong, professional woman. No one had ever made her feel like putty in their hands. Oh dear heavens, his hands. When she gazed at them lying on the armrests, they were strong, muscular, and she remembered how his hand in hers made her shiver. She shot out of her chair. He stood too. Her eyes got huge. He kept staring. He pressed his mouth together, and oh, how inappropriate it was, but she stared at his mouth as if she were about to devour a jelly donut. He was the first to speak after several mouth-watering moments. We can't get anything accomplished like this. He swung his arm around her waist and pulled her against him. What are you doing? She whispered, barely able to catch a breath. He crushed his mouth to hers. She did not try to stop him. What was wrong with her to let a man she remembered as a boy walk into her home and kiss her like the world was about to end? She lifted her arms to push him away when her palms touched his hard chest. Oh dear. His mouth was moving across her chin down her neck. She had to stop him. This was not right. He began to walk her backward until she felt the back of the desk brush her skirt. Where was her power to stop him? Why wasn't she doing something about this assault to her senses? She was going to get laid right on her husband's mahogany desk. No, no, no. She was a strong woman who didn't make out with her high school boyfriend. Ryan, stop. Her words were so weak, especially when a low groan came right after his name. I can't help myself, he told her, his warm breath against her earlobe. Do you want me to stop? I don't know. He hoisted her onto the desk. Shame on her, but she wrapped her long legs around his thighs. A low moan came from somewhere deep in his chest. The phone on her desk rang. It was right beside her. She moved her hand to send it to voicemail and hit the speaker button instead. Laura's voice came over the intercom. Hey Shar. I'm having a meltdown. Can you talk? She pushed Ryan away, sliding off the desk. She squeezed her eyes shut, shocked at her behavior. When she opened them, Ryan was standing there, his chest heaving like a crazed warrior ready to pounce on his prey. Can you give me 5 minutes and I'll call you right back? Are you okay? What is that heavy breathing? Are you running? I thought I called your office phone? Yeah, I just came in from a run. I'll call you back. She didn't give Laura time to answer, but pushed the end call button and turned back to him. When she looked at him again, he had himself under control. His face was much calmer and he was looking pained. He lifted a hand. I'm sorry, Sharon. I saw you, and it took me back to when we were together. She stood there, unable to speak. She had felt the same way. He reached in his pocket and set a flash drive on the desk, right where she had been about to make out with him. I think you should go, she told him, walking to the door. He left, not looking back. His Jeep rolled out the driveway a little quicker than when he arrived. Shar was beyond shock. She went to the kitchen for a bottle of water and held it to her forehead. Then she grabbed her cell phone and went into her bedroom, closing the door as if someone would hear the conversation. In reality, no one was in the house. Shar laid on her bed, the phone at her ear. She called Laura. "I'm free. What's going on?" "You first." "Me? Whatever do you mean?" Laura laughed into the phone. "Shar, I know you. Miss Calm, cool and collected until you get emotional. Who was there with you?" She'd never be able to lie to her best friend. "Do you remember Ryan Case from high school?" "Oh my goodness. Yes. Wasn't he a football jock?" "Wait a minute. You and Ryan were dating for a while. Geez, was he the boy who joined the service and never returned?" Shar fanned herself with a Saks Fifth Avenue pre-spring fashion flyer. "Yes, that's the one. You two were hot and heavy there for a while. I remember you both couldn't keep your eyes off each other. All I remember was he left and never came back to Hideaway Lake. Until now." Laura giggled. "What did he want?" Shar fanned herself again. "I think he wanted me." "Wait. Is that what that heavy breathing was? Oh my, Shar, were you making out with Ryan?" "I'll be honest. Yes. I was. I thought the security guy was coming to drop off videos. What if he would have seen you?" "No worries about that. Case security is Ryan." Laura began to laugh. She laughed so hard Shar was about ready to hang up on her. "I'm sorry, love. I am so ashamed of myself. I mean, we barely spoke 3 sentences before he kissed me, and if you hadn't called, well, you know. He still got it, eh?" Her friend was starting to annoy her. "Yeah, he does. What did you want anyway?" "I needed a little distraction, and I think I got it. Thanks for making my day. Tomorrow, let's get together with Holly. She's having a wine night at her shop." Shar agreed to meet for dinner and wine night. She hung up and stared at the ceiling. It wouldn't help any to lie here in the bed she shared with her husband all these years and think about Ryan. That would be ridiculous. Instead, she had to help Laura win her divorce, and she hoped the flash drive Ryan dropped off would show her something she could use against him. Chapter 5. I'm ready for this to be over and done with. I just don't have the energy to fight him right now, Laura told Shar and Holly during their night out. They were in Holly's art studio, painting and drinking wine. "You have to go through with this, Laura. We have proof he was cheating on you. It's the evidence we needed. Now he can't screw you over." She twirled the stem between her fingers, then took another sip, frustrated. "I know, but I don't trust him. His mother was worried about her property. She told me before she died not to let him ruin everything." Holly shook her head. "What did she mean by that?" Laura shrugged. "I'm not sure, but Rebecca May's home meant the world to her. Maybe not so much the rentals, she let us take over the management of them knowing it was good cash flow. But the house was hers. She loved living there even if she was alone in that big place." Shar drank the last of her wine and leaned forward, setting the paintbrush down. "Laura, my dear, your mother-in-law knew how much you loved her house too. No judge in their right mind is going to award him all the property after seeing this video. You will receive an even split, or reward you most of it. We have the evidence, and you better use it against him." Laura knew she'd have to. For one, her best friend would not allow Laura to walk into an ambush by his lawyer. Now that they had the upper hand, she wanted Laura to demand more and not accept the small pittance Kurt was offering. Shar hadn't let her see the videos. She claimed it was too graphic, and didn't want that to be embedded in Laura's brain for the rest of her life. "Is it possible to settle without going in front of the judge?" Shar gave her a smile that implicated she was going to try that first. "Of course, love. We are going to show the video to Kurt and his lawyer about 5 minutes before we meet with the judge." Holly was taking a sip of her wine when Shar's remark had her spitting it out. "Oh, Shar. This is why I love you. I want to be there to see this unfold." Laura was sick in her gut from the whole mess. She still wasn't sure it was her place to tell her kids about his infidelity. The kids left here furious at their father for thinking about selling Rebecca May's property. They don't care about our home or the rentals, but they grew up going back and forth to that beautiful home on the lake. "Well then, you tell me you want the lake house, Laura, and I'll make it happen." You take everything you can. Shar was 3 glasses into her wine. It was unusual for her to be tipsy. Laura wondered if it had something to do with the meeting yesterday with the handsome Ryan Case. I want to be fair, Shar. Knowing I have the upper hand does give me satisfaction. After all these years, I've stood right by his side. To be thrown this awful choice at my age is utterly devastating. I don't know what to do or how to do it. A tear ran down Laura's cheek. She probably should not be drinking wine. Her heart was too vulnerable right now. What was wrong with her that her husband turned his back on her and wanted a woman 15 years younger? Shar and Holly hugged her. Shar pointed a finger. Laura Myers, don't you dare blame this on you. It's his fault. You've been a good wife to him. He's the problem, not you. It's just that I have no clue what to do next. Shar stood, hanging onto the wall for support. Let's go eat. I've got to get some of this wine out of my system. The 3 linked arms and strolled across the road to the local pizza pie parlor. At first, Holly was ready to order a white pizza, until Shar held up her hand. No, I need something more. I want one of those Florentine pies. Sounds delicious, Laura added. It didn't take long for their pie to show up. The smell was incredible. Spinach, mushrooms, roasted red peppers with mozzarella cheese and sauce. Yum. They ate in silence, which was unusual. Which made Laura realize that Shar had been deeply affected by her visit yesterday. Here she was, worried about her divorce, and her best friend was dealing with an ex-boyfriend. Shar. Are you doing okay? Holly set her slice of pie down. Yeah, what's going on, sweets? You've been acting very nervous lately. Shar swallowed and took a long swig of water. If you must know, Holly, Ryan Case is back in town. He bought out Zimmerman's security, and now he is everywhere. Holly stuttered. Our Ryan? The one you were dating in high school? Before. Shar nodded. Yes, that one. That's not so bad. You already know him, or am I missing something? Laura finished off her slice of pie, wiping her mouth with a napkin. You did miss something, Holly. I called while they were in the middle of some heavy breathing. Shar accidentally hit the speaker button while they were. We were not doing it, if that's what you mean. It was a simple kiss. Laura flung her head back and chuckled. It was way more than a simple kiss. Holly blushed at their banter. This was the first time they told her about yesterday's phone call. Well, good for you, Shar. It's not good for me. I can't get involved with Ryan. Why not? It's been 3 years, Shar. Maybe it's time for you to think about dating again, Laura told her. She had to tread lightly, knowing how delicate the situation was with her. I can't. It wouldn't be fair to. Laura shook her head. You have to stop blaming yourself for your husband's death. Shar's head snapped up. It was my fault, and nothing you can say will change that. I gotta go. It's going to be an early day in court tomorrow. Shar gave them each a hug and left, walking to her lake house through the lighted trail that ran across the small brook almost directly to her place. Hideaway Lake was relatively safe for walking home alone. Laura and Holly looked at each other. I think she is flustered. Ryan Case has her all mixed up, Holly joked. Laura was worried now. Do you think she'll be okay in time for my court date? Holly wrapped an arm across Laura's shoulder as they left the pizza shop. Don't you worry, love. Shar is one of the best attorneys ever. Plus, we'll all be there for you. I'm closing shop for your court date. Laura rolled her eyes. You don't have to do that, Holly. I'll be fine. It doesn't matter. Olivia and Cole plan to pick me up. We'll all be there to get you through this. I love you, Holly. Holly smiled, giving her a long hug when she got to her car. Right back at you, love. Laura watched her other best friend walk to her small shop. Holly was like a gypsy. Her art had taken up most of her life. She had lived in Europe for some time, along with other travels, then came back home about 10 years ago. When space opened up, Holly nabbed it since it had a small studio apartment on the second floor. Laura wished that she'd be content like Holly was. The funny thing was, Laura thought she was content until Kurt turned their lives upside down. Even though it was a relief to know why he wanted out, it still hurt knowing she wasn't good enough. No matter what her friends told her, and knowing this was on Kurt, it still hurt. It hurt so much she didn't know how to release the pain. Was she going to feel like this forever? How long until she was able to move on? Laura looked around. Hideaway Lake was her home. She wished her mother-in-law was still alive to help her understand. But then none of this would have happened, since Kurt was waiting for her to die before broadcasting to the world he no longer wanted his life here with her. Laura was in no hurry to go home, so she walked towards Rebecca May's house. When she got there, she stood outside, looking at the huge structure, its windows now dark and empty. The big porch called to her, and she swung open the gate and went in. Laura sat down on the porch swing that hung parallel to the porch. She rocked back and forth, gazing out over the lake. It was always a beautiful view from this porch. There was no way she was going to let Kurt sell this house. The longer she sat, the ideas began to roll in her head. A wicked smile played across her face. Why hadn't she thought of this before? It was brilliant. She pulled out her cell and texted Olivia and Connor in a group text. "What are you all doing?" "Waiting on the patio for you." "Where are you?" Cole texted. "I'm sitting on Grandma's porch." "I've got an idea." "Stay there. We'll be right over." It was Olivia. "Make a thermos of hot cocoa, please." "Coming right up. See you in 10. It was almost 20 minutes later when Olivia's Blazer pulled up in front of the house. There was a fireplace on the porch that Laura had lit up after she texted the kids. The fire gave off a soft glow, warming the area surrounding Laura on the swing. She loved this house. Olivia set the thermos on the matching wicker glass top table beside the cushioned wicker chair. She filled a cup of cocoa for each of them, then sat beside her brother on the settee. Laura watched the scene play out before her. It was nice to have them both at home. The three sipped on their mugs of cocoa, enjoying the peacefulness. "It's so nice here," she commented. "I'll miss it if Dad gets his way, and I'll be so angry," Olivia complained. "Mom, you can't let him sell this." Laura let out a deep sigh. "That's why I wanted you both here. I have an idea, but I need the two of you to help me save your grandmother's home." "I'm all ears," Cole jumped in. "I don't want to see this house go to someone else. It's a part of us. Part of our family that Dad is trying to destroy." Laura was worried. She didn't want them to resent their father. "Look, I don't want you to bear ill feelings towards your dad. He is doing what he thinks is right. That's a crock, Ma, and you know it. Dad has one thing on his mind, and that is to sell off our legacy and put the money into his commercial holdings." "What makes you think that, son?" She knew he was right, but she wasn't going to be the one to say it. "I spoke with him yesterday. He has no intention of trying to preserve this property, not even after I pleaded with him, his blood. My father has no soul." Laura almost choked on her cocoa when Cole said that. It was pretty bad when his own son felt that way. How was she going to reunite this family? She didn't want to ever have anything to do with Kurt after the divorce, but she didn't want to see him and the kids at odds. That was simply something she would not be a part of. "Your father is a businessman, and this property just isn't in his portfolio." "It should be," Olivia muttered. "But it's in mine. Are you two planning to stick around for a while?" They both nodded. "Good. We have a lot of work to do. Let's get down to business." Laura didn't remember the last time she drove to court. Lancaster was the biggest city nearest to the Hideaway Lake area that had a courthouse. Olivia, Cole, and Holly walked with her up the huge row of concrete steps to the main doors of the old brick courthouse. Security sent them through a small turnstile where they had to place their handbags and personal items to go through the X-ray machine. Cole set off the alarm as it began to beep away, finding out it was his belt buckle that made all that racket. Of course, the three watched as he charmed the lady officer with a wink and a smile. Olivia nudged her brother as they went into the elevator. "You are too much, brother. I'll bet you got her phone number, didn't you?" Cole lifted a piece of paper from his pocket. How did he manage that so quickly? Laura shook her head at the thought of Cole dating a police officer. Then she smiled and said out loud, "It won't hurt to have a police officer in the family." "Not going to happen, Mom. I'm staying single. I like things the way they are." Olivia grinned. Famous last words. Holly and Laura exchanged glances. The elevator stopped on level 4. Laura closed her eyes one last time as the doors slid open, sending prayers for a bit of grace to land at her feet today. It was time to get this over and done with. To make it a part of her past. If only her heart could do the same. Shar was waiting outside courtroom A. She was dressed impeccably like always, in a two-piece designer suit. Laura noticed her best friend carried a laptop with her. The flash drive was attached, and Laura followed her into a small meeting room beside the courtroom. It was small and stuffy inside. There were no windows at all. A court reporter sat in the corner with her mechanism that would dictate everyone's conversation. I thought we were going to be in the courtroom? Shar nodded to an empty seat and instructed Laura to sit. Please have a seat. Laura did, feeling nervous since there were 3 other men in dark suits surrounding her soon-to-be ex-husband on the opposite side of the table. He was dressed in a business suit, looking as if he had no cares in the world. The arrogant smirk on his face told her that he was certain of the outcome of this meeting. His lawyers were vultures and he was the biggest one. She was determined right then and there to wipe the smile from his face and looked at her lawyer. Shar must have felt the change in the air. Laura, let me handle this. Laura gave her a long look, pleading silently to her best friend. This is something I need to do. Shar nodded and sat back, crossing her arms and giving her a nod. If you must. Laura stood. Her knees wobbled at first, but then she felt Shar's hand on her arm for support. She gave Shar a smile and a nod, ready to face the formidable man who had changed her life. Kurt, I want to show you something before we get started. Kurt scowled. I think we can let the lawyers do their job, Laura. Sit down. She almost listened to him at first, until she realized this man had torn down everything they built up for the last 30 years. He didn't have the right to tell her what to do. He never would, ever again. Shar opened her laptop and slid it across the table. I prefer to stand, Kurt. Look at the video. Kurt looked first at Shar, then Laura. He stared at the screen. All Laura heard was the sound of him making lovesick noises to his accountant. An occasional sweet mercy came across the speaker. Laura cringed but stared at him as he watched the video in shock. Shar said the neighbor's camera caught it on video. That meant he was making out in their backyard and garage with Tammy while still married to her. He deserved no mercy. She stared at him hard. The reality of what he had done to their marriage hit her like a ton of bricks. Kurt slammed the laptop shut. Everyone in the room turned to him. His lawyer spoke in low tones, trying to calm him down. This doesn't mean a thing, he complained weakly. The lawyers disagreed. They huddled together, but the room was too small not to hear part of the conversation. They advised him to give Laura what she wanted. Shar squeezed Laura's arm and let out a long sigh. Gentlemen, I think it is time we talked about the assets of both parties. Kurt glared at Laura, who was prepared for battle. She saw him weaken before her eyes. It did not give her as much or a feeling of joy as she thought it would. But this wasn't over yet. She had realized sitting on her mother-in-law's porch what Rebecca May hadn't wanted him to ruin. It was time for him to find out what 30 years of marriage would cost him and his real estate business. According to this ridiculous paperwork, Kurt wants to sell everything, keep my house, and give me a small % of whatever is left over after you vultures get your hands on it. I'm here today to say no. That will not suffice. No. You are getting a bargain since you came into this marriage with nothing. Kurt wasn't going to stop. He thought he should have it all. Laura wasn't going to bend. Not now. The same way you came into the marriage, Kurt. Kurt, let us speak for you. Kurt ignored his lawyers. His temper was getting the best of him. Laura watched as he stood up to face her. She could see in his eyes he was worried. He was also spoiled rotten to the core. He would not take this lightly. Kurt, this is what I want. I want Rebecca May's holdings. All of it. Her house, her rental properties, and the commercial building on Hideaway Lake. You can have the house at Lakeview Estates and all your commercial holdings. Shar stood alongside her, smiling. Are you sure, love? I can insist on more. Half of his commercial holdings would give you enough money, so you didn't have to work for the next few years. Shar leaned over, made a big play of whispering in her ear and crossed her arms again. Laura watched Kurt pale. For once in his life he was speechless. Now he knew she would fight him to the bitter end if she didn't get what she asked for. I want the videos. He was staring right into her very soul. No. Not until you give me what I want. Okay. Okay. It's that easy. He fumed. I don't need Hideaway Lake. You know, Kurt. Now that I've considered everything that has happened, I don't want another woman in my house. The home my children grew up in. The house must be sold. You can keep the profits to buy your little sweet mercy lover a new house. She sat down because her knees were shaking. She never spoke up like this before. Shar stayed standing. I happen to have the paperwork right here if you'd like to sign it today. No sense in putting it off since your lawyers are here to confer with you, Kurt. Laura almost laughed out loud. Shar was enjoying this way too much. Laura waited quietly now while the lawyers looked over her requests. She called them requests instead of demands because she wasn't like him. Not one bit. What she wanted to do wasn't selfish or hurtful to anyone. After another 30 minutes, Kurt signed everything without another word. He made it clear the videos came with him that very day. I'll be happy to give them to you as soon as everything is settled. Shar leaned over the table, pulled out the external flash drive and threw it in his direction. We don't need this. We never did. Maybe you should take it with you to view and remind yourself that this is what destroyed everything, she told him sweetly. You must have another copy. That wasn't the deal. He looked to his attorneys' faces, but they shook their heads. They knew by now Shar was no one to trifle with. I think we're finished here. Gentlemen, Shar said, turning and leading Laura out the door. She turned back to Kurt. I'll deliver the extra copy of the video to you personally, when everything is final. When Laura walked out of the room, her chin was in the air and her shoulders were back. She felt elated, and yet the heavy burden of everything that happened wasn't lifted from her back. Not yet. It still felt like she had so much work to do. Maybe it was her after all. What would it take to make her feel like she was worthy of this life she was given? What did she have to prove? By the smile on your face, Shar, it looks like everything was a success. Olivia stood and ran to Laura, embracing her in a warm hug. Cole followed. You all right, Ma? You look pale. I think so. Well, kids, we have a house to turn into an inn. Are you ready to get to work? Holly squealed. Then they all turned when Kurt and his lawyers stormed from the room. Kurt didn't even look their way, ignoring Olivia and Cole. Hi, Dad. Olivia called out. He nodded. Call me later, he told her before getting on the elevator. Cole glared at him. Laura touched his sleeve. Let it go, Cole. He doesn't have a clue how he hurts others. He should be told. What good would it do? What's important is your grandmother is probably singing in the heavens right now. Let's go home. We've got a ton of work to do. I'll meet you at your place later, love. I have some things to do here at the courthouse. Thank you, Shar. For everything. Shar spotted Ryan the moment they left the conference room. He was in the atrium checking one of the cameras. She slid a hand over her slacks and took a quick peek at her hair in the window's reflection. She knew she looked great. Shar always went to fight for a client wearing a power suit. Today she chose her favorite, an Agnona superfine wool single-breasted jacket with a pair of Pegno Ponte pants all in black. She topped off her outfit with a pair of Salvatore Ferragamo leather pumps. The total cost, around $3,500. Ryan was on a steel ladder when he spotted her coming his way. He stared at her from his position, and then gave her a grin showing that dimple she liked so much. I didn't know you did security here, too? How interesting, Shar said, stopping right below where he towered over her. Just got the gig about a month ago. We're tightening up some loose ends today. Guess you are working, huh? I'm finished. He got down from the ladder and stood rather close. Shar wasn't sure it was a good idea to say hello. But she did owe him thanks. The videos helped my case. Thank you for turning them over to me without a fuss. No thanks needed. I can't stand cheaters. Neither could she. I gotta run. Send me a bill for your time or whatever you charge. No. She had started walking away and stopped, turning back, confused. No. He strutted up to her, his blue jeans and pullover shirt stretched like a second skin over his flesh. Then he leaned in and she felt his warm breath against her ear. You can owe me. I'll decide when you can pay me back, he told her, his voice low and husky. She let out a shaky breath. You are impossible, she mouthed. He chuckled as she walked away, and she may have put a bit of a sway in her step right before she got into the elevator. Chapter 6. Bailey was on speakerphone. Laura sat at the counter, Olivia on the bar stool next to her, and Cole leaning against the refrigerator. We are turning Grandma's house into an inn. An inn. And you will live there too? That sounds wonderful. What about our home? An announcement came through the intercom in the background. Bailey was in between classes and had finally returned Laura's call from 3 days earlier. She wanted to inform her youngest about what happened in court. Because Bailey was only able to stay for 2 nights, she didn't ever want her to feel left out. Mom's house was sold. We have a U-Haul coming today, Bail, Olivia jumped in. I can't say I'll miss the old homestead, Bailey told them. I much prefer Grandma's house. We all feel that way. Cole is going to put his skills to work and fix it up, since he'll be sticking around here for a while. He's also going to work on the rentals. They need some serious work. Awesome sauce. Look, I have to go. Love you guys. I'll call this weekend when I'm not rushing to class or studying. Bailey hung up rather quickly, but Laura put it off to her being in a hurry. Laura sighed. Bailey had a year and a half to go before she graduated. She had some concerns ever since the director of nursing explained how Bailey needed to step up and work harder. Which made no sense. Bailey had always worked harder than anyone she knew. Her desire to become a nurse outweighed everything else in her life for so long. There was something wrong. You're worried about Bailey, aren't you, Ma? Cole looked as concerned as she felt. She nodded. A little. She just doesn't seem like herself lately. When the director of nursing informed me that Bailey was getting behind, I couldn't believe it. That doesn't seem like Bailey at all, Cole piped in. She was way ahead of her class. On everything. Cole's right. It has to be that guy. Olivia tapped her nails on the counter. Who? The young man who drove her here? Laura had been so preoccupied, she had to admit she really wasn't paying attention to him. I was just so grateful he drove her home for the funeral. Olivia thinks the guy is on drugs. No, please don't say that. Olivia, what makes you think so? Well, the way he behaved gave it away. He was jittery and terribly agitated. They whispered for some time, then left for a few hours, and when they came back he was fine. I didn't want to tell you but thought you should know. Cole asked, what makes you an expert, sis? Every place I worked in was exclusive. Clients did not hide anything because they knew the people surrounding them had to sign confidentiality papers. They thought it was a ticket to do whatever they wanted. You could definitely tell who was on drugs. If not, someone always pointed it out. Just because we weren't allowed to speak out of work didn't mean we didn't talk about them to each other. Laura was glad, Olivia told her. Let's keep our eye on her. And the boy. Why don't we invite them both for a big meal once we get settled at the lake house? We'll celebrate with a huge family dinner. Cole pushed away from where he was leaning. Now that sounds glorious. Let me know what I can do. I also work for Pi. Laura and Olivia shook their heads. Cole was always begging for sweets. Laura began planning a dinner in her head. She was going to cook Bailey's favorite meal and get to the bottom of things. The girl was an adult, but if anything was going on, she wanted her youngest to know the family was there for her. No matter what. The movers showed up, the loud alarm sounding off indicating they were backing up to the garage. This won't take too terribly long, Laura told them. I'm not taking much. Most of the furniture is staying with the house, except for a few items I can't part with. Holly and Shar came through the front door holding coffee and pastries. We're here to help, Holly announced. And for emotional support, Shar nodded, holding up a bag of donuts from the local pastry shop. These are special donuts. Lots of Bavarian cream in the middle. Cole went for the bag in 2 large steps. Char laughed and held it above her head before she handed it to him. Laura gave both ladies a hug. "Thank you for coming," she told them. Once the van was loaded, Laura realized her last moments might be emotional. Who else but her 2 best friends to walk out the door with? Surprisingly, after a few hours, the U-Haul was packed and headed toward the lake house. Olivia and Cole followed in the car, while Laura stayed behind to make sure they got everything and to lock up. She didn't want to ever return once she walked out the door. The new owners weren't due to arrive until the 1st of the month. Kurt found a buyer before it went on the market, so Laura decided to leave the keys on the counter when she left. His new office would take care of the rest. She was going to close the door and not look back. "Laura, are you ready to go?" She had been standing in the living room, staring at the stone fireplace. The house seemed so cold and empty without her personal touch. For the last 20+ years, this had been her home. It wasn't easy. The cork made a popping noise and flew through the air, landing in the middle of the floor. Laura stepped forward to pick it up, then dropped to her knees. A sob tore from her throat. "I thought it would be easy," she whispered, pushing her knuckles against her mouth so she didn't cry out again. "Let it out, love." Char got down beside her, not saying a word, just staying by her side while she tried to figure it all out. She handed Laura the bottle, but Laura just sat there, feeling like a part of herself was gone. Holly joined them, and they sat on the floor for 2 hours, sipping wine and crying and laughing and crying again. "I've never been alone before. Even though we were married for so long, and he worked 90% of the time, I always knew he would come through the door. Now it's all up to me. Me. What if I fail?" Holly linked their arms together. "You've already won, sweet Laura. Don't you see it? Rebecca May wanted you to have this home for your family. She told you on her deathbed not to let him ruin it. I know. The kids all want the lake house. Cole's agreed to become a property manager and take care of the rentals, so all I have to do is concentrate on the inn. I've helped Kurt in his business, but I've never run anything on my own before. What if I can't do this? What if you don't try? Rebecca May will haunt you. You are living in her house," Holly teased. Char shook her head and laughed, even though she told Holly it was a terrible joke. "No, Laura is living in Laura's house. It's what Rebecca May wanted. She knew Laura was the one to keep her legacy going. I think she'd approve of turning it into an inn." "Do you think so?" Laura felt like any decision she made right now felt wrong. At first she dived in getting things packed and was anxious to move. Now she felt frozen to the rug and was afraid. "I know so, love." Char gave her a hug and got up. "You are afraid to walk out that door because when you do, there is no turning back. You have to take life one step at a time. I know how you feel." Holly got up, holding out her hand. "Come on, Laura. It's time for you to go home. To your real home. This isn't it. It's a showcase now that your things are no longer here." Laura took Holly's hand and stood. She looked around one last time. Even though the furniture was all intact, Holly was right. There was no family atmosphere here. It wasn't a warm house. Maybe it never was. "Let's get out of here." "Amen," Holly mumbled. The 3 walked arm in arm out the front door. Laura turned back and closed the door, making sure the latch closed tight. The lump in her throat made it hard to swallow. She blinked a few times, realizing there were no more tears. She was done crying. It was time to live again. Laura had an inn to run. "I now crown you the Hideaway Inn," Cole proclaimed. He handed a bottle of cheap champagne to his mother. "You want me to break this on the concrete step?" "Yes, Mother. It's what everyone does when they christen a ship or boat, or..." Laura shook her head. "This isn't a boat, son." But she took the bottle wrapped in a burlap bag. Cole had a sign made and placed it out front on the porch wall right beside the double doors. The front step leading from the porch was made of stone. Olivia, Bailey, Cole, and Bailey's friend Tristan stood waiting for her to make the move. Laura tapped the bottle against the stone. "Mother, give it a good slam. The burlap bag will protect you from the glass," Olivia said. Laura looked at her, horrified. Cole let out a belly laugh. This was too much. They'd been working long hours these past few weeks to get the inn up and running. There was one little thing to do before they could open the doors, and even though his mom had rushed them for the past few weeks, there she was, hesitating. "Mom, do it on the count of 3. Ready?" Bailey led the count. 1, 2, 3. Go. This time Laura put her shoulders into it and cracked the bottle hard against the stone, busting the bottle. Champagne soaked through the burlap and made the concrete step wet. Laura flung back her head and laughed. "I really hated to waste a good bottle of champagne," she said. "No worries, Mother. We've got the good stuff waiting right over there in the ice buckets." "I bought a cheap bottle for that purpose," Olivia told her. The small entourage moved from the front porch inside where it was warmer. It was already spring, but the air was still chilled. Cole let out a deep sigh. He'd been here over a month, and his cell hadn't stopped buzzing. He wasn't going to take the phone out of his pocket, because he knew it was her. Didn't she understand that if he cared for her, he'd never have walked away? What was it about women, he wondered. Up to now, things had gone smoothly. If she learned where he was, she'd come here. He didn't need that. Not one bit. Her family had already warned him to stay away. They even tried to pay him off. He had the check tucked in his wallet. He should send it back now that he decided against making a deposit. At first, he thought of it as compensation for being fired so abruptly. But now that he was here and his mom gave him the keys to a job that was right up his alley, he didn't want to take their money. They were all a bunch of crooks. Why hadn't he seen that from the beginning? Cole let out a deep sigh and ran a hand through his hair. He shook himself and followed the others inside. That part of his life was over. He had a new lease on life, and he was going to embrace it, or whatever Olivia called it. "Hey little bro, you look lost. Mom wants the grand tour. You okay?" "I'm good. Now I am. A month and a day ago, no. But it was time to leave it in the past. That is, unless the past came to Hideaway Lake to find him." His mother took his arm in hers. "Olivia and Bailey said you have a few surprises to show me. Let on, son." Cole grinned. "I sure do. While you and Olivia were living in luxury at Char's fancy cabin on the lake, I was hard at work with some finishing touches. Are you ready?" "Of course I am. Let's go through here." They walked through the open parlor, where one wall encased a stone fireplace. On the other side of the wall was an enclosed porch with another fireplace. He hadn't done much to the parlor, since there really wasn't any work that needed to be done. It had great hardwood floors that his grandma took good care of. The stairway going to the rooms upstairs separated the parlor and the L-shaped room. Sofas, recliners, and comfy chairs were set strategically to give off a homey feeling. It worked. The fire was burning low since the air was still raw in the evenings, even though spring had come 2 weeks ago. They passed a small alcove where a piano sat in the corner, and a clothes tree sat beside it for guests to hang their winter things. On the other side was a small antique desk with a desktop computer for guests if they needed the use of one. Next, they went to the dining room. "I found Grandma's extra table inserts, so I put them in. Now you can comfortably seat 8 people at the table." The trestle table was dark rectangular mahogany wood, with matching high-back chairs. Cole simply made a few repairs to the set. A long matching buffet was against the far wall. The drawers housed the silverware and dishes, along with fresh linen. Cole turned his mom towards the far end of the room. "Here is your surprise, Ma," he told her. She stared wide-eyed before a huge smile played across her face. "I love how you did this," she crooned. Cole had built a wall and door separating the kitchen from the dining room. Beside the door was a counter to put food on buffet style. He walked to the counter. "Look at this. You can open these from either side." He placed a finger under the counter and a panel that slid open to the kitchen. "I love this idea." "Thank you, son." "Oh, I'm not finished yet, Ma. We should go to the kitchen." "Well, lead the way." She followed him through to find another wall with a door on the far end of the kitchen. There was also a large counter with bar stools against the one wall where the family could sit to eat. "I couldn't fit a large kitchen table in here, but thought a countertop bar would be nice." "It's perfect. Where does the other room lead to?" "Your private quarters. Take a look." Cole was smiling as he watched his mother act like a teenager getting her first car. She was so upbeat and happy lately. Even though there was a ton of work in running an inn, she didn't seem to mind one bit. She was sending energy to all of them, encouraging him and Olivia both. Surprisingly, the divorce had been good for her. Sometimes he'd catch the sadness on her face, but it wasn't long until she recovered and pushed on. She was a strong woman. "Oh, Cole, this is wonderful." He hurried to her private quarters, to find her looking out the window. He made sure she had plenty of light in her small space. It was all one huge room, but they separated the bedroom and sitting area with a beautiful antique hand-painted separating screen. Peonies and flowers, along with colorful birds, were delicately painted on the hard-wrapped movable wall. "I found it in Grandma's storage area." She came forward and gave him a hug. "You've outdone yourself, son." "Thank you." The others had gone out to the covered porch, where Olivia had made dinner. The smell was drifting through the house. "I think we better go to eat." "It smells like Olivia took the covers off her dishes," Laura said. "I'm starving," Cole told her as they made their way back through the house. "I'm not sure if you noticed, but the back door is actually your private entrance." "I did see that." "Cole, thank you. You've done a great job here. I'd also like to talk to the whole family about some things after we eat." They sat at the long wrought iron table, passing dishes back and forth. Cole noticed Tristan put very little on his plate. He stared at his fork mostly during the meal. Bailey caught him staring at her boyfriend and gave him a pointed look. He shrugged and decided to mind his own business. At least she seemed okay this time. There was too much to do, and they all needed to work together to get it done. Olivia sliced a piece of something that looked and smelled delicious. "What is this?" he asked. "Ah, this entree is an excellent center-cut premium filet mignon. I made a special pate and mushroom mix, then wrapped it in a buttery pastry that will delight even the most finicky tongue. Try it." He told her, letting the flavor melt in his mouth. "It's so nice to have you around, sis." Laura cleared her throat and tapped her glass with a butter knife. "Speaking of which, I have an offer for all of you." "An offer? Of what?" Bailey asked. "This includes you also, Bailey. I want you to know when you are finished with school, you can come back here anytime you need to. I don't know where you will be working, but my doors are always open. You know this, right?" Bailey's boyfriend sat up a bit straighter. Cole noticed right away his attention had been waning, and now he was all ears. Olivia looked over at him. She realized it too. There weren't too many people that would come between their family ties. Bailey seemed to be serious about this guy, but Olivia nor Cole would allow anything to happen to her. That's what family does. He wished Bailey would realize it. "Of course I know that, Mom." Laura sat back. "I made your grandmother's house into an inn. It's officially the Hideaway Inn, but it doesn't have just one owner. We are all equal partners. There will be no argument there. If at any time you want to cash out, the rest of us will have to buy you out. Your grandmother begged me on her deathbed to make sure this would stay in the family. Now it will stay in for generations, I hope." "Wow, Mom, that's generous of you. But really, why did you do such a thing?" "I have my own money." Olivia was always so practical. Cole wanted to tell her not to disclose her income in front of Bailey's boyfriend. The look in the boy's eyes when she said that was disturbing. "Your money isn't going to last long if you don't get back to work, sis. Chefs don't make that much." He got her attention. She turned to him and opened her mouth, then snapped it shut when Tristan leaned forward. Olivia must have caught him watching her. She smiled. "Oh, you are so right. I am going to have to find something soon." That was a lie, but at least Tristan was no longer interested. Cole was going to watch him a little closer from now on. Laura spoke again. Cole knew she had something else on her mind. She always behaved nervously when she wasn't sure how people were going to react. "I decided I'm not going to sell the commercial building down the street." Cole was glad. The building was mortgage-free. There was a cafe, a small banquet room, 2 meeting rooms, and 2 large offices in the building. The one office was being leased to Shar, which alone made the building profitable. "Good for you, Ma. But you can't run an inn and a cafe at the same time." "No, I don't want to run a cafe. It is sitting empty waiting for someone to put their special touch on it. And I know a great chef in between jobs. Olivia was nibbling on a slice of red bell pepper when she stopped moving. Her eyes flashed to her mother. You want me to run the cafe? A little cafe in a small town like Hideaway Lake? I've served gourmet meals to dignitaries and movie stars, Mom. I've made meals that I can't even pronounce on a large scale. Do you think I'll be satisfied with a little cafe in the middle of nowhere? Cole almost choked on his food when Laura began to laugh. Mother. Olivia started. Why are you laughing at me? Oh, darling Olivia. I'm not laughing at you. Don't you think I've heard the longing in your voice every time you call home? You may be a famous gourmet chef working fancy dinners and conventions, but it's all you've known from the day you graduated from culinary school. How do you know if you'd like to run your own cafe, because you never had? Olivia stared at Laura with a stark realization. Oh my goodness, Mother. You are right. I've worked for traveling chefs for 8 years and never missed a day of work, barely used my vacation until now. Cole watched his sister transform in front of all of them. She nodded. I'll do it. I'm giving my resignation first thing in the morning. Truly? Laura stood up, pushing her chair back to hug Olivia. I'm so glad. I missed you so much. So did I, sis, Cole sighed. His sister was staying at home. Cole was going to be here running the property management and maintenance, and now all they had to do was encourage Bailey to come home more. Looks like you're next, Bale. Cole gave his little sister an encouraging smile. We have great hospitals close by. Bailey nodded but didn't say a word. She wouldn't even look him in the eye. He began to get concerned. He wanted to take her aside when the boyfriend wasn't around and have a little talk with his baby sister. That settles it then. Cole is staying at home to become our new property manager. He'll be living in the one rental and renovate the other 6, so I can concentrate on the inn. Now I have my oldest running the cafe. Dearest Bailey, you are next, my darling. I can't wait until you become a registered nurse. Hershey Medical isn't really far from here. Have you thought about where you want to practice your craft? Bailey shook her head. Think about it. They have one of the best programs for graduating nurses in the area. And you can stay here until you decide. That's if you want to, of course. I've got 5 rooms to rent out, but you can gladly have one of them. Cole watched as Bailey took a deep breath. He noticed Tristan taking his elbow and nudging Bailey. What was going on? Cole was about to say something when Bailey blurted out the last thing any of them wanted to hear. I quit the nursing program. Chapter 7. Laura plopped back down in her seat, taken completely off guard. You quit? Why? She whispered. Bailey did that thing with her bottom lip that she worried the girl would bite her lip off, but Laura noticed how Tristan kept nudging his arm against hers. What was he doing? Encouraging her to make all the wrong choices in life. This was not good. Olivia and Cole were right to be leery of him. Well, Mom, right now is not the time for me. I keep getting bad grades and can't focus. Tristan and I got to talking, and we're going to focus on his schooling while I stay home and take care of our apartment. Apartment? You are living with him? How long has this been going on? Bailey seemed offended at all the questions. Her daughter stiffened, and Laura knew she would not get anywhere if she raised her voice. Since Grandma's funeral. When I got back, I dropped from the program. I'm old enough to make my own choices, Mom. Sadly, you are. Considering your father and I paid for college, I think it was rude of you to do this without at least giving us a fair warning or talking about it. This is so unlike you, Bailey. Bailey looked down at her plate. I haven't talked to Dad since he left you. His actions disgust me, and you don't have to hide it from anyone anymore. Bailey, that's no way to talk about him. He is your father. Laura's suspicions grew. Now she was trying to turn the tables and take the pressure off of herself. Typical Bailey. What Laura wanted to know was, how did Bailey learn about Kurt's infidelity? Because Laura hadn't said a word to anyone. The only ones who knew were Shar and Holly, and neither one of them would admit it to the kids. Besides, that was something she didn't think her children needed to know about. They'd find out about Tammy soon enough, but she hadn't wanted it to be from her. Kurt was responsible for cheating, he should be the one to say it. "When are you going to tell everyone, Mom?" Bailey stared straight into her eyes. This was not her youngest daughter at all. There was someone else taking over her daughter's life, and Laura didn't like it one bit. Cole spoke up. "Tell us what?" Olivia took another bite of her food. "Am I the only one enjoying this dinner?" Laura gave Olivia a smile. "It's a lovely dinner, Olivia. Thank you for spending all day cooking, and you are right, we should enjoy it." Ignoring her youngest daughter's last question, she thought that was the end of it and dug into her plate. "Well, Mom, when do you plan to tell everyone that Dad was cheating on you?" "Bailey, that's enough." Laura stared at her youngest. "What is wrong with you? If I wanted everyone to know, I'd have said something." "Ma, is it true?" Cole set down his fork, looking perplexed. "Why wouldn't you tell us something like that?" Laura was getting so angry, she set her fork down too. "Cole, do you want me to know everything that happens to you?" She saw the worry in his eyes, but he shook his head and backed down. "No, Ma. I'm sorry." He turned to his little sister. "Why would you blurt that out at the dinner table?" Bailey stood up. "Why not? You all sit here and point fingers at me for not finishing school, but Dad has done something far worse and that's okay." She threw her napkin on the table and pulled at Tristan's sleeve. "Let's go for a walk." He stood and followed her like a stray puppy. Laura saw the smile on his face as he turned the corner. Why was he happy about this whole situation? What was Tristan up to? She'd try to figure it out, but realized she did owe Olivia and Cole some kind of explanation now. "I don't want any of you to hold it against your father for what happened. That's not fair to any of you. I don't know how Bailey found out, but I do plan on getting to the bottom of that. It really should not be something you should know." "Of course we'd want to know, Mom. Dad's a jerk." Laura had taken a sip of her wine and almost spit it out. "Olivia. Not nice. I've taught you to respect others no matter their faults." Olivia wrinkled her nose. "Oh, Mom. Dad was wrong to cheat on you. Who was it with? Gosh, I hope I don't know her." Laura wondered if she should say, or let Olivia find out on her own. In Hideaway Lake, there wasn't much the rest of the town didn't know about. "I hate to say, Olivia." "Why not? We will find out sooner or later, you do know that, right? It's best to burst our bubble now and get it out of the way. Right, Cole?" "Do I want to know?" Cole asked, anger in his voice. He always had a hard time with his dad, and now this. Laura did not like any animosity between her family members, and as long as Kurt was their father, he'd remain a family member no matter what he did. He just wouldn't be a well-respected one. That thought gave her a mild wave of satisfaction. "Yes, you do want to know, Cole. Mom? Are you going to tell us, or do we investigate on our own?" Olivia was a brat. No matter how old she was, she found a way to get what she wanted. Laura shook her head in defeat. "Tammy Slade." Olivia's eyes got huge. "Tammy? Of Slade's Accounting? No way. She's 15 years younger than Dad. Not too much older than me." "Oh, puke." When Laura looked at her son, he looked horrified and shook his head. "I have to agree with Olivia. She tried to hit on me one time when I dropped off your paperwork. That was a year ago, right about this time. I remember because I was on my way to the airport when you asked me to stop by there at the last minute." Laura was even more disgusted with her ex-husband and his sweet mercy lover. To think she had her hooks in Kurt and then tried to go after her son was more than she wanted to know. "Let's forget about everything except our wonderful meal Olivia made. It's getting cold." Cole grumbled. "Just another day in the life of the Myers family. I've decided which rental I want. It's the last one down the lane that sets back in the woods." "That's very private, son." "Good choice. It's a small cabin and I don't think it will take much work." He pushed his chair back. "I think I'll go check the furnace and see if it needs any repairs. I should be out of your hair tomorrow." "You don't have to rush, son." "I kind of do, Ma. You open in 2 weeks. Just in time for the tourist season and I want my own place." Laura didn't want to push him, but he was right. "I appreciate it, Olivia, why don't you go with your brother and I'll clean up? You worked hard today. I also think I'll make a plate for Shar and drop it off with her. You better make one for Holly too. I saw her at the farmer's market today, and she about drooled when I told her what I was preparing. I sure will. I thought she had a wine and art class tonight, but I'll stop there first. Olivia got up to follow her brother. Mom, I think I want to renovate that unused studio above the cafe. It has a small kitchen area and a bathroom, and if I can convince my brother here to do some work on it, I'd much rather have my own space too. That way you'll have all 5 bedrooms for guests. What do you think? You want to live in a commercial building? Yeah, why not? I'm sure the space is bigger than what I was used to in New York City. Well, it does have a nice view of the lake. Right. And the balcony is perfect for porch sitting after a long day in the cafe. What do you say, Mom? Go for it. Laura gave the two a kiss and hug before carrying the dishes back inside. The two left via the back door, and she was happier than she'd ever thought she'd be after the husband fiasco. Even though her kids were adults, they were all coming home. She was glad for their emotional support right now. All except Bailey. Laura was worried sick about her. It was one of the reasons why she wanted to see Shar. Maybe she could help. Laura loaded up 2 plates and covered them up before sticking them on the passenger side of her car. Even though she could walk to Holly's studio from here, she had to drive to Shar's place. It was already starting to get dark, and she didn't like walking on the trail and over that one little bridge at night. Even though it was perfectly safe, Laura had a fear of wild animals. She almost laughed to herself. In Hideaway Lake, there was a high probability of running into a deer or fox in the small wooded area, but there were no bears she'd have to face. Even so, she just didn't like the dark, even though the walking path was well lit at night. Holly was in the middle of a class, so she set it on a table in the far corner of the room. Holly blew her a kiss and went back to her clients since they were her paying customers. Shar was working in her office when Laura pulled up. She walked the short distance to the back door and peeked in since the door was unlocked. You hungry? Shar jumped clean out of her seat. A hand went over her heart. Oh, Laura. You scared me. I thought I locked the door. Laura thought that was strange because Shar wasn't scared of anything. What has you so jumpy? Shar closed a file she was working on and turned off the small desk lamp. She stretched and motioned for Laura to sit in front of the fire. They made themselves comfortable and Shar dug into the plate, moaning as she ate like there was no tomorrow. I love that Olivia is back. I need an invite to dinner at least once a week. The inn will be a hit just for her food. Laura laughed. You won't have to worry, Shar. Olivia agreed to stay and take over the cafe. I'm so glad. Do you think she'll be happy after the kind of work she's done? Laura shrugged. I sense that Olivia needs a change. I may be wrong, but I sense she's tired of that life. I can't blame her at all. The hustle and bustle of big city living is a whole different world. Living here in the woods right next to a lake makes life easier somehow. I'll drink to that, Laura said. Shar got up and ran into the kitchen, coming back with a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. Here you go, love. Let's have a drink to the future. Laura accepted the wine. I'm driving, so I can only have 1 glass, but you never did answer my question. Shar looked confused. What question was that? Why you were so jumpy when I came in? Shar shook her head. It's nothing. Well, it is something. Ryan Case texted me and told me I should think about updating my security system. He offered to come and take a look at it. Laura gave her a pointed look. Why would that make you jumpy? I told him that he is ridiculous, my security system is just fine. Laura busted out laughing. Your security system is always on the brink of collapse. How many times have they called you in the last few months, and you had to run home for nothing? I think he's right. You should get it checked. Well, we kind of made a bet. Laura waited for Shar to continue, and when Shar didn't say anything, she looked up to see her best friend sporting crimson cheeks. What was going on with Shar and Ryan Case? Shar, are you hiding something? Shar sighed. I told him that my security was fine, and he mentioned that he bets he can get through my security system without setting it off. Laura had a feeling Ryan was just the person to keep Shar on her toes. And has he tried? He said I'd never know when he was lurking in the background. Isn't that creepy? Here I sit every day wondering and waiting, not knowing if he will jump up at some point somewhere in my house. If you're sure the security system is working, you have nothing to prove. I'd like to see if he's right. Shar, are you secretly thrilled that he may be hiding on your property, trying to break in? How is that normal? Laura laughed. Shar was so daring. I don't think it is. There is nothing normal about Ryan Case. She burst out in laughter, and Laura couldn't help but laugh along with her. Why don't you just tell him it has to stop? Make him come on a certain day, and try to get past your security. That way you won't be on pins and needles like you are. Shar looked at her like she was crazy. What's the fun in that? Laura shook her head. She wasn't going to say anything more. After 3 long years of sorrow, it was nice to see Shar interested in something other than her work. I should go. It's going to be a busy 2 weeks, until the inn is open for business. Hey, do you know anyone who does PR work? I'd like to advertise and get a website going, but I'm a bit rusty in that area. Considering the real estate brokerage was already established by Kurt's father, before he jumped in and took over, I'd say you are way out of your league when it comes to the advertising aspect of the business. I may know of someone in Hideaway Lake who may be perfect for you. I'll give her a call. She works part-time at the Historical Society and runs a VA business from home. What's a VA? Exactly. Virtual assistants. Get out of the dark ages, love. Laura gave her friend a hug. That sounds perfect. Maybe she can teach me a thing or two. I've only collected rents, kept the books straight, and made appointments for Kurt. Running an inn will be totally new, but I can do it. You will be a wonderful innkeeper, love. Did you see that? What? They had walked out onto the wooden deck outside of Shar's office. Laura looked in the direction Shar was pointing, that overlooked the dock. Nothing was out there. Shar laughed and rolled her eyes. I guess he does have me on edge. He'd know better than to come at night when it's dark. Wouldn't he? I don't know, Shar. Maybe you should call him. You're right. If I hear his voice, I may be able to tell where he is. That's a great idea, love. See you soon. Laura got in her car, but not before she noticed how Shar raced to the door, locked it, and turned on the alarm on the panel by her desk. It was great to see her friend have something to keep her mind occupied. Thank you, Ryan Case. Hello, Sharon. You calling to give up before we even get started with the security system bet? She was sitting on the chair behind her desk, her feet casually propped on the top of it. Shar swung the chair gently back and forth. Very funny, Ryan. I'm calling to tell you that I saw you over by the docks. You have a lot of nerve trying to scare me while my friend is here. I don't miss a trick. By the dock? In front of your office where I came in the last time I was there? She snorted. Bad habit. It had been a while since she did that, but she didn't have anything to laugh about in a long, long time. You act surprised like you have no idea where my dock is. Let me paint a picture for you. Sharon, No, let me talk. I'm sitting here at my desk, and there are 4 lights outside on the wooden deck and the path leading to the dock. 2 rows of solar lights light up the dock. The moon is full, and it's shining down on the lake tonight. It's pretty lit up for a spring evening, but I know a shadow when I see one. Where is your friend? She left to go home, which I'm sure you just watched. Come out, Ryan. Your gig is up. I just picked up a pizza pie, Sharon. I was heading home. Aha. Should I look around for you? Where are you hiding? I guarantee it isn't in my house, because I'm looking at the red light that is on my security panel, and it is working fine. She was about to snort again when she saw another shadow by the dock. Look, it's not me. I'm coming past your drive in a minute. I can come in and check around for you if you'd like. Okay, Ryan. Now I'm feeling creeped out. What the? Shar's feet hit the ground and she jumped from the chair, leaving her desk and walking steadily to the double doors. The noise had scared Shar that she almost forgot she still had Ryan on speakerphone until he called out. Sharon. What's going on? Where did you go? I'm at the door. Oh, Ryan. There is a mother pup out here carrying 3 puppies in her mouth. 3 adorable babies. She just set them down over by the flower pot on the deck. I have to go out and see. Do not go out there. It sounds like she is trying to protect them. There must be a wild animal trying to get to them. Stay inside and I'll be there in 30 seconds. Shar heard what Ryan said, but if a wild animal was trying to hurt those poor babies, she was not going to stand by and watch a disaster happen. She went to the fireplace and picked up a steel poker from the rack. Arming herself, she pushed in the numbers to the security system and opened the door. Shar grabbed her cell from her back pocket and flipped on the button for the flashlight. It never hurts to have more light. She followed the dog as it walked down the lit path toward the docks when she saw the headlights coming down the drive. That had to be Ryan. Feeling a slight bit braver now that she wasn't alone, she followed the mother to a spot on the docks where she had been hiding her litter. There were 3 more babies. She almost had the 3 in her jaws when Shar heard a rustle in the woods nearest to the dock. A set of eyes glowed through the darkness. A wolf. Dear Lord, if there was one wolf, there had to be a whole pack hiding in the tree line. The mother froze, then slowly backed away, trying to get them to safety. Ryan. I'm at the docks. We need to make as much noise as possible. This little mama has to protect her babies from a pack of wolves. Where are the wolves? See the tree line closest to the docks? Okay, stand back. Follow the mother and hold your ears. He gave her all but 3 seconds to place hands over her ears before a warning shot rang out. Then 3 more shots followed. The trees rustled for a moment or so. It sounded like the wolves were scrambling away. She looked back but no longer saw eyes glowing. Relief flooded through Shar. She followed the mother to the deck where the other babies were curled up in a corner. Ryan checked the area before heading back to her. We better get them inside or they'll be back. They got a scent of fresh meat. Shar stared at the mother, who was still acting nervous even though she knew she was out of danger. Will she let me pick them up? One way to find out. Ryan petted the mother, talking softly to her, and then carefully scooped up the 3 babies on the deck. He walked to the door and opened it, stepping inside. The mother stood still, the other 3 puppies still hanging from her mouth and her back rigid. Shar immediately started talking to her. It's okay, honey. Come on, let's go get your babies. She took a few steps and the mother followed, her eyes glaring at Ryan, who had her pups. It took a few minutes to convince her to come inside, but when she did, Shar sighed in relief. What will I do with them? Do you have a box or even a basket big enough for all of them? I'm afraid I don't. Wait, I have an idea. She hurried to the bench seat on the far side of the room and lifted the cushion top. Inside was a pile of soft blankets she used as extras. She gathered all of them in her arms and hurried across the room, stopping in front of the fireplace. Ryan closed the door and saw what she was trying to do. He helped her make a makeshift bed for the animals. Then he went over to the mother and picked up the puppies, carrying them to the blankets. The mother followed close behind. When she realized that her babies were safe, she laid down alongside the little pile of babies. They had been sleeping, but now they wanted to eat and found their way to her. The mother was exhausted. After all 6 babies latched on, she lowered her head to the soft thickness of the blankets. I think she is exhausted. Ryan knelt beside her. She is. Imagine trying to keep them safe knowing a pack of wolves was nearby. She must have been hiding here for some time and knew you weren't a threat. Shar shook her head. I never noticed her, but then I was so busy with Laura's case and other work, I had my head down and wasn't even aware of what was going on around me. Now she can relax with her babies on cashmere and Italian lamb's wool. You need to be more careful living out here by yourself. Shar brushed it off. That's why I have an alarm system. You need my protection, he told her, his voice so low it felt like a caress across her cheek. His blue eyes were watching her. Shar was sitting so close. She wanted to back up and yet she didn't. I have protection. I need wine. Would you like a glass of wine? He shook his head slowly. I'm a beer guy. Of course you are. Beer. Manly. Powerful. Rescues mommy dogs with babies. Yum. I'm out of beer, she told him, perhaps a bit too breathlessly. He gave her a smile and lifted himself up from the floor. I have some in the Jeep. I've got a pizza too. I'll be right back. He strolled out of her office like he owned the place. Shar looked at him in astonishment. He was getting pizza and beer and bringing it inside and never asked if she minded. Because she didn't mind a bit. But it would be nice to be asked. Her husband would have been a gentleman and asked. But there was nothing gentlemanly about Ryan Case. He was all hard-chested, He-Man attitude, fight a bear with his bare hands kind of guy. And truth be told, she didn't mind one bit. Chapter 8. Laura was worried about Bailey. It had been at least 2 hours since she angrily left the supper table, and she wasn't back yet. When Laura came home from Shar's, her room was still dark. She pushed the swing back, allowing herself to rock back and forth, enjoying the night. It was beautiful here in Hideaway Lake, and she tried to look at it from a guest's perspective. The trees were starting to come to life, and the buds of new greenery were peeking out of the ground. In another week this would be a gorgeous view, and all of nature would come to life. Even at night, this place was so pristine, the way the moon shone across the lake, making the water glitter like crystals dancing on the top. It was heavenly. Laura was so glad she fought for this place. I hope you are proud of what we accomplished so far, Rebecca May. This is your legacy, and we will carry it on as long as we can. All at once an owl hooted, and even though Laura knew it was part of nature, she took it as a sign that Rebecca May heard her. A smile played across her lips as she imagined how proud her mother-in-law would be. 2 thin figures were walking down the narrow street, holding hands and talking quietly. It was Bailey and Tristan. They were both too thin. When the gate opened and closed, Laura pushed the swing back to let them know she was on the porch. Welcome back, she announced. You go on in, Tristan. I can wait. Her youngest daughter shook her head. No, it's fine. Are you sure? Bailey nodded. Tristan was reluctant to leave her, but Bailey got tired of waiting and opened the screen door. Go on, she said, a bit more firm than before. Laura took it all in from where she sat on the swing. When Bailey turned to her, she scooted over, patting the seat. Bailey sat down and laid her head on Laura's shoulder. Before Laura realized what was happening, Bailey's whole body began to tremble and she started crying uncontrollably. I'm sorry, Mommy, she wept. Laura threw her arms around her and held her close while she cried, not saying a word. Sometimes words were not needed during these moments. Laura dug in her pocket for the small pack of tissues she always kept with her. Handing one to her daughter, Bailey blew her nose and let out a sigh. I'm sorry that I told everyone what Dad did. I realize it wasn't fair if you wanted to keep that to yourself. I'm a terrible daughter. Laura smiled. Bailey was always so dramatic. She added the terrible daughter part with a catch in her voice at just the right time. You are a wonderful daughter. We all have our problems, Bailey. It doesn't mean we can't work them out. How did you know about your father's issues? Tristan overheard you talking to Shar at Grandma's funeral. He told me you were keeping it a secret. Ah, Tristan again. That boy was trouble. Maybe Tristan needs to stop giving advice. He's my boyfriend, Mom. I trust him. I wish I did. At least Olivia and Cole were keeping an eye on things while they were here. If Tristan was up to no good, he'd be found out quick. Laura held her daughter closer. I love you, Bailey. We sent you to nursing school because you wanted to go so badly. You were almost through it. No one said it would be easy. I made up my mind, and I'm sorry to be a disappointment. It's just that Tristan and I decided to get his career going, and then we'll work on mine. I love him, Mom. Laura reached into her pocket. I know you are leaving early in the morning so he can get back to school. Bailey, you will always have a home here if things don't work out. She cupped her daughter's face in her hands and kissed the tip of her nose. Bailey giggled. It was almost like she was a child again, getting reprimanded for doing something and getting caught. Sometimes it was hard to believe Bailey was 20. Thanks, Mom. Remember what I said. You call me if you need anything. Anything at all. One of us will come for you, no questions asked. She reached in her pocket and drew out an envelope that she had carried around all day long. I'll be fine, Mom. Don't worry about me. Once Tristan gets through the next semester, I'll apply again to finish school. I've taken a job at a local restaurant, so the tip money is really helping pay the bills. We just want to get him through first, and then I promise to go back." Laura handed her the envelope. "Emergency cash. I think you should hide it somewhere safe. A woman should always have a stash just in case." Bailey gave her a hug. The screen door closed, but when Laura looked up, no one was there. Bailey looked over the same time she did, then frowned. "I better go," she told Laura, giving her one last hug. "I'll try to be up when you leave so I can see you off, love." Bailey blew her a kiss. "We're going around 4 in the morning. It's okay if you aren't. Love you, Mom." Laura sat on the swing for a long time, watching the moon's rays dance over the lake, glad they were able to talk and work out their differences. Unlike her own failed life, she was sad that her marriage was over after all these years, and yet the feeling there was so much more for her rose from somewhere deep in her soul. Even though the next phase of her life meant she was living it on her own, there was this little desire to see if she could make it by herself. Along with her grown children by her side, she was going to live her life with honesty, integrity, and abandonment to embrace this beautiful place and make it a part of her own legacy. Bailey climbed the stairs, becoming suspicious when she heard the bedroom door close. Like the screen door closing when she was talking to her mom, she was pretty sure Tristan was listening to their conversation. She didn't understand him. He was always worried about who she talked to and what was being said. She loved Tristan so much, but living with him in a small closed studio apartment made her realize just how much she missed being around the other nursing students. Even though the classes at college had been so much pressure, the everyday conversations gave her a feeling of accomplishment. These past few months she had really screwed up things for herself. It had become so bad that she figured it was better to drop out and try again after Tristan graduated. Well, Tristan thought that was best. Now she wasn't so sure. Bailey felt closed in, almost to the point of being suffocated. In a way, she didn't like having to tell him every detail of her day and wait for his approval. She pushed open the bedroom door and slid inside. Tristan was propped up on the bed, his shirt off, his feet bare. He was staring out the window, an angry look on his face. "Hey," she said, sitting on the edge of the bed to slide her shoes off. She curled up alongside him, and he placed an arm over her shoulder. She wrapped her arm around his waist, snuggling against his body. His whole body was stiff, like he was about to pounce on her about something. Now what did she do, she wondered, but didn't ask. When he spoke up, she realized how mad he really was. "When are you going to tell me about the money your mom handed you?" "What?" Bailey didn't think that was any of his business. "I came downstairs for something to drink and heard her. She slipped you an envelope for an emergency." Bailey shrugged. "What's the big deal? So far we are doing all right, but there may come a time when things get tight and we may need to use it. I think it's wonderful that Mom is trying to show her support after what I did." "You didn't do anything wrong, Bailey. Don't let her tell you differently." Bailey sat up, a long sigh leaving her. "What is it with you, Tristan? My mom has been good to me, to us. After what she has gone through, I didn't expect her to forgive me for behaving the way I did. Maybe she is right. I probably should have toughened up and got through the last year of nursing school. Now I'll have to reapply." Tristan looked alarmed. "You're not thinking about reapplying now, are you?" "I don't know. Maybe." Tristan pulled her to him and gave her a long drawn-out kiss. "Ah, baby. I can't bear the thought of you working so hard. You know how happy you make me, don't you?" "I thought I did." She gave him a reassuring kiss back. "It's late. We've been through a long day, Tristan. Let's get some sleep since we'll be leaving so early in the morning." "I've got something that will keep us going all night long, babe." He guided her hand to his pocket where the outline of a pill bottle stuck out. "Maybe we should just hang on to them for another day. You know, since I'm not trying to get through class and all, I don't need them as much as I thought I did." "Seriously?" He pulled the bottle from his pocket, watched her carefully, and took off the lid. Tristan made a big show of taking one of the pills, then another. He placed the edge of one in his mouth and drew her to him until her lips were against his. Then he pushed the pill between her teeth, and she let it slide down her throat and swallowed. He was being generous, giving her some of his stash. Tristan only allowed her to have a pill when he said so. It did make her feel good, and there were days after they binged that she craved a pill so badly, but he refused to give her any. He liked it when she begged him. This time she didn't have to, and a sweet smile played across her cheeks. 15 minutes later, they were sitting on the bed, legs crossed, talking about the future. Tristan liked her to tell him how she would always take care of him while he finished school. He loved a back massage too. Sometimes they spent a long time just talking, giving him a back massage and holding each other. It was such a wonderful feeling to be loved, she thought. Bailey had thought about refusing to take any more of the pills a few times, but Tristan always had a way of making her feel like she needed them. And him. She sighed, staring out the window as his voice went on and on. Tristan knew best how to keep her happy. Laura smiled at the note her daughter left on the counter. "Good morning, Mom. I threw the sheets in the washer before we left. I'll call you when we get back to the apartment. Love you, Bailey." The back door swung open as Cole made his way inside carrying a black toolbox. "Found this in the shed out back," he told her. "Do you mind if I take it to the cabin? I have some repairs to make there." "Of course. Why are you up so early this morning?" "I heard Bailey and Tristan take off, so I figured it was time to get up and get moving." "When do they sleep, Ma?" "I heard them talking all night long. Woke me up several times." She shrugged. "I have no idea. Maybe they stayed awake so they could get going so early." Cole shook his head. "It makes no sense." "Well, it does make sense. I still think he is on something. He's too skinny. Bailey too. Just keep your eyes open. I gave her some emergency money in case she needs to make a fast exit. I told her to call and one of us will be there for her." "Good idea, except the money probably wasn't a good idea. If Tristan finds it, he'll use it for drugs. I'm pretty sure of that. I didn't give it to her in front of him. I told her a girl has to have their own stash in case of an emergency. She understood what I meant. I'll call and check on her more. Maybe even talk Olivia into taking a drive to see her next week. That will certainly make me feel better. I'm meeting with a young lady this morning about doing some advertising and building a website for the inn's opening. Shar said I need to get into this century." Cole laughed. "It will help your business, Ma. Do you want me to do anything for you today?" "No, son. Have some breakfast and tell me how it tastes." Cole set the toolbox by the door before sitting at the counter. She placed a hot plate of eggs, sausage links, and potatoes in front of him. "This looks tasty." "Thanks, Mom." "You are welcome. I'm trying different recipes right now to see what I want on the menu. The opening is only a week away, but since I have no guests yet, it won't matter." A knock on the frame of the wooden screen door caught Laura's attention. No one usually came to the back of the house. "Hello. I'm sorry to bother you, but I walked from the Historical Society, which is right down the road. We have an appointment if you are Laura Myers." Laura smiled. "Come in. Would you like some breakfast? It sure smells good." "Then have a seat beside Cole and join us. You must be Madison Walker." Laura opened the screen door to a young lady with straight dark auburn hair. She had freckles scattered across her cheeks and nose, and a smile that was filled with kindness. She wore a short-sleeved dress with a pair of flat sandals and carried a notebook tucked in the crook of her arm. An expensive camera with a long strap was hanging over her shoulder. "Yes, I am Madison. Thank you." Laura took a plate from the cupboard and dished up a smaller quantity of food than she had for Cole. She noticed Cole's eyes got huge when he saw Madison. Well, it would do Cole some good to be friendly with such a sweet girl. Laura promised herself she'd keep her matchmaking skills to herself. Her kids had to find their own way in life. But it truly was difficult at times. She wanted the best for all her kids, but even then they had to make their own mistakes. She dished a plate for herself and sat beside Madison. "Madison, would you like some coffee or orange juice with your breakfast?" "I'd love some orange juice. Thank you so much for this. I certainly wasn't expecting food when I came here." Cole gave a small grunt in between a mouthful of eggs. "If you show up at the door, you have to eat. That's always been my mother's philosophy." Laura watched as Madison gave Cole one of her great smiles. That's wonderful, and it sure makes great advertising now, doesn't it? Cole grinned. I suppose it does. What are you going to do with the camera? I want to take some photos for the website, if that's all right. I can show you around if you like, Cole offered. Laura was being pushed out of this by her son, which she didn't mind at all. As a matter of fact, it was nice to see Cole interested in something besides construction. He'd always kept so busy at his work, he never made time for anything or anyone. Laura didn't remember him ever talking about a girl. Maybe it was time she intervened. Just a smidgen. Madison, I think if you take photos of the inn, I'd also like to add the rental properties on the website somewhere. If Cole is free, he can show you the rentals we have available since he is the project manager for the Hideaway Inn. Cole gave his mom an intended smile. Of course I can help. We have 6 rentals available and the inn. The open house is next week and we don't expect much business since we haven't really advertised yet. Madison took a sip of her juice. She shook her head and looked at Laura. I can have a website up and running by this evening. I know exactly where to advertise and can almost guarantee that some of these rooms will be filled for opening day. Laura was impressed. You can do that, Madison? I'll be honest, I have no idea where to start. Madison smiled. I'm good at this, Laura. If you would like to test me out, you don't have to pay until you get some of your rooms filled. You are hired, Madison. I like you already, and you come highly recommended by Shar. She would not steer me wrong. Thank you. She gazed at Cole. If you are finished eating, I'd like to get started. Laura almost laughed out loud at how fast Cole shoveled the last of his potatoes in his mouth. He wiped his hands and stood. Can I take your plate, Madison? She handed it to him. Certainly, and thank you. Laura's heart was so happy. This was a good thing that was happening right in front of her eyes. Cole certainly needed to be kept on his toes. Mom, do you want a photo of each bedroom? What do you think, Madison? Laura thought it would be a good idea. Have you named the rooms? Named them? Yes. For example, the lavender room or the rose room. Most inns have a theme. Laura sucked in a breath. I hadn't thought of that. I'm terribly new at this. It's okay. You are not the first innkeeper that hasn't thought of it. How about when Cole shows me around, I'll jot down some ideas and we can go over them before I leave? Laura gave her a hug. You are my saving force. Thanks so much. I'll clean up while you take a look through the inn. Cole led Madison through the downstairs first before she heard them go upstairs. She frowned. Was she cut out to run an inn? She hadn't even thought about naming the rooms. What if she forgot something and one of her customers got hurt, or worse? So many various thoughts went through her head. Laura was scaring herself right out of this. No. The inspector was coming at noon today for a final inspection. After his approval, the inn would be ready for business. She was so close. There was no sense in trying to talk herself out of making her own dreams come true. Her ex-husband had made a comment to Shar that Laura wouldn't be a success without him, no matter what she did moving forward. She was going to show him that he was wrong. Even if she didn't care what he thought anymore, she had to prove it to herself. The Hideaway Inn would be a success. She didn't need him or want him after what he did to their family. She could do this. The team around her was growing. Fabulous people were on it, and she was going to prove that she was not a failure. Chapter 9. Cole found it so easy to speak to Madison, he surprised himself. It had been a long 2 years, having to always be careful when he spoke to a woman. Maybe it was just her, he wasn't sure. All he knew was he felt free at last. Madison was a take-charge woman. She talked to him, made notes and took photos all in the same breath. He found himself watching her every move, admiring the way she worked. She was smooth and sure of herself, clicking the camera with so much ease it became a part of her. He was actually sorry they were through with the inn. Then he remembered they had to go to the rest of the 6 cottages and meet back here at noon for the inspection. He watched as Laura and Madison went over her notes. If they took too long, he'd nudge them on, but it looked like they were finishing up. He poured himself a cup of coffee while they talked. As I was taking photos, I thought of some names if you'd like to see what I came up with, Madison offered. Laura was reading her notes. I like this one, the Mountain Laurel Room. Madison nodded. I thought that the room seemed so fresh and clean and spring-like. I love the coverlet that's filled with flowers that actually look like mountain laurels. Then let's make it official. The Victorian Rose Room? I know which one you're talking about. The wallpaper is much too busy for me, but hopefully our guests will feel like they stepped back in time. Madison agreed. It's a time period room. I love the nostalgic feel to it. May I also suggest the Serenity Room, Lavender Room, Bluebird Room, and lastly the Honeyberry Room? Laura clapped. Cole had to smile. He hadn't seen his mother so full of gladness since he came home. I think it's perfect. I can't wait until you see the cottages and cabins. We have 6, but Cole is staying in the small one, so that won't be rented. We should still give it a name, Madison suggested. Even though it is occupied, the advertising can't hurt. Cole glanced at the clock. If you want me back here for the inspection, Madison and I should go see the other cottages right now. Laura shooed them out the door. Go on then. I'll finish here. She turned to Madison. Thank you, dear. I'm feeling much better about this whole situation. My pleasure, Laura. I'm excited for you as well. Cole gave his mother a kiss on the cheek. I'll be back soon, Ma. She's adorable, his mom whispered in his ear. Cole shook his head as he headed out the door. Now his mother was starting to worry him. She was looking at this whole thing as an opportunity for him to hook up with a nice girl. He saw it in his mom's eyes. Little did she know, there was no way he'd want to become serious about anyone right now. Not with that filly mess hanging over him like a dangling bead during Mardi Gras. He still hadn't decided what to do about the whole situation. Madison stood at the edge of the porch waiting on him. He took her elbow, and they headed down the path towards a pure white golf cart. I fixed up this cart I found at one of the cottages. I'm going to crown it my maintenance cart. We can use it if you don't mind riding on the bumpy seat. Cole had to admit he wasn't too surprised when she didn't blink an eye and hopped right onto the bench seat. Sure, it sounds like we may run out of time if you have to be back by noon. He got behind the wheel and took off towards the first cottage. Basically, the other places are right in this area. There are 2 a bit further out, including my smaller one. I prefer to be away from the crowds. Cole drove the cart past the Historical Society, a small 2-story pale yellow building on the corner near the open-air playhouse. 2 older gentlemen were standing on the small porch and turned when Madison called out to them. One waved and the other man nodded, turning away from the golf cart as they whizzed by. Cole pointed to a large cottage a few doors down from the Historical Society. Mom owns those 2 cottages sitting side by side. My grandfather invested in this community for many years, and the properties have passed down the line. She now owns the 6 cottages and cabins, plus the inn and a commercial building that houses the cafe. Cole didn't think it was necessary to describe the exact way in which his mother got the properties. He wasn't about to announce his dad cheated on his mom. Madison smiled at him. She looked like a shy girl except when she spoke of the Hideaway Lake area. Then she was filled with knowledge and her eyes lit up. She seemed to love the small lakeside community. They began to walk up the hill towards the first cottage. I love how small the lots are. Not much maintenance needed, especially for the folks who don't want to do outside work when they are on vacation. I agree. Cole opened the gate that closed off the huge wooden porch. He pulled out a set of keys from his pocket and began to rifle through to find the one that opened up the door. The owners of some of these cottages only come around once or twice a year and rent the rest of the time. Mom used to take over that too, but with her new ownership of the inn, she had to give that part up. Madison followed him into the cottage. I understand your mom and dad owned the real estate company that managed all the rentals in the whole community? Somewhat. There were still a few owners who rented out on Airbnb themselves, but when our parents divorced, Dad kept the real estate part of the company. Mom now owns everything I've mentioned on Hideaway Lake. That way she can concentrate on her inn, and I'll help her manage the rentals. It sounds like a very nice arrangement. I work at the Historical Society a few days a week and love it, but my main job is working as a VA. Cole was even more curious about her. Do you live locally? Madison nodded. Oh yes, I do. We have a year-round cottage at Hideaway Lake. Cole wondered if she was married. He gazed at her hand, but there wasn't a wedding ring on her delicate-looking finger. That didn't mean she wasn't in a relationship with someone. He let out a sharp breath. It didn't matter. He didn't want to know. The less he knew about someone else, the better. This is the largest cottage out of all of them. He watched as she made notes and took more photos. He was like a little puppy following her around with a smile on his face. She turned to find him watching her. He quickly looked away, but he did notice her pale cheeks were flushed. Madison was a beautiful woman. Her long dark hair and pale skin, along with blue eyes and a friendly face, made him want to get to know her better. Her looks were so different than the women he usually dated. Especially a certain blonde with hazel eyes that had caused him so much trouble. He abruptly tucked that thought away. Cole didn't want to think about his past. The rest of the morning, he showed her each cottage while she scribbled notes and photographed the rooms. When they got to his small cabin tucked back in the woods, she cried out in delight. This is lovely. The perfect setting. Cole gave her a smile as she jumped out of the golf cart and made her way to the front door. They had to travel down 2 flights of stairs since it was sitting on the side of a steep hill. She snapped photos of the cabin from all angles. I hate to tell you, but this one is mine. I know, Cole. Just the way she said his name made him want to throw an arm around her shoulders and pull her in for a kiss. But he didn't. They were friendly with each other, and she was doing his mom a favor. That meant hands off. I'll show you inside. She followed him through the door to a huge living space for such a tiny cabin with a peaked roof. A bedroom and bath were on the left side, a stone wall with a fireplace, and a small eat-in kitchen behind the living area on the first floor. A set of steps led to a loft tucked along the far side. It's so cozy in here, she mentioned, snapping more photos. Out of all of the cottages and cabins, I would have chosen this one too. It's perfect for 1 person or even 2. I like being alone, away from people, he told her. Not that I don't like people. I do. My job as a construction supervisor had me dealing with employees and bosses and customers every day. So when I saw this place, it called out to me. Interesting. How will you do that job and this one at the same time? Cole frowned. I should have mentioned I left that job. It was in Philly. I'm here for good. At least until my mom gets sick of me and fires me. He wasn't ready to tell anyone else that he'd been let go from his Philly job. Not yet. It just wasn't something a man was proud to say. Madison laughed. She flung her head back enough that her hair cascaded across her shoulders and back. She was just so lovely and sweet, and she was nothing like anyone he had ever met. I bet your mom is so glad you left that job. Now she has you to help her. What a gift you are giving her. Cole loved her positive attitude. He grinned. Thinking about it like that makes me look like a hero, actually. So I'll take it as a compliment. Madison pointed the camera at him. Don't move, she said, her voice commanding. He looked right into the camera, not smiling. When she moved it away from her face, she wasn't smiling either. Her cheeks were no longer a crimson color, but she quickly took a step back. We'd better get back. The clock reads almost noon. Cole shook himself and tore his eyes from her. She was right. We better hustle then, he told her, all businesslike and professional. The ride back was quiet, until a few robins flew by and landed in one of the trees along the road. I love watching the birds, Madison told him, pointing to the tree. They are amazing. Just like you, he wanted to say, but restrained from doing so. He pulled up to the inn, careful to avoid the plants along the side of the small driveway between the inn and the next house. All of the properties had small lots, and were tucked tight into the side of the mountain with the lake within view. It was a gorgeous place to live in. Madison said goodbye and began to walk down the road. Cole was happy he got to spend the morning with her, and hated for it to end. Laura stuck her head out the back door. Madison, can you stop in later for dinner and we'll discuss the advertising budget? Will 5 o'clock suit you? Madison looked surprised that she was asked for dinner. Certainly. I'll see you then. Bye, Laura. Bye, Cole. She waved and he watched her walk down the road back the way they came. She was probably going to the Historical Society, he realized, and almost gave himself a kick in the pants for not offering to drop her off somewhere. Ahem, his mom called out. The inspector is here, Cole. When he walked through the door, Laura gave him a raised eyebrow look. He remembered those looks quite well. She only did that when she was suspicious of something he did, or how he was acting. Or, come to think of it, if she wanted something to happen. Mom, don't go getting any ideas. Madison is a nice girl and I'm far from ready to date. Oh. Did something happen in Philly? Cole shook his head. His mom knew there was something he was keeping quiet about. She always knew when he wasn't himself or avoided questions. Like right now. He didn't want to discuss Philly or the boss's niece and what happened. Besides, the inspector was standing in the kitchen watching the two with amusement. Not ready to discuss my life with you, Mom. Sorry. Laura made a noise and Cole took it as disapproval before she firmly switched gears and held out a hand to the inspector. Good afternoon, Mr. Peterson. I'm glad you are here. Where would you like to start? As they talked and slowly made their way through the whole house, Cole followed behind to make sure he could explain any construction issues Mr. Peterson may have. So far the man had taken a few notes and nodded at everything his mother said. Then he looked closer. The man was an older gentleman, with horn-rimmed glasses and black hair slicked back with gel. He wore a three-piece suit and an overcoat, which Laura promptly took and hung on the antique coat rack in the foyer. The part that Cole found interesting was how his mom was charming the man. At first, he wondered if she would be able to stand up to the inspection with all she'd been through. Come to find she was as tough as nails. She was leading Chad Peterson around like a little lost, drooling puppy. Cole noticed the man was infatuated with his mother. Would you care to stay for lunch? She asked. I made some chicken fajitas earlier and they are still warm. He wiggled his nose and sniffed. Well, I'm not really supposed to. Laura shrugged it off. No one will know. Come now, let's get you seated at the counter. After all, you should not only inspect the house but the food I'm serving as well. Cole had to chuckle at the way his mom was manipulating Chad. From what he was watching, he had to admit he was wrong. She was no fragile wallflower. Chad spoke up. I guess I can stay for a short while. I don't inspect the food part, but I will say you passed the zoning inspection with flying colors. Laura gave Cole a great smile. It's because of my son making sure all the codes and such were up to date. Chad turned his head, nodding to Cole. Good job, young man. Thank you, Cole mumbled, then headed towards the kitchen. He had a ton of work to do on the one cottage, but he wasn't about to let his mother dine alone with Chad Peterson. The man was obsessed with his mother. Well, maybe he shouldn't go that far, but he knew what it felt like to have someone stalk every move you made. Cole shook himself. No use thinking about Sherry. She was over and done with. The day he left West Enterprise, she was out of his life for good. Thank you, Jesus. Chapter 10. Laura set up dinner on the front porch. She found a round bistro table tucked in the walk-in closet beside the kitchen pantry. It was made of black cast iron and just needed to be scrubbed. She cleaned it, dragged it from the kitchen to the front porch, and set the table and two chairs in a small corner of the porch. Throwing a white lace tablecloth over top, she stepped back to peruse her work. A perfect spot for breakfast for two or a romantic meal. Laura turned to the two who stepped out from the parlor onto the front porch. Cole, Madison, would you two mind dining at the bistro table tonight as an experiment? Cole frowned. What kind of experiment, Ma? Laura crossed her arms. She wasn't going to put up with Cole being difficult, and she saw the challenge in his eyes. Son, I am opening an inn in 1 week, and I want to know if this table will be a good place to serve a meal. Now would you mind? Madison smiled. I'll be happy to help you, Laura. She glanced at Cole. And so will he, right, Cole? Cole mumbled and then nodded. Why was he being so difficult? Who wouldn't want to have dinner on the porch with a beautiful woman? Laura gave them both a huge smile and clapped her hands together. Wonderful. You two have a seat and I'll bring the meal. She went inside to check the oven where everything was being kept warm. Pulling it from the oven, she set the two dishes on the counter to cool down. Laura took 2 wine glasses, a bottle of Sauvignon, and went back outside. As she placed the wine glasses in front of the two, Cole glared while Madison gave her an encouraging smile. "Have a glass of white wine, kids, and I'll be back shortly." "The food smells delicious," Madison added. "I can smell it from here." "Oh, that's good. It's exactly what I was hoping for." Laura hurried inside, took 2 of her good china plates and filled them. She hurried back outside and set the plates on the small bistro. "Here you go. I've made seared scallops with butter and garnished with a lemon, asparagus tips and a side of linguine and cream sauce. Enjoy." Cole licked his lips, which made her smile. He dug in like she knew he would once he saw the food and the aroma reached his senses. He began to moan out loud as he ate. That was one thing about her kids she loved. They knew how to enjoy a good meal. "This is great," he told her, opening his eyes when Madison agreed. "It is so good. Will you have all 3 meals available for your guests, Laura?" Laura shook her head. "No. That will be too much. I'm making a buffet breakfast available in the morning, and then a light lunch for those who want it. There are plenty of places to have dinner close by. It would be way too much to provide 3 meals. When Olivia opens the cafe, you can always send the guests there for a meal." Laura nodded. "I was thinking about that. Perhaps I'll have a continental breakfast and send them to the cafe for lunch." Madison's hand flew in the air. "Or, you can create a coupon or card for those who stay at the inn to receive a percentage off their meal at the cafe." "That makes good business sense. Thank you, Madison." She smiled shyly when Cole turned to look at her. Laura was watching them both. They'd make an adorable couple, but Laura worried that Cole was hiding something that happened in Philly. Cole was an adult. He didn't have to come to his mother every time something upset him. Yet she wanted her son to know she was there for him if he needed her. Especially if there was a woman out there who broke her son's heart. The rest of the evening was enjoyable. Laura joined the two with a plate of her own. She sat on the porch swing while holding her plate, listening as Madison discussed some of the ideas she had, and already began building a website for the inn. After another glass of wine, she excused herself to wash up the dishes. Madison insisted she help, so they took everything inside. When Madison said it was time she went home, Cole insisted on walking her since it was dark. She smiled and accepted as Laura watched the two walk off. Maybe Cole was angry at her at first for pairing him with Madison at the bistro table, but he seemed okay now. Laura sat on the swing, rocking back and forth slowly, wondering where this next venture would take her. Would she be able to run the inn? Or was this a huge mistake? When her cell buzzed, she pulled it from her back pocket. "Want a puppy?" It was Shar. "What are you doing with a puppy?" "You mean 6 puppies. I'm calling." "No, I have some company." "Well, the Jeep just pulled down the drive." Laura caught Shar's last text when she was about to hit the call button. "Does Holly know what is going on?" "Yes." "No, I do not want a puppy. I'm calling Holly." Laura had to call back twice until Holly answered. "Hello, love. I'm guessing you just spoke with Shar?" "Texting. She is getting company so she can't talk." "What's going on?" Holly laughed. She had a soft voice and never raised it except when her ex-boyfriend tried to kidnap her one time. Then she turned into a wild woman, clawed his face and screamed so loud someone called the police. The boyfriend was taken to jail for assault, but Laura thought Holly was the one who did most of the assaulting till it was all said and done with. Holly sighed. "Well, long story short, she's got the hots for the security guy. She thought he was out in her yard trying to break in. You heard that story, right?" Laura nodded, then said, "Yes, she told me that part." "Well, it seems the shadow she kept seeing outside was a female dog about to have pups. Then, security guy shows up and helps her rescue the pups. Now he stops by her office every night after work to check on the pups. My opinion? I think he's smitten with Shar. Maybe it's time she starts dating. It's been 3 years." "Yes, I agree. But Laura, this guy is coming on strong. Shar said he doesn't have to do anything to make her aware of him. She told me he's like a big popsicle of Belgian chocolate, and we know how she loves her chocolate." Laura laughed. "I had no idea, but it makes sense. Ryan Case is a good-looking guy." He's a hunk, Laura. A hunk. I can't have a puppy. Not at the inn. People may be allergic to dog hair, and that would close my business before I get started. Holly sighed. Yes, it would. I, however, may want one. Want to go see them with me tomorrow? I don't want to fall in love, Holly. I've got a soft spot for animals, but Kurt never allowed them in the house. He wanted a pet-free home to do his entertaining from. Holly huffed. Kurt is no longer part of your life, my love. The realization hit her so strongly, Laura shuddered. It had been so easy to fall back into worrying about what Kurt thought. Kurt this. Kurt that. I'm really free of all that, aren't I? Yes, you are. Do you need me to come over? Laura shook her head as if Holly could see it. No, I'm fine. Pick me up tomorrow. I'll go with you. Good. See you then, love. I've got to run, another group just pulled in for a class. Bye, Holly. Just as she stuck the phone back in her pocket, Cole came around the corner. He had a sweet smile on his face. He looked happy. Hi, son. Thanks for walking Madison home. He grinned. Any gentleman would. Laura cocked her head. I think you have a soft spot for her. Cole sat down beside her on the swing. Don't be ridiculous, Ma. I'm not interested in anyone right now. I just want to work and be left alone. Laura gave her son a hug. I don't ever want to interfere in your business, but if something happened in Philly and you need to talk about it, I'll always be here for you. No matter how busy it gets. Cole hugged her back. I know, Ma. I'll talk to you about it once I have it all figured out. Good night. I'm going to head back to my cabin in the woods. Good night, son. She watched him take off in his golf cart. At least she had one thing going for her. The kids. All three of them had a heart of gold. They all knew that no matter what happened, Laura would always be here. It was what family was all about. Kurt was the one who lost. None of the kids really wanted to see him after the divorce meeting. On the other hand, he hadn't made much of an effort to contact them at all. It was as if he was relieved of his duties, not only as a husband but a father as well. Laura closed her eyes. Rebecca May had still loved him, even though she knew what kind of a man he was. Now that Laura had time to think, his words came back to haunt her. His own mother warned him not to divorce Laura or he'd lose everything. All he cared about was the real estate he'd get after his mother died. He was a cruel and heartless man. Why hadn't she seen this in him? Was she just as heartless to not realize how horrible of a person he was? She stood as if she could shake it all away, not wanting these thoughts to go through her head anymore. Laura wanted the next week to fly by, but the nights got very lonely in this big house by herself. Olivia kept a room here for now, but she was at the cafe every day working away until she'd come stumbling in late at night exhausted. Once the inn was open for business, and she had customers to keep her occupied, she'd forget about the way Kurt had thrown their marriage away. Laura was surprised when Olivia pulled up in her blazer, parking it in front of the inn. She locked up and stumbled to the porch. Hey, Mom, she called out, then plopped herself on the porch swing beside her. Olivia's head fell across Laura's shoulder. Rough day, sweetheart. It was awful. That place is so dirty. I should probably hire a team to come in and give it a good cleaning. So why don't you? She felt her daughter shrug. I don't know. There's something about starting from the ground up that makes me want to do this on my own. When do you plan on opening? She wanted to go over Madison's idea about the cafe and inn. Another shrug. Not sure yet. I haven't told my boss that I quit. I want to make sure this will work for me before I break ties. Do you think that is fair? Olivia shrugged. I guess not. I do owe her. She took me on as a new chef, and I've had a good run with the traveling chef. I just don't know how to approach it. You know, tell her that I'm going to use my skills and run a small cafe in the middle of nowhere. Laura laughed. Her daughter made fun of Bailey for being dramatic. So was her oldest. It will all work out, love. You have to face her sooner or later. May as well get that monkey off your back. Olivia sat up. You are right as usual, Mom. Laura grinned. I try. Are you sure this is what you want, Olivia? Are you hesitating because you still love your traveling job? I don't think so. I love what I do, that's for sure. And it pays extremely well. The problem is, I'm tired of traveling to places where I have to keep quiet about where I go. No one is allowed to say we were at a famous party with some of the elite faces in Washington. Or a private party that becomes more of an orgy than anything else. No, I'm tired of that, Mom. Laura always tried to encourage her kids. I think you are being given an opportunity here in Hideaway Lake. Who knows, people may come from miles around once they realize Chef Olivia has her own cafe. Olivia shook her head. I'm afraid the people who know Chef Olivia would not come into a little country cafe, Mom. But I have some grand ideas for the cafe and can't wait until the kitchen is done to start testing. That's the spirit. They went inside to close up for the night. Laura was concerned about her daughter. Would she be happy here in this small lake town? Madison showed up first thing in the morning to Laura's delight. Good morning, Madison. What brings you here so early? She came in carrying a laptop. I want to show you something. Setting the laptop on the kitchen counter, she fired it up and logged on to a page called the Hideaway Inn. Laura was fascinated. You did this. It's absolutely gorgeous. The inn's front porch was captured in such a light that it was looking cozy and inviting against the backdrop of the lake in the distance. Thank you. I think it shows how inviting this place truly is. All a potential guest has to do is reserve online, put in their credit card, and you'll be warned when a reservation is made. I'll put an app on your phone that will notify you each time. Wow. I'm amazed, even though we had computers and the MLS system in the real estate office, this is absolutely wonderful. Madison nodded. It's convenient. I've also hooked you up with Airbnb and several other companies. You'll also be notified if anyone reserves a room with them. I love it. Thank you, Madison. You have no idea how much you have helped me. I do have other clients, so I must get to my next appointment, but I'll stop by this afternoon to show you how to use the apps. Come for supper, dear. Cole will be here too. Madison waved goodbye and bypassed Olivia, who was coming down the stairs. Laura watched as the two exchanged a friendly hello. Olivia closed the private double door that led to Laura's private area. Usually Laura kept it open since there were no visitors yet. You didn't have to close the door, love. Olivia shook her head and rolled her eyes. We have to talk, and I don't want Cole walking in and hearing this. Laura looked at her daughter with concern. Grab a cup of coffee and sit. Olivia looked quite disturbed as she poured a cup for herself, then made her way to Laura's side. She sat on the stool next to her mother, taking a sip of the hot brew. You always make such excellent coffee, Mom. Go on now. Don't act so mysterious, and then be casual when you know I'm dying to know what you want. Olivia smiled. I guess I am a bit dramatic at times. At times? You and Bailey both. Now what's going on? She had a feeling Olivia just learned Cole's mysterious secret. Well, I got a phone call this morning. It's why I'm late coming downstairs. A woman was on the other end looking for Cole. Laura didn't seem to think there was anything unusual about that. Maybe she lost his number. I don't see what the problem is. Olivia sighed. Mother, please let me finish. This woman, she said her name was Sherry, and she found my number in his work phone he left behind. Don't you think it's strange that she has access to his phone? Who is this woman? I wouldn't get too excited yet. Why don't you ask Cole? Olivia shook her head. The woman said she wanted to surprise him, but she didn't know where he was at right now. Did you tell her? Absolutely not. I have no idea who she is or if Cole even wants to see her. I asked her how she found me and she told me how Cole spoke often of me, so she checked online and found the number for the traveling chef. I forget I still have a company phone. She called and requested to speak with me, and they forwarded the call directly to my phone. I don't see where you are going with this, Olivia. I'm worried I told her indirectly where he was at. When she asked if she could have his address, I told her that I didn't know it, since I've also just returned to Hideaway Lake. You will have to tell him now. If she shows up unexpectedly, he will be upset that you didn't say so. Olivia scraped her hands across her eyes. I know that, Mom. What kind of trouble is Cole in? I'm worried about him. He was so distant on the ride here, and he hasn't been himself. Laura was worried about her son, but she didn't want to alarm anyone. Yet. He said he'd tell us when he is ready, Olivia. But you will have to tell him about the phone call. What phone call? Cole asked, coming into the kitchen like he always did every morning, talking while he headed for the coffee pot. Laura and Olivia looked at each other. Now they had to tell Cole everything. Chapter 11. Cole's hairs stood up when he heard his mom and Olivia talk about her the closer he got to the kitchen. Sherry was a stalker, and if she found his sister, it wouldn't be long before she showed up here. He pushed open the closed door that was normally open. He may as well get this over with. He'd need their help avoiding Sherry, since he made a promise to Mr. West that he'd leave her alone. The man promised him he'd do his part to keep Sherry away too. Cole had hoped by now her uncle had steered her in another direction. He thought the man had integrity, but now? He was starting to wonder. What phone call? He repeated, sitting down on the stool beside his sister. He took a sip of the warm liquid, letting it slide down his throat. No one could make a cup of java like his mom. It was a special blend she ordered that had a nutty taste and a rich, dark flavor that tasted just right. It reminded him of home. Laura and Olivia exchanged glances. That's when Cole noticed his mother giving Olivia the look. The one that said without words she needed to spill the beans. It almost made him laugh since he'd gotten that look many times before. Okay, Cole. I may or may not have caused you some trouble. I got a phone call today from a lady who said she was Sherry and a friend of yours. She was looking for you and wanted to know where you were. You didn't tell her, did you? Not intentionally. I mentioned that I didn't know your address since I only came back to Hideaway Lake. I'm sorry, Cole. She caught me off guard. I was barely awake when the phone rang. Cole leaned his elbow on the counter and shrugged. It won't matter anyway. She's determined to find me. Why don't you want to be found, Cole? Laura asked gently. The truth is, Sherry's uncle is the owner of the company I worked for. We began to date before I even knew she was related to Mr. West. When he found out, he warned me that it could not become serious. What? Olivia burst out. It sounds like she's of consenting age. How can her uncle tell you that? Where is he from, the turn of the last century? He wants her to marry Brad Smithgale, the son of one of his close friends and the owner of a competing business. When she does, the two companies can merge together. From what I understand, Sherry had agreed to the marriage of convenience a year before she met me. It hasn't been made official yet. So you are her last flirt before she settles down and does her duty by marrying someone she doesn't love? More or less. She never told me about the arrangement. When I confronted her, she outright lied and claimed her uncle was trying to break us apart. She claimed there was no prior arrangement, but I saw the lie all over her face. Laura frowned. Is she the reason you left Philly? Cole felt a bit of shame at leaving all these details out when he first came home. I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't mean to lie. The truth is, Sherry has become obsessed with me. Even her uncle saw what was happening. With the worry that the two companies would not merge if Sherry didn't marry Brad, he let me go, asking me to leave Philly. Olivia's eyes flashed flurry. That's blackmail. You haven't heard the rest, sis. She groaned. Tell us. He didn't say a word, but pulled his wallet out of his pocket. Digging inside, he produced a folded check and set it in front of his sister. My severance pay. Olivia took the check and opened it. She shrieked, then handed the check to their mother. Cole watched as Laura's eyes got huge. She looked at him, in a way that questioned why he was still holding that check. His mother was pure of heart and would never cheat a soul. She'd never take a check like this either. No one offers $1 million as severance pay. No one. Cole had to agree. I haven't cashed it, Mom. But you were thinking about it? The disapproval in his mother's voice made him realize that he would be no better than the West family if he did indeed cash the check. They were desperate to marry Sherry and Brad to form West Smithgale Enterprise. Most companies give severance pay, Mom. $1 million? He's trying to buy you off. I know that. When all this happened on the same day Grandma died, I just took the check without looking and left. When I looked at the check and saw the amount, Olivia was on her way to pick me up, so I stuffed it in my wallet. Coming home was the top priority. At the time, I figured I'd deal with this later. Laura stood, reached over and gave him a hug. Son, you'll figure it all out. But if this girl is truly obsessed with you, perhaps you'd better call her and let her know you have no future intentions. Sometimes, it's better to talk things out and be totally honest from the beginning. Cole hugged her back. Thanks, Mom. I'm happy to be here, and it feels good to be helping you make something from Grandma's properties. I'm glad that you didn't let Dad sell it all. I almost did, she told him. But thanks to lifelong friends and the three of you, the decision to fight back was given to me on a silver platter. A horn honked. That's Holly. We're going to see the puppies. Puppies? Yes, Shar had puppies. Holly wants to see them. Laura grabbed her purse from the hook beside the door. Cole teased. Can Shar do that? Olivia rolled her eyes. Don't be silly, Cole. Shar can't have puppies. Grab another cup of Mom's delicious coffee, and I'll tell you about the stray dog she found. Bye, Mom. Have fun. See you later. Laura hurried out the door when Holly honked again. Cole sat beside his sister. Give me the short version of your story, sis. Olivia laughed. Well, to make a long story short, that means I have to ask you about this Sherry girl too. Cole scrubbed at his eyes. Please no. Don't ask. I'm trying to forget her. Nope. Not going to happen, Olivia told him. Here's the quick version about the doggies. Shar has the hots for the security guy. She thought he was outside her house, and instead it was a mother dog with puppies. The wolves were in the tree line trying to eat her puppies, and Shar ran out and saved them, along with the super hunk security guy who has been visiting the puppies every night after work, not my words. Hunky is from back in the day. Sounds awful, but if Shar is happy, that's all that matters. Right. Now let's talk about you. Cole sighed. He ran a hand through his chestnut brown hair. Hazel eyes stared at his sister. Sherry and I weren't serious about each other. At least I wasn't. After a few months, she started being so possessive. That's how she knew about you. She saw your name light up one time on my cell and threw a fit. She didn't believe at first that you were my sister. That is weird behavior. We were at dinner with her uncle at the LaCroix, at the Rittenhouse in Center City, when she began telling everyone that we were talking about moving in together. That's when her uncle, who was my boss, began to take her more seriously. When he had first asked about our relationship, I told him we were casually dating. That's all I thought it was. I didn't even think we were exclusive. Olivia got up to refill her cup. She leaned against the sink, shaking her head. So, her uncle was okay with the two of you dating, even though he knew she would become engaged to the Smithgale dude? More or less. When he found out, he invited us to a few dinners to keep an eye on things. It was the night when she told him we were talking about moving in together. He began to hint that he wanted me to end the relationship. That sounds like a way too overprotective family member. I'm surprised you allowed someone to tell you what to do. Olivia was always blunt with him. Cole shook his head. I didn't know she was promised to someone else. When I confronted her, she lied to me. She said her uncle was the one lying. He was my boss, he had no reason to make this up. I told her we were through, and that's when she started stalking me. That sounds creepy. Like a fatal attraction. Yeah, it was. She showed up at my hotel room no matter where I was working. She'd come in and check my phone, go through all my stuff when I wasn't there, and more than once I came home to find her there waiting on me. Did you call the cops? No, that's ridiculous. What am I supposed to say to them? Besides, she agreed to marry Brad Smithgale and help merge the families together. She told her uncle she wanted one last fling. In the end, I was just used like a slab of meat on a hook. Olivia burst out laughing. I'm sorry, bro. That sounds crazy. She's the crazy one. Take my advice, sis. Never date someone from work. Oh my goodness. They are adorable. Laura and Holly got down on the floor in Char's office and picked up a ball of golden fur while the mommy sniffed at them. Char intervened. It's okay, Willow. They're my friends. Laura looked up at Char. Willow. Yes, I had to name her something. She was close to a willow tree the night she came here, so she is now crowned Willow. Where did she come from? I have no clue, Char told her, kneeling down on the floor beside Willow. She placed a hand over the golden lab's fur and stroked her gently while talking. She doesn't have a collar or a tattoo on her ear. I don't think she's been chipped. Are you going to keep her? Laura was curious now. Char's eyes lit up when she talked about the dog. Char smiled. I think so. How weird is that? It was indeed strange. Char was not a friendly dog person. But now it looked like the tables were turning. Everyone was changing. Laura wasn't sure what to think of all these changes. No more stranger than me running an inn. Holly was so taken with one of the golden pups, she began to cry. Can I have this one? Look at her, she's so serene and gentle. I think she'll fit right into my life. Char nodded. She's yours, love. She has a special little marking on her forehead. It's very light, but it looks almost like a star, Laura said, trying to get a good look at the puppy in Holly's arms. That's a perfect name. You shall be christened Miss Starlight of Hideaway Lake. Laura and Char both looked at each other and laughed. It fits perfectly. Holly was like an earth mother, living an organic lifestyle and meditating about everything. She wore long skirts, scarves around her neck, sometimes a headband and other times her hair in braids, even though she was almost 50. Laura hardly ever saw shoes on her feet, except when she had to go somewhere in public. Holly was always talking about earthing and the alignment of the stars and such that Laura mostly ignored. It was Holly's thing, but it wasn't Laura's way. But any time she wanted to try something new, she and Char went along with it. Their friendship had lasted over the years because they respected each other's craziness. When's hunky security guy coming to visit? Holly asked, amusement dripping from her lips. Char shook her head. Holly, it's not like that. He stops by to check on the animals. Either way, Char, it's good to see you living life again. Char frowned. I've always lived life. Just maybe not the way you think I should. Laura joined in the conversation. Oh, Char. You've been working so hard since Dan died. We were so worried about you. Now that you've got another interest, we just want you to stay happy. Char wiggled her eyebrows. Well, these puppies sure do make me happy. I didn't think it was possible. Laura and Holly looked at each other and grinned. Char would seal her mouth with super glue before she admitted she was drawn to Ryan Case. Yes, things were changing. Laura picked up one of the sweet yellow pups and held it to her. 2 hours later, Holly dropped Laura off along the curb in front of her inn. See you soon, love, Holly told her and zoomed off in her little red Mustang. The girl still drove the same worn-out car she had 2 decades ago. What car lasts that long? It does if you are Holly. She learned how to turn wrenches in her father's shop. Now that Laura thought about it, there really wasn't much Holly couldn't do. She turned to walk along the cobblestone walkway when she noticed the shadow of a man. Hello, she called out, a bit nervous that someone was sitting on her porch when she wasn't home. Hideaway Lake had always been a safe place to live. There were never any incidents here that Laura was aware of. The man rose and smiled, his hands in front of him holding a hat. Laura hurried up the steps and through the gate. She was instantly drawn to his friendly smile and relaxed somewhat. Hello. Are you the innkeeper? Yes. I'm Laura Myers. I'm Joe Russell. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm looking for a room. He held out his hand and she stepped forward, placing her smaller one in his. It was warm and felt nice. He gave her a friendly shake, let go and took a step back. Laura saw the surprise on his face when their hands connected. It was like a warm zing zapped her skin. We officially are not open yet, Mr. Russell. But the rooms are ready. I can't really turn someone away as long as you don't mind that things are not quite organized yet. How did you hear of us? She wanted to let him know she wasn't alone in this venture. Not until she knew he was legit. It was scary taking on a new venture like this, bringing strangers into her home. I realize that sitting here on your front porch is quite alarming, but to be honest, I did call the number on the website and left a message. When I got to Hideaway Lake, I had an Uber driver drop me off to find no one here. So being sort of stuck, I thought I'd wait a bit. As I said, we are not officially open. I went back to your website and noticed the grand opening date. I looked around online to find that there are no hotels close by. So I decided to wait it out on your porch and see if you'd take me in. Laura smiled. He was being so friendly, but she was also cautious. Mr. Russell, let me just check my messages and make sure if you don't mind. She reached in her pocket to see the message light blinking on her voicemail. Dialing in, she listened. With a smile, she unlocked the front door and ushered him in. If you would like to hang your coat and take a seat in the parlor, I'll get you situated. What brings you to Hideaway Lake? He took his light overcoat off and hung it on the coat rack beside the door. The man was tall, at least 5 inches taller than Laura, with dark brown hair and a few grays along the temple. He had a small dimple in his cheek and intense blue eyes that made her feel safe. Which was weird, because she hadn't even thought about feeling anything from a man lately. Her distrust of men and anger at her ex was still strong in her soul. She gathered her receipt book and a copy of the rules and regulations, along with a welcome brochure. When she returned to the parlor, he was speaking to someone on his cell. He looked up, saw her, and immediately told the person on the other line he'd call them back later. He had a flip phone and closed it with a snap, stuffing it in his front pocket. She thought flip phones were long gone, but here he was with one. It made her smile. I'm sorry, Mrs. Myers. That was a staff member. Some of them are needy even when I'm away. She didn't correct him that she was no longer a Mrs. anymore, since she was virtually alone. Until she got to know her guests, she'd let them assume there was a Mr. around somewhere. This was so new to her that she needed to feel safe in her own venture. Until then, she'd take all precautions. How long will you be staying, Mr. Russell? Oh please, everyone calls me Joe. I could be here for quite a few months, even longer. I've got a huge project on my hands and was hoping to find a place to rent locally. The closest hotel is near the turnpike, and I want to be close to my project daily. I bought the mansion overlooking the lake. Laura's eyes got huge. She was quite shocked and let him see her disbelief. The old mansion that was abandoned in the 40s? That very one. I plan to restore it back to its glory days. I hear it is haunted. Aren't they all? He laughed and shook his head. I was here several years ago, Mrs. Myers. I stayed in one of the Vance properties down the road on the lake. I would stare at the mansion and saw how it was just sitting there, falling apart. The last time I was here, I drove up there and looked around. It got me thinking that it would make a good project for my company, or an even better place to fix up for retirement. Laura knew it had been a hotel at one time. It's huge. I believe there were at least 40 rooms, and they used it as a hotel. Do you plan to make a hotel of it? He looked into her eyes and must have seen the concern that a hotel would affect her business. I'm an honest man, Mrs. Myers. I'm not rightly sure yet what I want to make of it. I bought it unseen on an online auction site because there were several bids and I was determined it would be mine. But all I know right now is the place needed saving. I love historical structures, and it's a crying shame that the estate let the place go to ruin. Laura had followed the local gossip about the mansion. From what information I gathered, the estate had been willed to the oldest son, who basically spent all the money gambling. When he went to a retirement center, his niece took over, paid the taxes on the land, but instead of selling the property to someone who'd restore it, she just let it go. They used to clear the brush and keep the grounds tidy. Now, if you look across the lake, you can barely see the stone structure. I heard the same thing. The niece passed away recently, and her daughter decided to put it on auction. She didn't want anything to do with it, and the taxes were behind a year. He handed her his credit card. Would you like to pay for a week or by the day? I'll pay for a week. I'd like to find a rental in the area, since this project is going to take a long time. I can't stay at the mansion, it's in a bad state of repair, I'm sure. Well, I do have 5 cottages that will be available for rent shortly. My son is doing last-minute repairs and making sure they are up to code. I believe the inspectors will be coming in a few days. I can have him show you a few if you would like." He stood, taking his credit card back and the receipt she handed him. "I would love to see them all. The sooner I can get settled, the faster I can get my team here and start the renovations." Laura stood. "Certainly. I'll contact Cole and have him stop over. Would you like to see them this afternoon, Mr. Russell?" "Yes, and please call me Joe." "Everyone does. Now which way to my room?" Laura wasn't sure which room to place him in, then decided at the last minute that he'd probably like the one facing the lake. Even though the mansion couldn't be seen through the heavily laden brush and trees hiding it from their view, he'd enjoy the room with the chair facing the window. "I think the Serenity room will be perfect for you. Follow me, please." She went up the stairs, turning to the left at the landing, and slid a card through the special key holder her son placed on each door. It was much easier than having to carry around keys, even though she would have preferred a key. But she was in a new venture, and tended to listen to those who had more experience than she had. "Here you go, Joe. This room is neutral, and there is a lovely, comfortable easy chair by the window. You can't see your mansion, but it's there beyond the brush." He walked to the window and gazed out. He looked so formidable in the room. Its neutral tones of beige and off-white made the space look big. A 4-poster bed sat in the center, with large fluffy pillows and an afghan across the bottom. "It's perfect," he answered. "There's a small bathroom with a shower through that door to your right, and it is stocked with everything you will need. I've left numbers by the phone in case you need anything. Pick up and dial 0 just like a hotel room. You can also find me somewhere close by. Good afternoon, Joe." "Thank you." He turned around with a tired expression on his face. He looked weary, and his next words stopped her in her tracks. "I'm so filled with gratitude right now that the other bidder didn't get the mansion. His intent was to tear down the structure and put up a commercial building to lease. I probably paid more than I should for it, but I was determined he wouldn't win and destroy the beauty of a long-gone era. I think everyone here in Hideaway Lake will be blessed with whatever you choose to do with the mansion. It is a wish of the community that something good comes of it." "Good. Then I'm happy M&S Commercial Enterprise didn't win. Even though it is a local company, I had a bad feeling from the start. My son will be here shortly to take you to see the rentals." She closed the door and ran down the steps and out the front door, leaning up against it. There was something she had to find out. Right now. Chapter 12. Pulling her cell from her back pocket, Laura called Shar, whose steady voice always made her feel stronger for some reason. "Hey, what's going on, love? Are you by a computer?" "Yes, I'm at my desk." "What's up? Can you find out who owns M&S Commercial Enterprise? It's a new company." "You found out already? How did that happen?" Laura frowned. "You already know who owns it?" "Of course I do. There isn't much that happens in the business world that I don't know about." She heard Shar sigh deeply. "It's Kurt and Tammy's new business. They had it in the works a long time ago. Why didn't you tell me? Why did you need to know, love? There are some things I won't mention for your sanity's sake. I'm your friend. Get him out of your life. He's done enough damage." She was a little irked at Shar for trying to micromanage her life. "Well, did you know who bought the mansion on the hill then, Miss Know-It-All?" "I know it went up for auction, and let me check. One moment." Laura already felt happy that she knew, and Shar didn't right offhand. It made her giggle over the phone. "What's so funny, Laura?" Laura heard the clicking of her keyboard as Shar tried to find the new owner's name. "Joe Russell," Laura mentioned in a casual tone. "Say what?" "Joe Russell," Laura repeated. "Yes, I know that name. Everyone in the business world knows the owner of Russell Enterprises. He owns properties, businesses, warehouses, offices, you name it, and he's probably one of the investors." "Oh wow. He is so down to earth." "How do you know, Laura? What in the world is going on?" Laura decided she loved Shar too much to stay angry with her for not telling her about Kurt's new business. "You won't believe this. After Holly dropped me off, there was a man on my porch." "Oh. Well, is that a good or bad thing?" "I'm not sure yet. Turns out he is looking for a place to stay while he renovates the mansion on the hill, and he saw the website online that Madison conjured up. Joe is here? Geez, he is a celebrity in the business world. And he is currently in the Serenity Room at my inn. Char laughed. Can I come over? For supper tonight. Cole will be showing him the cottages later. He paid for a week. So if you want to meet this big wheel in the business world, then bring some of your delicious cherry cheesecake along. Char let out a deeper sigh than earlier. I can't. Shoot. I bought steaks and they are marinating right now. We're cooking on the grill. The puppies have to go for their checkup. And security guy is helping you, so you are throwing steaks on the grill to feed him, since he'll miss his pizza and beer. Char laughed. Laura imagined her with her feet propped up on the desk, throwing her head back and laughing out loud. I have to admit, we know each other a little too well. I have a phone call to take, love. I'll catch you soon. Keep me filled in. Char hung up to take the other call. Laura stuck her phone back in her pocket just as Cole came around the corner in his little golf cart. Hey Ma. What are you doing? Oh, just talking to Char on the phone. Thanks for stopping. I was about to call you. Oh. Well, I heard something about a cherry cheesecake. Cole was always scrounging for food. He was her bottomless pit eater. But it didn't show. He worked hard every day, burning off the added calories he ate. The kid was muscular and fit. I happen to have a peach pie freshly made if you want that. He jumped from the golf cart and stuck a pair of gloves in his back pocket. Sure do, Ma. Come on in. I'll get you some milk to go with it. She settled Cole at the counter with pie and milk, then poured a glass of water and sat beside him. We have a guest. Cole's fork stopped in midair. You're not open yet. There was a man on the porch when I got home today. He is the new owner of the mansion on the hill. Really? That building and land had to cost a fortune. I figured sooner or later someone would try to buy it and mow it down, which is a sad ending if you think about it. That's not going to happen. Mr. Russell is going to restore it. Cole looked at her, confusion all over his face. Who? Joe Russell. He's upstairs in the Serenity Room. The Joe Russell. Laura shook her head and took a sip from her cup. It seems everyone knows about this guy except me. Obviously, you've heard the name before. Ma, he saved quite a few old buildings from being destroyed. He brings in restoration specialists, and if this is the guy they first think it is, when he restores it and you take a look at that mansion, it will take you back to a long-gone era. Hello. Laura had been leaving the door to the kitchen and the window Cole installed over the counter open, since there were no guests yet. She had to remember to close it now that they were so close to opening. Realizing he may have heard their conversation, she waved to him. Hello. Come through to the kitchen and meet my son Cole. He walked right in. Now that Laura had time to peruse him, there wasn't an awkward bone in his body. He didn't seem out of place at all. From the way everyone talked about him, she realized the man was very wealthy. She was surprised he'd want to stay at her inn instead of a 5-star hotel in the city. He held out his hand to Cole, who stood when he entered the kitchen. Hello, you must be Cole. They shook hands. She stood back as the two introduced themselves to each other. I take it you'd like a cup of coffee, Joe. I don't have any set up in the dining room, since we aren't officially open yet. He gave her a warm smile. I'd love a cup, but don't go out of your way for me. I have a full pot on the warmer. She went about getting him some coffee while the two men talked. They seemed to hit it off from the start. Laura set the cup on the counter and motioned for Joe to sit. He gave her another warm smile. Ma, as soon as I'm done with my peach pie, Joe and I can look at the cottages. Mr. Peterson will be here tomorrow morning to inspect 4 of them. There are 2 left that need a few things. Peach pie? Joe questioned. Laura went to the counter. Just hold on. She cut a slice of pie for Joe, setting it on a bluebird dessert plate and handed it to him. Here you go, enjoy it with your coffee. Thank you, Mrs. Myer. You're welcome. I have some inventory to do, so I'll be in the pantry off the porch if you need me. Cole nodded while taking a bite of his pie. Do you mind if Madison comes to supper tonight? She said to tell you she has to download the app and show you how to use the system before next week. Yes, I'd be delighted to have her. She turned her attention to her house guest. Joe, we usually only have breakfast and lunch for our guests, but since you are here early, you make sure to come to supper too. 6 sharp. Yes, ma'am. I'll be here. If it is as good as this peach pie, you may not get rid of me so easily, even when the inn officially opens. I love to eat. Then you and Cole will get along famously. I think Cole eats his fill, stands up and shakes his leg to make more room, then goes back for more. Cole and Joe laughed out loud. Laura was smiling when she excused herself to do her inventory. Joe's arrival had her worried at first, but he seemed like a man who would adjust to any situation. Unlike her husband, who was spoiled rotten and got whatever he wanted. She remembered all the times he'd throw a hissy fit if he didn't get his own way. Why hadn't she seen the signs back then? Instead, she always tried to be the peacemaker and coddle him like she would a child. She hadn't known what else to do with him. Not that she was placing Joe in the same place as her ex. She wasn't even sure why that thought popped up in the first place. Joe Russell was a guest. That's all. Something smells delicious, Joe said, coming in behind Cole and Madison, who had been sitting on the front porch waiting on Cole. Laura had taken a glass of lemonade out to her earlier, but went back inside to keep an eye on the food. Everyone take a seat, Laura announced, looking over the dining room table. She knew how to entertain. Everything was in place for a sit-down meal. It was something she had learned quickly when Kurt had started to bring his clients home on short notice. I can't wait, Cole announced. Laura went through the open kitchen door and took dinner from the warm oven. She dished out a plate for each and set them on the counter at the open window. When Madison saw, she helped serve each person. Laura sat down, lowering her head as she always did when at the table. Everyone followed suit and Joe took over, saying grace in a loud, boisterous tone. Laura almost giggled at the boom his voice made. She snuck a side glance to Madison, who had a sweet grin on her face even though her eyes were closed. Amen, and let's eat, Joe bellowed, picking up his fork and knife and digging in. He closed his eyes at the first bite. Mrs. Myer, this is delicious. Just then the front door flew open and closed with a brisk slam. Olivia came flying through the house like a 5-year-old running from her teacher. I'm sorry I'm late, Mom. Hi, Cole. Hey, Madison. She ran through to the kitchen, threw her purse on the counter and washed her hands. When she came through again, she had dished her own plate and sat down at an empty spot at the table. Olivia didn't seem surprised there was a complete stranger in the room. How lovely you are joining us, Olivia. Laura was quite amused. The only way her daughter would know about Joe was if Shar spoke to Holly, who then told Olivia, who resided in the building next to her daughter's cafe. Olivia was definitely coming to see what was happening, thinking there was a show to see. I thought I told you this morning, Mom. Sorry if I forgot. Hello. Olivia said to Joe. I'm Olivia Myer, Laura's eldest. Joe wiped his hands on the napkin and stood, extending a friendly hand. He gave her the same warm smile that Laura had gotten. Nice to meet you. I'm Joe Russell. Laura watched as Olivia acted as if she didn't know he was a tycoon in the business world. Perhaps she'd run into so many celebrities in her career that Joe didn't seem like a big shot to her. And yet she doubted that. She knew exactly what her daughter was doing. Being nosy, as usual. Olivia turned to her plate. Oh, Mom. Drunken mushrooms. My favorite. You are the one who taught me how to make them, Olivia. I drizzled them over steak tips, and I also made some roasted blue cheese potatoes and buttered asparagus. If you ever get tired of the inn business, you can take my place at Traveling Chef, Ma. Go see the world. Wait. Maybe not. I like you right here now that I'm home. Olivia reached across the table and covered her hand. It almost made Laura cry at the wonderful compliment. I'm so glad you are here, Olivia, she told her oldest softly. Well, what about me, Ma? Yes, you too, Cole. Laura reached across the table and patted his hand. You'd never expect these two are 27 and 30 years old. She looked up at Joe and gave him a sweet smile. Joe guffawed. He wiped his mouth and shook his head. Your kids are charming, Mrs. Myer. He looked around. Will your husband be arriving soon? Olivia gasped, and Cole made a noise deep in his throat. Laura closed her eyes, then opened them. This would be the first time she spoke of Kurt to anyone outside of her family. It felt like a small ball of hard plastic was stuck in her throat. I'm divorced, she finally managed to say. Cole let out a sigh. Olivia snorted so loud everyone looked her way. She gave them all a quick smile and filled her mouth with drunken mushrooms. I'm sorry. I hope I didn't cross any boundaries, Mrs. Myer. Joe looked from one to the other. No, it's fine, Joe. We don't discuss their father often. As a matter of fact, I almost forgot I was divorced. Olivia raised her chin. After what he tried to do, well, let's just say he is a real jerk. Laura felt she had to speak up, even though she didn't want to. Don't speak that way about your father, she told Olivia. It's true. You've taught us to tell the truth, Mom. Cole nodded. She's right. He is a jerk. He may be, but this isn't the time to discuss him. Olivia shrugged. I'd rather forget him. Olivia. Do you know what our father and his little lovebird Tammy did? They started a corporation, and are trying to buy up all the old buildings and land right around Hideaway Lake. The man who brought me into this world is trying to destroy our world here, Olivia blurted out. Where did you hear this, Olivia? From Holly. Shar called her earlier and said he almost bought the mansion on the hill. Thank God you bought it, Joe. Laura kept a close eye on Joe. He seemed confused at first, and she knew the exact moment he realized the company bidding against him in the online auction was her ex. She sighed. Would Kurt run off her first customer? Would he ruin her business before it truly got started? Just the opposite happened. Joe sat back and placed his napkin on the table. I hope no one here is upset with me for buying the mansion out from under your father's company. It was not only a business decision, but I'm terribly in love with the place. Olivia shook her head. No, I said I was happy you bought it. My dad is a crook. Sorry, but someone has to say it. If he'd have won, he'd mow down the building and throw up some hideous structure there. The beautiful view would be gone. So thank you, Joe. Hideaway Lakes will be forever grateful. I'll second that, Madison jumped in. I work at the Historical Society and can vouch for everything Olivia said. Many members of the community have been trying to figure out how to purchase the mansion and have it remodeled, but no one really had enough money to do anything substantial. Joe smiled. I'll do my best to make it as authentic as it was when brand new. Perhaps I can stop in at the Historical Society to do some research. Madison dug in her pocket and came out with a card. Please do. Here's a card with the hours and phone numbers if you need to speak with anyone. Joe glanced at the card. I see they are open tomorrow morning. May I stop by then? He asked, his kindness affecting Laura like nothing ever had. Her husband had always been loud and outspoken. Joe was quiet, yet his voice could become boisterous, and yet there was warmth in it. Why was she comparing notes between these two men? Her ex was part of her past. She had to put him behind her. And she had to stop thinking about her very first guest. Laura pushed any thoughts of romance or attraction from her mind. She'd only been divorced 1 month. Joe pushed back his plate. Excellent meal. Thank you, Mrs. Myers. Please call me Laura. Thank you, Laura. I believe I'll retire to my room. It's been a pleasure. He went around the table, shaking each person's hand. Even though the Hideaway Inn is not officially open, I will be sure to give it a 5-star review. This has been one of the most pleasant stays I've ever had. Thank you for reminding me how a family is supposed to behave. He left the dining room, so Laura and Madison began to gather plates. She was so helpful, not afraid to jump up and do dishes. When Laura mentioned it, Madison shrugged. I'm happy to help, Laura. Cole and I are going to take a walk to the lake and watch the full moon tonight. It's so beautiful outside, isn't it? Olivia grabbed a plate and followed them in the kitchen. He's a hottie, Mom. Who is? Do you mean Joe? She nodded, nudging Madison. He is tall, dark, and handsome. And rich. Olivia Rebecca Myers. Don't you dare try to match me up with my very first customer. Joe is a warm, kind man, and if he happens to be rich, good for him. I'm not interested in any man right now. I'm doing me. Please don't be pushy. Sorry, Mom, I just saw a potential match. He looks at you with such sincerity. He looks at everyone that way. Madison shook her head. No, I think in this case Olivia is right. He was staring at you while you were working in the kitchen. I saw it with my own eyes. When he realized I was watching, he tried to act like he wasn't. Ah-ho. See, Mom. You better jump that one while you can. Laura shook her head. She began to scrape the plates and load the dishwasher. Will the two of you go do something besides make up a love life for me, please? The girls giggled and left the room to clear off the dining room table. They all spoke in low tones and then Cole laughed out loud. Don't be ridiculous, he told both of them. Mom's not going to fall for some rich guy just because he's wealthy. I can hear all of you, she told them, peeking around the corner. Take the conversation outside. I'd hate for my guest to hear what all of you are saying. Madison, I'll be out shortly. Do you want my phone to download the app? Madison nodded, and Laura handed her the cell phone and turned to finish the dishes. Can I help you? Madison asked. No, dear. You enjoy Cole and Olivia's company. I'll be done in a few minutes. By the time Laura was finished, the three had settled on the porch swing. Laura came out and sat beside the swing on a white rocker. Madison began to show her how the app worked, and they spent the next 20 minutes going through the system. Madison finished. So all you have to do is check your messages and most people will book online. You may get a phone call now and again, but it's highly unlikely. Just make sure to close out a room when the person leaves so the next guest can book or it will look unavailable online. I think I have the general idea. If I have any trouble, I'll be sure to call you. I'll also be checking to make sure the system is running properly. Once I know it is, then I'll be doing more publicity. I've also run some Facebook ads for you. Thank you, dear. I'm glad you are a part of my team. Cole gave his mother a smile. Joy filled Laura's heart. She was always close to her children, but when they grew up and left home, her life had become lonely. It was during that time she began to see that her marriage wasn't completely as solid as she thought. Even though she never mentioned it to anyone, her friends all knew how she'd been treated by Kurt. They had often mentioned what a jerk he was. But she had always tried to make the best of things. Rebecca May had needed her, and she spent most of her time preoccupied with her mother-in-law, especially later on when she became so ill. Even though Kurt knew his mother wouldn't be around much longer, he spent most of his time working, ignoring his own mother. Laura had tried to make up for it. She hoped that she did a good job. Looking around, she realized just how much she had been rewarded for taking care of Rebecca May. Laura was now the proud owner of this fine inn, and 6 cottages and cabins she'd never have acquired on her own. Perhaps things had worked out as planned. What are you thinking about, Ma? Cole asked. The three on the swing looked her way, waiting for an answer. She sighed. I'm feeling awfully happy right now and can't believe this place is mine. I wish Bailey would be here to share in this. Rebecca May has given us a gift that can't be replaced. This is her legacy for us to carry on. I'm happy to be home, Mom. Olivia shot out of the swing and gave her mother a hug. I've traveled so far away for the last few years that all I want to do is bask in my own laziness for a while. You deserve to, Olivia. And yet, I can't wait until the cafe opens. The residents of this community will be so thrilled to have a real world-renowned chef in their midst. I'm not world-renowned, but I can tell you stories that would make you blush. We are lucky to be in this small lake town. The world outside is quite wild in some ways. And crazy, Cole added. He stood too, followed by Madison. I promised Maddie a walk along the lake. It's a full moon tonight. I'll be heading home then, Mom. Unless you want me to stay. She understood his meaning. This would be the first night she'd have a guest in the inn. I'll be fine, son. You go on and enjoy the evening. Bye, Laura. Madison gave her a kiss on the cheek. Madison was a sweet girl. Even though she was paying Madison to be a VA for the business, Laura was feeling like the girl was quickly becoming part of their family. I'll walk with you part of the way, Olivia told them, following the pair. When they were all gone, Laura slid off the chair and sat on the porch swing, rocking it back and forth. She loved to hear the sound of the swing as it moved. The screen door opened and closed. Her guest stood out on the porch staring at the lake. She didn't want him to think she was spying on him, so she coughed softly. He turned, startled, and apologized. "I'm so sorry. I heard the kids leaving and thought you were with them. I'll leave you to your privacy." Laura held up her hand but then realized he wasn't able to see it. "This porch is for everyone to use. I want you to feel welcome. Please sit and enjoy the view." "Thank you." He moved towards her side of the porch and sat on the rocker she just left. He began to rock, his eyes on the beautiful full moon lighting up the lake. "I can't get over how perfect the lake and sky are. It's one of the reasons my mother-in-law loved it here. She'd gather all of us here every Sunday for a late supper, and we'd walk along the lake, and then sit on the porch with ice cream and relax." "I take it this was your mother-in-law's home?" It was. Her husband had invested heavily in Hideaway Lake. They owned the commercial building where my ex-husband and I had a real estate office and other businesses in the building. My father-in-law began buying up cottages when some of the residents got too old to take care of them, or their families had no interest. He accumulated 6 before he passed on. It's a lovely place. Your son mentioned he brought the property up to code to pass inspection. I've invited him to my newest project to see if he wants to be a part of the renovation of the old mansion. Laura was impressed. "That's very considerate of you. He's knowledgeable in old historic houses and buildings. It's one of his passions." He explained his first obligation is to the management of your properties. I promised he could work as needed and can sit in on the planning meetings if he'd like. You've got one smart young man, Laura. You did say I can call you that, didn't you? Of course, everyone calls me Laura. She returned his warm smile. I'm glad you asked, Cole. It will keep his mind occupied. He's not used to having a small amount of work to do, and managing these few properties is a small drop in the bucket to what he was used to doing. He mentioned he was a supervisor for West Enterprise. Would you like a glass of wine? Laura didn't want the evening to end. Not yet. She was enjoying their conversation. I would love a glass. Laura stood up. So did Joe. Do you need help? Oh, please sit. I'll be right out. She hurried inside to get a bottle of sweet red wine from one of the local wineries and 2 glasses. When she returned, Joe stood again, acting like the perfect gentleman. Laura sighed. How did this happen? Things were finally going right for her. She wasn't ready to find someone to replace her husband yet, but having a glass of wine on the porch with her handsome guest felt like she won a cooking contest. Joe was quite the conversationalist as he talked to her about his ideas for renovating the building. I can picture it in my mind, she told him. For the next hour and a half, they sipped on wine and talked quietly on the porch. It was a nice end to the evening. Laura went to bed that night feeling joy for the first time in a long, long time. Chapter 13. Bailey stared at Tristan. I said no. Come on, babe. 1. She turned her head away and stood, wanting to get away from him. Why can't you understand the word no? I'm not in the mood. I don't feel good. We always take these together. I'm allowing you a few more this week. Why don't you want them? You've been refusing all week and frankly, it's starting to annoy me. Tristan, did you ever think maybe I'm tired of taking those pills? Have you ever thought about slowing down? She didn't want to tell him the real reason she had been refusing him. Not yet, anyway. He stood up from the couch, his eyes bulging out. He looked like an owl staring at her. Is this how it's going to be? Now that you're my girl and moved in with me, you want to tell me what to do? She shook her head. That was the furthest thing from her mind. I do not want to tell you what to do. You know I'm not like that, Tristan. He cursed and ran a hand through his long hair. Then stop telling me no. I saved these pills for you and me to take. The rest I sold. If you don't want them, I'll sell them too. He came at her and she backed away, a little worried at how aggressive he was behaving. She'd never seen him act like this before. Of course, she never refused him before now. Tristan. Please don't be angry. I told you I'm not feeling well lately. She ran a hand across her stomach. He shook his head, anger still in his eyes and voice. How do you think I pay rent and all the bills here, Bailey? I go to school and sell these, and what do you do all day? Nothing. I do it all and you sit around and do nothing. His voice was getting louder. Bailey wanted to argue with him, but he was starting to make her feel uncomfortable. He was the one that asked her to quit her nursing program and stay home to support him while he went to school. She got a part-time job at the diner down the street, but he complained about that, so she quit last week. You've been missing classes, Tristan. Look at what happened to me. Remember, I almost got thrown out for my bad attendance. I don't care about that. He began to berate her. The way he was coming at her frightened Bailey. This wasn't the first time he got aggressive. Before, she was always able to calm him down. She tried to appease him like she always did. You are the only one that matters, baby. I love you and only you. She went to put her arms around his neck as she'd always done before, but he slammed a hand into her chest and pushed her against the wall. Bailey's back hit hard against it, almost taking her breath away. Words came roaring from his mouth. I can't live with someone who tells me no. Don't you understand, Bailey? If you can't listen, you can be replaced. Bailey was already hurting from being slammed against the wall. Anger began to replace fear. She hadn't signed up for this kind of treatment. Get your hands off of me, Tristan, she told him, her voice steady and strong. He pressed them harder into her shoulders, where he was holding her against the wall. He leaned in, his face so close to hers she felt his warm breath on her cheek. She stared at him. His pupils were so small. He was not the guy she met at the beginning of the year. Don't you defy me, Bailey. I won't be trifled with. You need help, Tristan. Her words angered him even more. That was a big mistake, but she couldn't help herself. He did need help, and she wasn't qualified to do that. He roared at her, and she shrunk farther into the wall, trying to get away from him. Tristan began to shake her. She knew she had to calm him down so she could leave. He'd been taking too many pills for way too long. She'd heard a few stories about how Adderall affected some people's mind, and he was now acting dangerous. A slow fear began to spread from deep in her gut. As he squeezed harder on her shoulders, she shrank into the wall, then pretended to pass out. Her body went slack, and she let go of his arms where she had been clinging onto him. At first, Tristan didn't know what to do. He let her go instantly. Bailey? What the? She slid to the floor, and in a split second she crawled away from where he stood and jumped to her feet. Bailey ran across the old carpeted floor before Tristan got his bearings, and closed herself in the bedroom. She locked the door behind her and began throwing clothes into her Delsey weekender bag. She didn't even know at that point what she was throwing together. Bailey slipped on her Kate Spade Keds without bothering to tie them. She ran into the bathroom, the bag in one hand, and threw her makeup and toiletries on top of her clothes. Since they were on the ground floor of the apartment building, she grabbed a hoodie and along with her bag she pushed open the window and threw them out. Tristan was banging on the door so loud, Bailey almost went to open it just to get him to quiet down. But then she realized if she did that, he'd keep her from leaving. She'd had enough. This was not the life she wanted. Especially now. Sliding her hand under the mattress, she pulled out the envelope her mother had given her during their last visit, folded it and stuffed it into her shoe. Then she crawled out the window and ran across the parking lot as fast as her feet would take her. It was starting to get dark, and Bailey wanted to get as far away as she could. College Town was only about a mile away, so she ran down the road, grateful there were no cars that went by to light up her escape. By the time she got to the college coffee shop, she was out of breath and realized she was wearing her pajama bottoms. They were pink with blue and red hearts along with the words forever and love. She slid the hoodie over her head, since she hadn't even had time to throw on a bra. The white t-shirt she wore was pretty see-through, and her hair was in a ponytail. She slid the hood over her hair, and when a car's headlights slowed down, she hid along the side of the building. Bailey caught her breath when Tristan's pickup truck went by real slow. He had his window down and music blared from inside. She hoped the campus police were out tonight and would stop him for a noise violation long enough she could get to the motel down the street. No such luck. The campus police were nowhere to be found tonight. Then she remembered something was going on at the college, and the town was pretty quiet until everyone came back from there. It was a spring festival or something like that. She had wanted to go, but Tristan had said no. Without a lot of people around, it would be easy for him to see her walking the streets. If he found her, how would he react? Would he be forgiving and stay calm, or get even rougher with her for leaving? She didn't know what he'd do. All she knew was she needed to hear her mother's voice. Even if it meant admitting she was wrong to leave nursing school. Bailey had made a mess of her life. Why did she think Tristan was right and could offer her something she was lacking? She slid to the ground in the small alley beside the coffee shop, knowing his car wasn't able to drive down the narrow lane. It was a walking path and no cars were allowed, so at least Bailey felt safe sitting in the shadows. She searched through her bag for her phone and let out a cry when she realized her cell was at the apartment. A door to the coffee shop opened. Someone was carrying garbage to the green dumpster nearby. A guy with short hair wearing a red-collared shirt with the coffee shop logo on turned quickly when he realized someone was there. He dropped the bag and stared at Bailey. "Bailey? Is that you?" Slowly, the guy came over to where she was sitting against the brick wall of the building. "Hey, Bobby. What's wrong? Are you all right?" She had to make a phone call. Maybe he'd let her into the shop, but lying wasn't going to help her case. She had to be honest. "I need to use a phone to call my mom. We had a fight, and Tristan is furious with me and I need to stay away from him right now." He reached out a hand. "Come on in, Bailey. I'll make you a latte while you use the phone." "Aren't you closed?" "Sure. It doesn't matter. I'll be here for at least 30 minutes finishing up. You can use the phone inside if you'd like." She let Bobby help her up and stumbled her way alongside him to the door. Her shoulders ached so bad and her neck hurt like crazy. "Thanks, Bobby. I appreciate it." He let her go first, and then motioned for Bailey to follow him to their employee break room. "You'll be safe here. Let me go get you a latte. Caramel, right?" She almost smiled. Bobby had remembered what she ordered when she came in after classes. "Yes. There's a phone on the table you can use." Bailey sat down on one of the plastic chairs and set her weekender bag on the table. She heard the machine roar to life as Bobby made her a latte. After taking a few deep breaths, she picked up the phone and pushed the buttons. Her mother was going to be upset. She hesitated before pushing the last button. Bailey felt so far away from home. She hung up the phone and began to cry. How could she ruin her mother's day? The woman had been through so much. Bailey slid her foot from her shoe and picked up the envelope. She had never counted how much money was in the envelope, but she knew it would be enough to get her somewhere safe. That was one thing her adopted mother was good at, planning out everyone's lives. But when she opened the envelope, all that was left was 3 $5 bills. That couldn't be. She knew there had been a wad of cash inside before. In her haste, she hadn't felt the envelope. But now she knew Tristan had taken it. There had been no one else in the apartment. A tear slid down her cheek just as Bobby came through the break room door with a latte in his hand. "Here," he told her, setting the paper cup on the table. He sat down in the chair beside her. "Do you want to tell me what's going on? I won't judge." He was giving her all of his attention. The guy could have asked her to leave, and there he was, getting her coffee and letting her cry. She hadn't realized what it felt like to have someone be so kind. Tristan had been so aggressive lately, she was starting to think all men behaved that way. Bobby seemed different somehow. She wanted to spill her guts to him, but she was so afraid of being judged. Yet didn't he say he would not judge? "Bailey, you can trust me. I have a feeling I know what's going on, and I feel your pain." She looked at him with teary eyes. "How can you? I doubt you were thrown against a wall by the man you thought you loved." Bobby's eyes got huge. "He did that to you, Tristan?" She nodded. "Please do not say a word. I'm not sure what to do about it yet." Bobby took both her hands and she winced. He frowned. "Bailey, if he hurt you, then you need to tell someone. No one should ever lay a hand on you. Never." "I know. When he did that, I knew right then I was done. No matter what. Do you want me to take you to the hospital?" "No. I'm sore but not hurt that I need to go to the hospital. It's his addiction that is making him crazy. Bobby nodded as if he knew. She stared at him, uncertain of what to say. I understand, Bailey. I went through it during my first year in college. The pills were everywhere. Are you taking them too? She nodded, ashamed now that she ever tried them. I was. Looking back, I realized those pills caused me to quit nursing school. I wondered why I hadn't seen you around much. She was surprised that Bobby even noticed. He was older, probably a year ahead of her. I quit. It was a stupid move, but Tristan thought it was a smart move to quit, since my grades were bad. I planned to go back once he graduated. Bobby gave her a disapproving look, but as he promised, there were no judgmental words. What will you do now? You can't go back. Not to someone who is hurting you. I won't. I'm through with him. She closed her eyes and laid a hand over her stomach. She'd been feeling bad for the last few days. Bailey sighed. I should call my mom. Let her know I need money to get home. She gave me emergency money, but Tristan found it and left me with $15. That's hardly enough to get home. Unless you know someone who charges exactly $15 to take you there. Where do you live? Bailey was surprised he'd offer. Bobby, my home is in Hideaway Lake. That's almost 2 hours away. He shrugged. I don't have a class until tomorrow afternoon. Besides, I'm pretty sure you need a friend right now. I'm that friend. His words brought more tears. He leaned forward as if he was going to hug her, when a loud pounding started out front. Bailey was certain it was Tristan. Bobby stood. Bobby, don't go out there. He is going to be so angry, and I don't want anyone else involved. Just let him go. He'll move on. Bobby shook his head. I can't allow him to break the glass out front. It's too expensive to replace. Wait here and don't you dare come out front. Promise me. She nodded. Bailey began to bite her bottom lip like she'd done when she was a young girl. Tristan was yelling through the glass, calling her name. What do you want, Tristan? Bobby called to him through the glass. At least he was smart enough not to open the door. We're closed. Sorry, all the machines are off. Have you seen Bailey? She took off on foot. I can't find her. Haven't seen her, Tristan. If you do, can you call me? Sure. See you later. Tristan didn't bother to say goodbye. He was back in the truck, driving away when Bobby motioned for her to come out front. We'll wait until he turns the corner and then we'll run for my car. It's sitting right out front. Are you sure? I don't want you involved. What if he finds out you helped me? Honestly, I don't know how mean he can get. Those pills make him so mean and nasty at times. You are talking to a guy who had an older sister who was addicted to them. I tried them too, but quickly learned they would not help me in the long run. Go get your bag. Tristan just turned the corner. Bailey raced back to the lunchroom to gather her things. By the time she got to the front of the store, Bobby had the lights off and his keys in his hand. The car doors are unlocked, so when we open this door, you race to the little red Chevy Cavalier parked right out front. Okay, I'm ready. The moment he opened the door, she took off like a bear was on her tail. She swung open the door and almost jumped into the little Cavalier. The bucket seat sucked her in, and she sat low in the hopes no one would recognize her in the passenger seat. Bailey didn't have to worry. There wasn't anyone around town yet. Bobby followed after locking the doors and started the car, throwing it in gear and taking off towards the highway. They left the small town behind them without running into Tristan's truck. Bailey let out a deep sigh. Thank you, Bobby. I have no idea how to repay you. We're friends, Bailey. That's what friends do. Bobby had always been nice to her when she visited the coffee shop during the 2 years she was in college. It was one of her favorite stops on the way to class. He had recently taken the job as manager. At least, that was what she remembered before she had moved in with Tristan. All of a sudden she realized she never made the phone call to her mom. I forgot to call home and I don't have my cell. Bobby dished out his cell from his pocket. Help yourself, he told her. She hated to call her mom. I don't know if she'll still be up. She's been working hard getting the inn together. My mom is opening a small bed and breakfast on Hideaway Lake. She also inherited some cottages and got divorced. I don't know if I can call her now. If you show up, it will be after midnight. Do you want to scare her by banging on her door that time of night? Bailey smiled. You are so logical, Bobby. Thanks. She took the phone and made the call. Hey, Mom. It's Bailey. What's wrong? Do you mind if I come home? She heard her mother shuffling around as if she had been in bed. Of course not. Do you need me to come to get you? No, a friend is bringing me home. We should get there around midnight. I love you, Bailey. I'll be here when you walk in the door. Thanks, Mom. I love you too. She hit the button and handed Bobby's phone back. I think I woke her up. She won't care. How do you know? Bailey grinned. You don't know my mom. I know how it feels to have someone you care about want to come home. Remember I said I had a sister addicted to pills? She wanted to come home, and our parents refused to help her. They said they couldn't trust her because of all the things she did before that. She lied and stole from them many times while on drugs. So I went and got her and took her to the hospital. Bailey realized Bobby was more like an adult than a guy in college. He was always working rather than hanging out at parties. Is that why I never saw you hanging out? Bobby nodded. I saw what it did to my sister when I was in high school. She almost died and my parents cared, but not enough. It's always been her and I. My parents care more about money than anything or anyone else. I'm sorry. Another pain shot across her lower belly. It made her cry out. Bobby noticed and slowed down the car. Are you in pain? What can I do? Bailey laid her hand across her stomach. I'm fine. Been getting some spasms in my stomach lately. Not sure what it is. Except she did know. Are you sure? You are sweating pretty bad. It's not that hot this evening. Leave it to Bobby to notice. She swiped at her forehead. I'll be fine. An hour and a half later, Bailey was reeling over in the front seat. You are not fine, Bobby told her. He put on his four ways and pulled over. I'm pregnant, she whispered, realizing the pain was not normal. As a nursing student, the possibility of a miscarriage was all too real. Bailey. The gentle way he said her name made her begin to cry. I didn't want to admit it yet. It seemed so unreal. He let out a long sigh. Okay, we will deal with this one step at a time. You need to go get checked out right now. There's no denying there's something wrong. Hershey Medical Center is about 10 minutes from here. If you drive straight down Route 322, it will be on the right side. You can't miss it. Bobby pulled the car onto the road and began to drive a little faster than he had been. At one point, he reached over and patted her hand. It was a sweet gesture. It didn't take long to get to the emergency room entrance. He pulled right up front and helped her into a wheelchair. The cramps were coming strong and hard, and she felt some wetness between her legs. Bailey closed her eyes, blaming herself for being under so much stress lately. If she miscarried, she'd blame herself. There was no one else to blame. This was all her fault. Chapter 14. Laura sat at the counter in her robe. She usually made her own coffee, but there were times when she got the Keurig out from the pantry and put it to use. Tonight was one of those times. The caffeine slowly woke her back up. It was well after 1 in the morning, and Bailey wasn't home yet. Laura had expected her around 12:30. Now she was getting worried. Since the house was so quiet, the creaking wooden steps could be heard in the kitchen as her houseguest came downstairs. He peeked around the corner to find her sitting at the counter. He was holding a cup in his hand. I smelled coffee and thought maybe you put a pot on this early. It's after 1. I usually don't start it until about 6. Forgive me for interrupting you. Joe looked so devastated before he turned away. She felt bad for being short with him. Joe. I do have a Keurig. Would you like a cup of French vanilla? He made a quick turn and handed his cup in through the window. She got up and took it, motioning him into the kitchen. You may as well come on in. I doubt I'll sleep anymore tonight. He found his way to the counter and took a seat. Is everything okay? You seem disheveled? She felt strange at first being in her robe and her hair uncombed in front of a strange man other than her ex. But if she were going to run this inn, then she had to be prepared for anything at any time. She squared her shoulders and decided she wasn't going to be bothered by the little things. I'm waiting for my youngest to come in. She lives in College Town and I think she's in trouble. She called me about midnight and said she was on her way and a friend was bringing her home. Do you mind if I sit and wait with you? I'm sure time must be dragging while you sit here all by yourself. It sure is, and I'd love the company. She fixed his coffee and sat with him at the counter. My daughter quit nursing school to move in with this guy. She had a year and a half to go before she bailed out. I wanted to strangle her when she did that, but it would do no good. Joe took a slug of his coffee. I'll agree with you. I never had kids, but I do have younger siblings. Truth be told, and you can find my story in any business magazine, I raised 4 younger sisters and brothers. Laura was quite impressed. You raised them? He nodded. Our parents died in a plane crash when I was 19. I had started college the year it happened and had to leave on short notice. Never did go back. My brothers were only 11 at the time. I have twin brothers and my sisters were 7 and 9. It was a really bad time for all of us, but we got through it together. That was 36 years ago, but it seems like yesterday. That's a tremendous thing you did at such a young age. Bailey doesn't know what she wants to do. I swore she wanted to become a nurse so badly, but then she met Tristan. He turned her whole life upside down. Laura's cell rang just then. She gazed at the screen to see a strange number she didn't recognize. I better take this, she told Joe. Whoever it was, it had to do with Bailey since no one ever called this time of night. Hello, she answered into the phone. Mrs. Myers? Yes, she said softly, the hairs on the back of her neck standing up. My name is Bobby Fairland. I called to let you know that Bailey is okay, but she is at the Hershey Medical Center in the emergency room. What? What happened? She was getting pains in her stomach, and you'll probably want to talk to her. I think they are prepping her for the OR. Bobby. Why? Oh my gosh, I'll be right there. She hit the red button and pushed in Cole's number. Then she hung up. I better get Olivia up first. I heard her come in before I got the phone call. I'll make you a cup of coffee to take along. Will that be helpful? Joe was so kind. He was letting her freak out, and yet she felt as if he was being supportive. How did she get so lucky to find a nice guest who fit right into her family? I'll go wake Olivia and get dressed. Laura raced up the stairs and woke up her oldest. Olivia didn't ask any questions, but shot out of bed and threw her clothes on. I'll go start my blazer, Mom. Laura was dressed in less than 5 minutes. She hurried back to the kitchen to find Joe holding a stainless steel mug in his hands. Here you go, he told her. She took the mug. Oh goodness. I didn't call Cole. Your daughter went to start the car. Why don't you get going, and I'll go get Cole if you call him and let him know. I rented a car and can pick him up. Don't worry, I'll lock up. Are you sure, Joe? I'm sorry your stay here is filled with our craziness. Joe laughed. You are making me feel young, Laura. My house was always filled with craziness when my siblings were younger. Now it's silent and I'm alone when I go back home. This will do me some good. Laura took in his last words and ran out the door. She hopped in the blazer and they took off. She noticed Joe shutting the front door and walking toward a fancy car as they rounded the corner. He's going to get Cole, Laura told Olivia. We better wake him up, Olivia said, then punched in some numbers on the dash. Soon after, the sound of a phone buzzed. Cole answered on the 3rd ring. What's up, sis? You drunk again? Laura looked at her oldest. What did that mean, she wondered, but didn't have time to analyze it. It's Mom. We're heading to Hershey Medical Center. It's Bailey. What? Cole bellowed through the phone. Come get me. We're almost on Route 322. Joe is coming to pick you up. Get dressed. Cole hung up the phone, not asking questions. That was one good thing about the family. No questions were needed. They would all show up and find out later. The ride to the was nerve-wracking. Laura was trying to explain things to Olivia, but she knew very little. All I know is some friend of hers was bringing her home. She didn't say why, and I didn't ask. She called me after I went to bed, around 10:30. I came home around 10 and went straight to bed. Pull in there, Laura pointed to the emergency sign along the highway. If you follow the arrows, it will take us straight to the They found a parking space right away, which was unusual since the parking was so small, then ran in through the large sliding doors. At the front desk, Laura inquired about Bailey. She's my daughter, she told the nurse. Follow me, the nurse said, a serious tone in her voice. Laura and Olivia exchanged glances. Should we call Dad? Olivia asked. Not yet. Let's find out what is happening first. Laura didn't want to deal with Kurt. Not yet. Not now. It may be selfish of her, but she had enough of him for 1 month. She'd call him if Bailey wanted him here. The nurse took them to the waiting room on the 2nd floor. If you wait right in there, the doctor will call on the phone at the desk. Or he may come to talk to you when she is out of surgery. Laura touched the nurse's sleeve to get her attention. Why is my daughter in surgery? HIPAA laws won't allow me to tell you, but she is in good hands. Dr. Leyland is a top-notch surgeon, and we are lucky to have him here. Now, if you'd like something to drink, there are bottles of water in the small fridge on the table in the corner, or you can make a cup of coffee or tea. Olivia spoke up since Laura was unable to. My brother and a friend will be here shortly. Can you make sure they come here? No worries, I'll bring them here myself. Thank you, Laura told the nurse, then sat down in one of the wooden chairs. It will be okay, Mom. The nurse said Bailey is in good hands. I don't even know why she is having surgery. The boy who called said she was having stomach pains. Maybe her appendix. We'll find out soon enough. Olivia and Laura both looked up when a tall young man walked in. He had short brown hair and was wearing a light jacket with a red shirt with a coffee shop logo on the front. Are you Bailey's mother? He asked her. Laura nodded. Yes, did I speak with you on the phone earlier? That was me. I'm Bobby Fairland. What is going on, Bobby? Because of the HIPAA law, they won't tell me anything no matter that I am her mother. I know. I've been walking up and down the hall for almost an hour, waiting. He moved closer, sitting in a hard plastic seat across from them. Please tell me she wasn't hurt by that boyfriend of hers? It had been Laura's biggest fear. When Bailey brought Tristan home, she tried to see the good in him but had found nothing nice or sweet about him. He had an aggressive attitude that she hadn't liked even when Bailey swore she was fine. No, I don't think so. I knew Bailey when she was in the nursing program. She'd come to my shop a few times a week for coffee. Last night, she was hiding alongside the building when I went out to take the trash to the dumpster. I had her come inside to call you. Thank you for that. Things must have gone bad with her and Tristan. I think so. He's doing things he shouldn't be, that's all I'm saying. She can tell you the rest between them. I told her I'd bring her home, and then halfway there she was doubling over in pain, so we came here. Olivia stood. Did he hit her? She asked, angry. Bobby shrugged. The only thing she told me was he got rough and slammed her against the wall. That's all I know. It's why I decided to get her out of town. I like Bailey a lot. I don't want to see anything bad happen to her. Laura smiled. Thank you, Bobby. Inside she was raging. Olivia paced back and forth, unable to sit still. Laura watched as she formed a fist with her hands. Laura was honestly afraid that if Tristan would walk in the waiting room right this minute, he'd wind up in the hospital himself. Olivia was as angry as a bear. Cole and Joe were brought in by the nurse. He nodded and sat down beside her. Laura, how is your daughter? We don't know anything. The doctor is still in the OR. Olivia caught Cole's attention and motioned for him. The three went outside in the hallway. Laura heard Cole swear several times and began to wring her hands. Bobby is the boy who brought Bailey here. He told us Tristan, that's Bailey's boyfriend, got rough with her before she left there. He found her hiding along the side of his coffee shop. Joe placed a hand on her sleeve. It will be all right, Laura. Just the way he said it made her believe him. She looked into his eyes, feeling calmer instantly. He had the most gentle eyes she'd ever seen. They weren't dark and angry like Kurt's eyes had been. This man had the most gentle eyes with just a trace of lines at the edges. It made him seem worldly and knowledgeable. She gave him a soft smile. Thank you, Joe. My youngest sister overdosed when she was 17. She almost succeeded. I sat in the hospital unable to leave, afraid if I did, I'd never see her again. She was troubled and got into drugs in her junior year of high school. It was one of the worst times of our lives. I'm so sorry, Joe. How is she now? Laura asked, curious. She needed to hear there was a happy ending. She's great. In a way, it was a blessing in disguise. She now works as a counselor at the Carson Foundation, an intense treatment center in Berks County. That's great news, Joe. I'm glad she found that drugs were not good for her. I'm worried that Bailey may be taking them too. She was terribly thin when she came home for her grandmother's funeral. Here's the doctor, Joe mentioned. He hadn't bothered calling on the phone in the corner. Mrs. Myers? He asked, looking directly at Laura. She stood and they shook hands. Cole and Olivia came over, along with Bobby, who had been in the background until now. Laura gazed at him. He seemed truly concerned for Bailey. How is she? Were the first words that came out of her mouth. She's going to be fine. Sit down, please. Laura sat, along with Joe. He placed a hand over hers and left it there. Laura noticed it felt warm and welcoming. What happened to her, Doc? When she came into the ER, we did a sonogram right away. She was having external bleeding from her uterus and terrible pain. I'm sorry to say we found the pregnancy no longer viable, and with the amount of bleeding felt it was in the patient's best interest to perform a dilation and curettage, or better known as a D&C. My daughter was pregnant? Laura's words were spoken with a catch in her throat. She had no idea. Bailey never said a word to anyone. Was that one of the reasons she had been so adamant about quitting nursing school? The doctor nodded. Yes, I'm sorry for the loss, Mrs. Myers. The doctor stood up. We'll keep her here for the next few hours as a precaution, and by noon she should be able to leave. We want to make sure there is no heavy hemorrhaging. Can I see her? In about 20 minutes. The staff is getting her back to recovery. Someone will come out when she's awake. Laura stood, holding out her hand to the doctor. Thank you for keeping her safe. My pleasure. Take care now. The doctor was gone before she knew it, and the next thing she knew, Olivia fell into her arms. Oh, Mom. I had no idea Bailey was in such dire straits. No one did, Olivia. The doctor popped back in the waiting room, as if he had forgotten something. Mrs. Myers? I forgot to mention that your daughter had some bruises on her shoulders. They look like a male hand imprint. Can you tell us anything about that? You'll have to ask her when she is awake, but I do know she had a falling out with her boyfriend. There was no sense denying that fact to anyone. Tristan should have never laid a hand on her. The surgeon nodded and retracted from the room. Bobby let out a deep groan. She said Tristan shoved her up against the wall of their apartment. I had no idea it was so rough. There were marks left on her skin. If I see him, I'm going to hurt him. Laura shook her head. No, Bobby. Revenge is not for you to decide. Let the police handle this. Bailey will need to press charges. Cole had been quiet up until now. Bailey's things are still at the apartment. She had one bag with her. Someone will have to go get the rest of her stuff. Laura looked up to see the nurse waving at her. I think Bailey is awake. Let's go in to see her. We'll see what she wants us to do about her things. All I know is she's never going back there. Laura, Olivia, and Cole followed the nurse to the recovery room. Laura looked at her youngest daughter, who had her eyes closed and looked so pale. She bent over her still body, pushing back some hair from her face. Laura leaned down and kissed her forehead. Hey, love. Mom. Bailey's eyes flickered open. They were filled with unshed tears. Laura wrapped her arms around her youngest and let her weep. Olivia and Cole stood on the other side of the bed. Shush, Bailey. Everything will be all right. We are all here for you. Thanks. I'm so tired. Cole squeezed his sister's hand. Olivia and I can go get your stuff if you want us to. She turned to him and let a tear fall. Yes, please. Cole gave her a gentle kiss on the cheek. Olivia followed and whispered something in her little sister's ear that made Bailey laugh. Cole. Olivia. Please come right home. I don't want another phone call. Cole came around the side of the bed Laura was on and gave her a hug. Joe said he'd stay here with you so Olivia and I can go get her stuff. We're going to follow Bobby, and he's going to notify College Town Police before we go to the apartment. Thank Bobby for me, please, Bailey managed to get out. I'll text him as soon as I get a phone. Can you get his number for me? Olivia smiled. Sure will. He's a great guy for bringing you home. Bailey looked at Laura when they left. A lone tear rolled down her cheek. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Mom. But most of all, I lost my baby. I am solely responsible and I can't fix it. Laura gathered her daughter in her arms and rocked her until she fell asleep. This was going to take some work to fix, but she didn't have any doubt that the healing would begin on Hideaway Lake. Chapter 15. Cole and Olivia followed Bobby to College Town, where they stopped at the local police station first. After Bobby explained the situation to the officer on duty, he went with them to the apartment. Tristan's truck was out front. Bobby huffed. He was out searching for Bailey and must have given up since his red truck is sitting there. I felt the hood and it's cold. If that was my girl, I'd never give up until she was found. Cole agreed. That's the difference between a man and a man who hits women, he told Bobby. The officer held up a hand, then turned facing the three of them. Okay kids, now listen up. There will be no interaction with Tristan. I know college life can be a mess. But until the victim presses charges, the things you told me are assumptions. You can't and will not go attacking or trying to beat him up. Do I make myself clear? Bobby nodded first, then Cole afterward. Olivia reluctantly agreed. He turned and knocked on the door several times. Tristan answered in his boxers. What's going on? He looked as if he'd been sleeping, which gave Cole even darker thoughts. Tristan, it's Officer Watkins. I believe you had a girl living here with you, Bailey Myers. Yeah, did you find her? She took off and hasn't come back yet. The moment he said that, his eyes widened when he noticed the rest of them standing behind the officer. Cole squeezed his fist together, forcing his hand not to move. Man, oh man, he wanted to hurt Tristan for hurting his sister. Olivia nudged him with her elbow. He nodded to let her know he wouldn't do anything stupid. She's safe and her family is here to collect the rest of her things. Hello, Cole. Olivia. Hey, Bobby. I thought you said you hadn't seen her? Tristan had the nerve to throw an accusation at Bobby. I lied. She's with her family and that's all you need to know. You're lucky I don't pound you into the ground for what you did to her. Bobby worked his way forward until he was almost beside the officer. The man in blue held out his hand. Don't make me arrest you, Bobby. You gave me your word. Bobby stepped back. Maybe I'll wait at my car. I doubt I can help from knocking him into next week. Good call, Officer Watkins told him. He turned to Cole and Olivia. Do you two want to go in and gather her things? Yeah, I'll go with my sister. Don't want that piece of trash throwing her against the wall too. Tristan held up his hands. I didn't do anything to your sister, I swear. He pushed open the screen door and let Cole and Olivia in, along with the officer. Which way to her room? Olivia asked. I know what belongs to her. Tristan pointed towards the left and Cole followed her back to the bedroom, standing at the door while she gathered their sister's things. The officer was explaining to Tristan that he wasn't in trouble yet, but if Bailey decided to press charges, Tristan would be called to the station. I swear I didn't touch her. She was so messed up that she flipped out on me. I tried to calm her down and she flung herself against the wall. I went to her and tried to help her, and she ran out of the house. Cole had heard enough. You done, sis? Yes, sure am. Take these 2 bags, she told him, throwing 2 duffel bags at him. Cole caught them and followed Olivia back out. He turned to Tristan. For flinging herself against the wall, she has handprints on her shoulders. How do you explain that? His voice was low, cold, and disturbingly calm for the amount of anger he was holding inside. But Cole had promised the officer he'd restrain himself. I didn't touch her, Tristan swore as if he believed his own lies. Olivia accidentally stepped on his foot as she walked by. Tristan let out a yelp. Olivia didn't turn to look back at him. Oh, I'm sorry, did I hurt you? I didn't try to. Officer Watkins took a step forward. Go on out now, he ordered, giving Olivia a stern look. She obeyed without a problem. Cole sighed. It was time to get out of here. He wasn't going to last much longer. His polite demeanor was wearing thin. The officer instructed them to leave town and let the law take care of things. He made Bobby promise not to go back into the house. Bobby promised and took off since it was almost 6 in the morning. He gave Cole his phone number to give to Bailey and shook hands. He's a good guy, Olivia said from behind the wheel. Cole hopped in, pulled his seatbelt on and leaned back in the leather seat. Cole nodded. Bobby was a good guy. He probably saved Bailey from getting hurt worse. Cole dozed a time or two during the 2-hour drive. He'd feel himself drift off until his sister blared the music. Hey, wake up. You have to keep me awake, bro. He'd roll down the window so the cold air would blast the two of them. They wound up laughing and turning the music even louder. Finally, about 8:30, they pulled onto Hideaway Lake's main road. Olivia pulled up at the inn. We can put Bailey's stuff in Mom's room for now. I'm not sure where Mom wants to put her. Cole grabbed the 2 bags and helped his sister take Bailey's stuff inside. They went in the back door through Laura's private entrance. After throwing the bags in the corner, Olivia and Cole both fell onto the soft cushions of the sofa. We may as well get some rest until Mom gets here. I think the doctor said she can leave the hospital by noon if she's feeling better. Cole sighed. He stretched his legs out in front of him and placed his hands behind his head. It's been a long night. As soon as he got comfy, his phone buzzed. He was going to ignore it until he realized the text may be his from his mom or Joe. Hey Cole. It's Madison. Joe was supposed to stop by the Historical Society this morning. I even got him a coffee. Have you seen him? Who is it? Olivia asked. Madison. She was expecting Joe at the Historical Society this morning. He wanted to find out more info about the mansion. Tell her to come over. She's almost part of the family. What part of he's not dating her did any of his family understand? She's not my girlfriend, Olivia. Mom hired her to do some PR work. I've taken a walk around the lake with her. Don't act like she's more than a friend. Yeah, okay, bro. Now tell her to stop in so we can let her know why Joe isn't there. Cole tapped the letters on his phone. Joe isn't here. He's with Laura at the You want to come over? We're sitting here waiting for Mom to get home. Can you stop in? Come to the back door and I'll explain everything. Madison replied right away. Be right there. It took less than 5 minutes for Madison to show up. She knocked softly on the back door. Olivia waved her inside. Come on in, Madison. Cole stood when she entered, offering her his seat. She sat down, and he sat in the rocking chair opposite the sofa. We had to go get Bailey. Madison looked confused. I am afraid I don't know Bailey. She's our youngest sister. Is she okay? She had a fight with her boyfriend, Olivia jumped in. Should have knocked him on his. Olivia, Cole felt the same way, but now was not the time. He looked at Madison, who seemed more confused than ever. Put it this way, Maddie, he laid a hand on her and we hope she'll press charges. He ran a hand through his hair. I'm sorry to hear this. What can I do to help? She gave Cole an empathetic smile. Go with me to tie the guy up and beat him with a strap. We can be back home before anyone knows it was us, Olivia retorted. Madison laughed out loud. She flung her head back and Cole stared at her long milky white neck and wanted to kiss her. He sighed. She was beautiful. How about we wait to see what Bailey wants to do? Cole told his sister. She should be here shortly. I didn't realize it's already 10:30. How about some coffee? I can make a pot for you and when your mom gets here. I'm sure she can use it. I'll help you, Cole volunteered. They made their way to the kitchen, working side by side until the pot was dripping and the aroma of coffee beans filled the room. Madison turned to him. Will Bailey be okay? Cole nodded. She's tough. Now that she's home with her family, she'll be fine. Madison took a step forward and gave him a hug. I'm sorry for your troubles, Cole. The way she said his name sounded so right. Her soft body was flush up against his, and although it was a friendly gesture, he felt the heat rising inside of him. She was nothing like Sherry or anyone he ever met before. Cole took a step back, otherwise he'd dip his head and kiss her. She smiled again. I better get back to the Historical Society. Text me if you need me, she told him, placing a soft kiss on his cheek. He watched as she went to say goodbye to Olivia. Cole leaned against the counter staring. His sister came through the private entrance, her hair a mess and her arms crossed. Where's the coffee? She asked, not noticing the pot was still brewing since he was blocking it from her view. Or should I ask where your head is at, bro? Cole pushed himself away from the counter and reached into the cupboard to get them each a cup. I have to go back to Philly and give this check back. Too bad. That's a lot of money. Yeah, well, it was never mine to keep. Want to ride along when I go? Olivia accepted the hot mug and nodded. Sure. When? Maybe in a few days. The sooner the better. We'll make sure Bailey is okay first. Mom will be proud of you, Cole. I'm not doing it for her, sis. I knew all along it was a payoff. Whatever. In the meantime, I have a few projects at the cafe for you if you can fit them into your schedule. I'd like to be able to open soon. Sure. What kind of food are you planning to serve there? Oh, I see, bro. You want to be the taste tester for my cafe? She shook her head. Of course. Remember when you were going to school and you'd cook stuff for us to try? Back then you almost poisoned us several times. I figure by now we don't have to worry about that part. After all these years you should know how to cook. Olivia went to punch him in the arm when the front door to the inn opened. Bailey had a blanket wrapped around her and was leaning heavily on Laura. Cole set his cup down and went to help. Olivia followed. She's exhausted. I'll put her in my room for now, Laura told them. I can sleep on the sofa. We figured that, Ma, Cole said. Come on, Bailey, let's get you settled. He took her arm and she winced. The anger started to rise again until he realized he had to stay calm for her sake. Let's get you in bed. Cole picked up his sister and carried her to Laura's bed, tucking her in like she was 3 years old. You don't have to baby me, Cole. I'm an adult. Yet the sound of her voice told Cole she didn't mind one bit. He pinched her cheek. You're home, sis. Get used to it. He turned to leave. Thanks, Cole. Her voice drifted away as her eyes closed. He stood there and stared at his little sister. A protective shield came over him, and he ached to find Tristan and pound him. But it would do no good. The man needed help. So did Bailey. That was the sad truth. When he went back out to the kitchen, everyone had gone to the parlor. Joe was talking in a low tone. He noticed his mom and Olivia nodding at his words. What's going on? Cole sat beside his sister on the settee. Joe told us he has a sister who is a counseling manager at a place called the Carson Foundation. It's a very private center for addiction. He can give her a call if that will help. Cole looked at Joe with new respect. He was a man of high importance in the building industry and business world. Why would he want to help, and yet here he was, offering assistance after only knowing them less than a week? She's been struggling with this pill addiction for a while now. I'm pretty sure she's been taking them. We have to talk to her about it, Cole admitted. It has to be up to Bailey. Agree. Just say the word and I'll make the call. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm going to my room for a bit. It has been a long night, Laura told everyone. Let's just take the day off and help Bailey today. How about dinner at 7 tonight? Mom, I'll make dinner. You rest. I'm going to bed too. Olivia stood and stretched. I doubt I can sleep, Cole admitted. I'm not much of a daytime sleeper. Laura scolded him and gave him a hug at the same time. Go home, Cole. No work today, promise me? All right, Ma. Love you. I'll probably stop by and invite Maddie to dinner tonight if that's okay. Yes, please do. I need to speak with her about a few things. Oh dear, Joe was going to meet her today at the Historical Society. I better call. No need, Ma. She was here earlier. I explained what happened. Well, part of what happened. She knows Joe won't be by. Oh, good. I'll let Joe know. I'm sure he's forgotten. Cole left feeling pretty good about the whole situation. At least Bailey was safe at home, even though the jerk Tristan was free to come and go. The man needed to get into rehab worse than Bailey. He also needed to spend time in jail for touching Cole's sister. Either way, Cole wasn't going to let him get away with hurting Bailey. Chapter 16. Joe, I'm afraid I have to kick you out. He sat on the wooden rocker on the front porch, his wine glass stopping halfway to his mouth. His face took on a serious look that Laura almost felt bad teasing him so. I have to leave here. He teased back, realizing she was kidding by the tone of her voice. Laura nodded. Yes, the inspector came back after Cole explained we had an emergency. Chad Peterson was so upset that we forgot about the inspection. He was going to make us wait for another month and a half until Cole made a deal with him. Joe laughed. Cole impresses me, Laura. What kind of deal? He invited Chad to dinner tomorrow night. Cole actually invited him for some of my famous lasagna. So he decided to give in and inspect the rentals and pass them all with flying colors. Joe nodded. Interesting. So Chad Peterson can be bribed? Laura laughed. Only for my lasagna. If you are kicking me out, does this mean I won't be invited back for lasagna? Does Chad Peterson get all of it? Laura shook her head. It was such a nice evening. Bailey had come to the dining room table for the first time tonight. After lying in bed for 3 days, it was nice to see her up. Bailey wasn't saying much, but the fact she showed up with everyone meant she was taking baby steps toward recovery. Of course you will be invited. But just so you know, the cabins and cottages are ready to be occupied, so whenever you want to make the move, let me know which one you want. You get first dibs. I kind of like it right here, but when members of my staff show up, I'll need the space. We work as a team. There will be 4 others coming to join me in a few days, so I may as well pick out which bedroom I want or they'll throw me in a small closet somewhere. His eyes crinkled when he grinned. I'll miss you being here, and you'll always have a place at the table, Joe. You were my very first guest, and officially, of course. He started to reach over but then quickly drew his hand back. Laura hadn't missed that. But she wasn't ready for anything more than a friendship, and she had a feeling Joe understood all too well. It was too soon. I like the idea of being right beside the Historical Society, so if you don't mind, I'll rent the cottage next to it. The Americana? Is that what you named it? It seems appropriate since the flag is waving proudly from the porch. I have to admit, Madison came up with the names. She named the others Northern Lights Cottage, Pioneer Cabin, and the Sanctuary Cabin. She is very good at this. Madison is a good kid and helpful. She's shown me how to dig up the history of the mansion. It's quite interesting. When you get a chance to get away, I'll take you on a tour. I had a crew out there making sure everything was safe before the renovations began. Laura liked that he wanted to show her what he bought. I'd love to see it. Before and after, she admitted. He grinned. I think we can arrange that. Cole, Madison, and Olivia came into view as they ran from the cafe building. Cole shouted, Mom, you better check your bookings. What's he talking about? Oh dear, I haven't been paying any mind to my website. She pulled her phone from her back pocket and quickly went to her booking page. Yikes. What's wrong? Joe asked, leaning over to see. I've overbooked. How did that happen? Madison hurried through the gate first. Did you mark Joe's room as occupied? Or Olivia's room? Laura's face fell. I did not. Madison sighed and sat down on the swing beside her. Okay, well, you have a full house booked in 3 days. That means we have to either cancel someone or put them in one of the cottages for the same price as a room. It will be a loss, I'm afraid. Joe shook his head. No worries. I'm moving to the Americana tomorrow. That will free up 1 room. But I will be back for lasagna, right, Laura? Laura gave him a smile. Of course, Joe. In a way, his departure made her sad. She liked when he was around. Olivia jumped in. I'm moving to the cafe tomorrow after Chad inspects the studio apartment. Cross fingers that it passes. It will pass. I made sure everything is up to code, sis. Cole stood beside Madison and Laura had to smile at the two of them. He claimed they were just friends, but it was obvious they both liked each other. That frees up another room, Laura mentioned. Olivia shook her head. How so? Bailey will want her own private space soon. Sit down, everyone. I want to talk about Bailey. Laura wanted to speak with all of them about Bailey. Now was as good a time as any. Cole, Olivia, and Madison each took a seat. What's wrong? Olivia was the first to ask. Cole stood up again. Don't you dare tell us that she is going back to that jerk? Laura held up a hand. No, Cole. Relax. He hesitated but then sat back down when Laura spoke up. Bailey and I talked for a long time these past few days. She also spoke with Joe's sister, who is an advisor at the Carson Foundation. Bailey will be leaving the day after tomorrow for some therapy and care at the treatment center. Olivia let out a deep sigh. Thank goodness. I was so worried. She glanced at Joe. Thank you for calling your sister, Joe. I'll speak for the whole family to say how much we appreciate it. I don't know how we got so lucky with you as the first guest and now this. Cole shook Joe's hand. Whatever you need, just ask. I'm serious. We love our sister and appreciate how you jumped in to help. I've been down this road and know what you are going through. I learned that I was not qualified to help my sister when she became addicted. She needed professionals. Now that she is one, it makes it easier to get someone the help they need. After Bailey is through treatment, she may be able to help someone else in need someday. Laura gave Joe an appreciative look. His eyes looked into her own intensely and seriously. When she turned away, Olivia, Cole, and Madison were all watching them. Then they exchanged looks and grinned. What? Laura asked. Cole was the first to stand up. I think I'll walk Maddie home. Are you ready? He asked, holding out his hand to her. Madison took his hand and said her goodbyes. She turned to Laura. It looks like you will have a full house for your opening day, if everyone shows up. Laura looked concerned. What do you mean if they show up? Some people may cancel at the last minute. Don't worry, they forfeit their deposit if it is within 24 hours of check-in. I'll keep an eye on things the first week and slowly show you how to monitor this. Thank you, Madison. It's a lot of stuff to remember. Olivia stood and stretched. I guess I'll go do some packing, since Chad will be over at 10 in the morning for the inspection. Good night, Mom. She leaned in for a kiss and a hug, then said goodnight to Joe. Thanks again for everything, Joe. Please, it's the least I can do. Good night, Olivia. After Olivia went inside, Joe gave her a serious look. You've raised some fine young adults, Laura. His words made her happy inside. She was so proud of them. They are good kids. Do you ever regret not having children? Or is that too private of a question to ask? He shook his head. Not at all. I've had my hands full raising my sisters and brothers from the time I was 19. Then I built my companies and never looked back. You've been single all those years? Why was she asking this? It really was none of her business. He smiled. Everything you want to know about me is in any business magazine. My life is on a billboard. I never hid any part of it. And no, I never married. About 10 years ago I almost got married. We even talked about adopting kids, but then I realized I didn't want to start raising kids again. Raising my siblings was enough. Laura understood. There is nothing wrong with feeling a certain way, Joe. He shrugged. The thing is, I've worked so hard since I was 19 building my business, now I'm doing projects that I love. When I was raising my siblings, I only took on projects that help pay the bills. This mansion is for me, and I hope that doesn't sound selfish. But if I had gotten married and adopted kids, I doubt I'd have bought the mansion. It sounded like he was the one who called off the wedding. Some things are not meant to be, Joe. I think I made the right call by not getting married. Especially to Sarah. She turned around 3 weeks later and eloped with some rich guy. The marriage lasted 2 years, and since they lived in California, she got half of everything he owned. I imagine I'd have paid the price too. Laura patted his arm. Then I'd say you did the right thing. Joe, you are not being selfish by wanting to enjoy your life and the money that you earned. I've sat with my head in the sand for 30 years. Imagine the shock when my ex told me he fell in love with a younger woman. I'm sorry, Laura. Was it a long time ago? She laughed. Less than 2 months, actually. Joe looked shocked. You are holding up well, Laura. I've got some great kids and good friends who pulled me through the first few days. Then this inn kept me busy, and when you showed up, well, I felt like I had a friend here with me. Just so you know, your kindness has not gone unnoticed. He took her hand. I like you, Laura. I can even see you in my life. What I respect about you is the fact you are willing to be my friend too. I hope you will join me in exploring the old mansion. I have a feeling you will like it. Laura was relieved he hadn't asked her for anything more than a friendship. Starting over was hard. Even though she was surprised that she was starting to rely on his company quite a bit, she knew friendship was the only option for them right now. It was too soon for anything more. For both of them. He needed to explore life, and she needed to keep a 30-year marriage buried deep under the sea. I'd love to go exploring with you, Joe. Thanks for your friendship. Same. He gave her hand a pat. Want to take a walk by the lake? I have a hankering to get some exercise this evening. I'd love to. It was so obvious that Chad Peterson liked Laura and wanted more than a friendly relationship with her. Even her kids noticed. They were all sitting around the dining room table anticipating lasagna, a favorite everyone loved. Laura took the steaming pan from the oven and placed it on the counter at the window when Chad jumped up to help. He almost ran over Joe, who had also stood. I'll help her, Chad told Joe, rushing past him. Laura almost laughed at the show of affection Chad displayed. Perhaps Olivia made a mistake inviting him to dinner. She did not want him to get any ideas that she liked him for anything more than friends. Even Joe understood that much. Then Olivia slapped a hand over her mouth, and Laura knew she was trying to hide her giggles. Laura gave her a stern warning with a look. Olivia sobered and turned away. Cole grinned. Joe actually frowned at Chad and sat back down. Laura sighed. She waited while Chad picked up the hot pads and carried the glass container to the table, setting it in the middle. He helped Laura to her seat and sat down on her right. Joe was on the opposite side, right across from him. Since Laura sat at the head of the table, this all felt weird. She felt like the white sugary cream in the middle of an Oreo cookie. Then she laughed at her reference to a cookie. Olivia looked at her mom and laughed too, even though she had no idea why. Bailey was next and the rest followed. No one knew why they were laughing, but it broke the tension that was starting in the room. Finally, Laura reached out to Joe and Chad and took their hands while everyone prepared to say grace. Laura directed the prayer. Dear Lord, thank you for the kind and loving friend sitting at our table today. I am truly blessed that our first guest is such a caring and helpful man. Thank you for Chad, also a nice friend who has helped my family with inspections. I pray that he finds a wonderful person to share his life with. Someone who will be kind and see what kind of caring man he is. Meanwhile, Lord, allow me to continue to be blessed by my children and thank you for bringing them home. Amen. That was a splendid prayer. I hope I find a nice caring person too. He squeezed Laura's hand. She had hoped he'd get the hint she wasn't interested, but probably made things worse. Olivia rolled her eyes at Chad's words. Laura spoke up. She had to make it clear to him that she wasn't interested. I hope you do too, Chad. Everyone deserves to have someone in their life. Now as for me, I'm so happy right now that I doubt I'll ever have another relationship again. I'll probably go into my golden years single, and I like that idea. Chad frowned. You are not old. Why talk about the golden years? You've got a full life ahead of you, don't you think so, Olivia? No idea, Olivia mumbled right before she stuffed a forkful of lasagna in her mouth. Cole and Bailey sat quietly together, not saying much. It was hard for Bailey right now. She was doing all the right things, but Laura knew her head was all messed up. Hopefully, time at the treatment center would help. The rest of the dinner was a bit awkward for Laura. Even though she had made it clear she was planning to stay single, Chad was constantly trying to convince her otherwise. She was starting to get annoyed at him, but tried hard not to show it. Since she'd probably have guests that would be annoying, maybe this was a lesson for her to see how she'd react. Or maybe Chad was just too much. He started in again. "Laura, if you don't have plans on Saturday, I can come over and we can go for pizza. What do you say?" He had finished his plateful of lasagna and waited for her answer with his elbows propped on the table. Laura wanted to scream, but she smiled. "I'm sorry, I do have plans on Saturday." Chad looked disappointed. "You do? Well, how about Sunday?" He wasn't going to give up. Her children were staring at him, then her, waiting on her answer. What in the world? Were her own kids thinking she'd want to date this guy? Joe saved her. "I'm afraid Sunday she is going with me to take a tour of the mansion." Laura looked at Joe, who was smiling, all smug as a bear. "I am? Oh yes. Yes I am," she told Chad. "Well, I'll stop by again or call you. Maybe next weekend?" Laura shook her head. "I just can't make plans that far ahead, Chad. With the inn opening in a few days, I'm not sure how my schedule will be." "Okay." He stood up. "I have to run. My mom wants me to stop by. Hey, you don't mind if I take along a slice of lasagna for my elderly mother, do you?" Laura was glad the subject was off of her. "Of course not. Let me get you a dish." She hurried into the kitchen, found a dish with a lid and scooped a slice into the container, securing the lid. She handed the food to him. He brushed her hand, either by accident or on purpose, she wasn't sure. Everyone watched as he made his way to the front door. Laura had walked behind him and said her goodbyes. "I'll stop again to bring the container back," he told her. "Better call first, Chad. In case I'm busy with the inn," she told him. He nodded. "Of course. Good night." He waved to the others. Laura closed the door, turned and walked back to the table. She gave her family a smile. "Who wants dessert?" Grins followed, then Cole burst out laughing and the rest followed once again. Bailey cracked a smile which made Laura's heart happy. Even Joe was shaking his head and laughing. She turned to him, enjoying hearing the hearty deep laugh coming from him. She shook her head and went for the strawberry shortcake she made earlier. This was her family, and she loved every moment of it. She found it hard to believe Kurt had given all of this up for money and a younger woman. Laura set the dessert on the table and everyone's eyes got huge. "Oh my goodness, Mom. This looks delish," Olivia cried. "Thank you, love. That's a high compliment coming from my chef daughter. You are the baker, not me. I just love to cook." Olivia was the first to dig in, cutting a slice for each person at the table. "Too bad Chad is missing this," Joe said. Cole laughed. From the looks Mom was giving him, I think he'd be wearing the whole pie by now if he hadn't left. The others laughed. "Now I do feel guilty. I'll slice a piece for him, and you take it with you to the inspection tomorrow, Olivia. But you have to tell him you made it." Olivia grinned. "Okay, Mom. I just hope he doesn't try to date me instead." "Yuck. He's not that bad, Olivia. But he is much older than you." Olivia glared at her. "I've dated older men, Mom." "Olivia, we don't want to know about your love life at the dinner table." Laura was teasing. Her daughter had called her many times to discuss a man she was dating. There had been one who was older, whom they had talked about. Olivia had seemed to like him, but then she never mentioned him again. "I have no love life. All I care about is focusing on the cafe. Once Chad passes inspection, I can move in and get the cafe ready to open. That's my goal this year. Same with the inn. I can't believe in 3 days it will be open for business. I have to admit, I'm kind of nervous." "We will all help, Ma," Cole told her. Joe gave her a pat on the hand. "I'll stop in and check on you. I can be charming if you need help with any of the guests." Laura thanked him. He was so different than any man she had ever known. "Thank you. All of you." Joe continued. "I meant what I said about the mansion. If you'd like to go on Sunday, I'd love to have you go along." "Yes, of course. My first guest isn't going to arrive until 6:30, so I have plenty of time in the morning or afternoon. I can't wait, Joe told her. His voice was genuine, and it made her so happy. He was a good man. Chapter 17. Shar didn't want to open her eyes. All the wine they drank last night had been way too much. Ryan had helped take the pups to the vet for their second shots, so she had suggested they throw something on the grill since it was supposed to be really nice outside. They had been spending a lot of time together recently. As friends. Even though the sparks were there, they had both contained themselves early on, making sure to avoid touching. Shar had begun to feel guilty about having Ryan there, and when she mentioned it to him, he suggested they stay friendly until she was ready for more. She had spoken to him about her husband and the guilt she felt when he died. He seemed to understand completely and had backed off whenever he showed up. After tending to the pups, they sat by the fire almost every time they were together and talked for hours. She was grateful for that, but last night had changed everything. The food was just about done on the grill when he got an emergency call about an alarm going off. She promised to keep the food warm and waited over an hour for him to text her. After 2 hours, she figured he wouldn't come back and threw the grilled salmon and red potatoes in the fridge. That's when she saw the bottle of wine she had set out for them. Instead of saving it for another day, she walked out to the docks and drank straight from the bottle. It was almost dusk, so she watched the sunset by herself. Shar felt so alone. Even though it wasn't his fault he'd been called away, the past 3 years of being on her own hit her all at once. She wasn't getting any younger. At 50, Shar knew she had to step out and take a chance with Ryan, but she was scared. There. She said it. What if he breaks her heart? He didn't seem to want anything more than a good time. Was she willing to settle for that? She turned around and looked at all she owned. A great house on a fabulous lake, her own business making more money than she ever imagined, and a great group of dear friends she loved with all her heart. Hideaway Lake was home. But she didn't want to be lonely anymore. This house was huge. It felt like she was enclosed in a tomb some days. There were times when she had to get away just to feel normal. That's when she'd call Laura or Holly, and they both seemed to know she needed her friends. Yeah, she was lucky. Shar tilted the bottle, realizing 3/4 of it was gone. A small giggle erupted. She was drunk, no doubt about it. It didn't hurt to imbibe once in a while, did it? Except she wasn't used to drinking like that. Headlights came down her driveway, and she stood on the dock watching as Ryan got out of his Jeep. He noticed her standing there and slowly walked over to her, his sexy walk making her lick her lips. She was a hussy. There were no words needed. He came at her like he was stalking her, and she held the bottle in her hand and opened her arms to him. He pulled her against him and kissed her like the world was ready to end, and he had 1 minute to make her his. She should have pushed him away. Then the little devil that sat on her shoulder said no. Let him be. So she listened, and he picked her up in one swoop and carried her through her sliding glass doors, and they made love like the apocalypse was coming. Now here she was, afraid to look at him. Ryan's strong muscular leg was wrapped around her own. A soft, silky ginger lily London flat sheet covered her body. She never felt so blissfully satisfied in all her life. Even though her head ached, Shar stretched her arms above her head and went to slide out of bed. A strong arm stopped her. She turned back to see Ryan watching her. His eyes were staring intensely at her. Oh. Where are you going? He asked, his low tone sounding sexy and husky, and she closed her eyes. I don't know. Come back here, he commanded. She obeyed, a wicked smile on her lips. Olivia nodded as Chad checked off each item on his list. Okay, Olivia. I can pass you with flying colors. She breathed. Thank you, Chad. He smiled and pushed his glasses up his nose. Well, bribing me with strawberry shortcake actually worked. Olivia felt more at ease with him now. They had walked the perimeter of the cafe, and she showed him her new studio apartment. He made some notes but didn't say anything more until now. At first she was worried he'd find a reason to have to come back. I didn't actually bribe you now. Chad gave her a wink. I know, Olivia. It's okay. I realized I left before dessert was finished. I think I came on too strong with your mom. Crap. This was the conversation Olivia had wanted to avoid. Now she had to see it through. "I'll be honest, my mom is not interested in anyone right now." One of his brows rose. "Not even that rich fellow who bought the mansion?" Olivia shook her head. "Rich guy. I suppose you can call him that, but his name is Joe. Mom doesn't look at him like he's some kind of rich guy. My mom considers him a friend, and nothing is going on in her life to assume differently." Phew. He ran a hand over his brow, trying to be funny. "I thought I had competition. I mean, how do you beat a guy with all that money?" His words angered Olivia. "You are assuming my mother would pick a guy with money over someone without?" Chad realized what he said and shook his head. "That's not what I meant." "I think it is what you meant. If you don't mind, I'd like to have my inspection certification and get moved in here." Chad apologized 3 times while finishing up. Olivia refused to let him off the hook. She walked him to the door, opened it, and waited for him to go outside. Then she glared at him and slammed the door. What a jerk. To assume her mother wanted someone for their money alone was ridiculous. Her mother had been married to someone with money for years, and look where that led. Maybe her father did not have as much as what Joe had, but she wasn't going to let Chad insult her mother. He was on her jerk list now. And he'd stay on it until he redeemed himself, although she wasn't sure how he'd do that. Only time would tell. She giggled. He did look awfully remorseful as he apologized, but she wasn't ready to let him know that. Not yet. Her phone began to buzz. She looked down and saw it was her father. How lucky can she get to hear from 2 jerks in less than an hour? Olivia thought about not answering it, but he was her father. "Hey, Dad." "Olivia. I've got some great news." He didn't ask about her or how she was, which was normal for him. The man always got right to the point. It was probably good, that way she didn't have to spend much time talking to him. "Wow, what kind of news?" She said it sarcastically, and he didn't even notice. But that was how he always was since she could remember. "I'm getting married." She almost laughed into the phone. "To Tammy." He sighed. "Yes, Olivia, to Tammy. Who else? You've been divorced less than 2 months, 3 at the most." He totally ignored that. "I figured you'd want to be at the wedding. We're having it at the Mountain Estate Winery. Tammy will make up invites, but I wanted to tell you personally." She wanted to tell him that if he really cared he'd have told her in person, not over a phone line. "Sure, Dad. Congrats." There was no point in making an issue out of this. "I've been trying to call Cole, but he never answers. I guess he's too busy to talk to me. I'm sure he'll want to attend as well. Come visit sometime. I've got a new building in town with a new name." Olivia was in a mood to shut jerks up today, and even though he was her father, he was also a jerk. "It isn't a new name, Dad. You hid the name and the business from Mom, then tried to buy the mansion on the hill with your business name. How does it feel to lose that large chunk of real estate to Joe Russell? How did you know about that?" "I have my ways. Remember, I'm not just some little cook in a small town. I know a lot more than you can imagine, but how would you know? You never took any interest in what I do." Kurt let out a huge sigh. One that was most dramatic, and Olivia realized this wasn't the first time she heard him do that. She was just more aware of it now. "I can see you are obviously still upset with the whole divorce thing. Your mother and I are fine with the way things turned out. Sooner or later, you will have to get used to it." Olivia bristled with anger. "Dad, you don't know how Mom feels or thinks. You're the second jerk today who made that assumption. Just send me an invitation and I'll be there. I have to go." She hung up, not caring if her words made him upset. What in the world was wrong with these men? Thank God there were no men in her life. She had everything she needed right here at the cafe. Olivia closed up the cafe to make her way back to the inn. It was time to pack up and move into her little studio. The thought of waking up with a lake view right outside her window and a balcony to sit on drinking her coffee in the morning pushed her on. It was going to be a great life. Laura was nervous while she waited on the front porch for Joe. He said he'd be there at 12:30 and he was always prompt. She had come out at 12:15 to wait since it was such a lovely day. "I see you have your hiking shoes on," Joe said, coming through the gate. She had been staring out onto the lake and hadn't seen him walk up. She lifted her foot in the air. "I sure do." She also wore a comfortable pair of sweats and a pullover sweatshirt with a light jacket in case it was cool up on the hill. There were plenty of trees there, so she was well prepared. She lifted the basket sitting beside her. "I even packed us a picnic basket with food and a beverage." Joe smiled. "You've thought of everything. How did you know I didn't eat lunch yet?" "Because you didn't get a chance to go to the grocery store yet, since moving to the Americana. You stayed here on my porch until almost midnight last night," she reminded him. They had a nice evening, taking another walk along the lake and sitting and talking. Even though he had moved into his cottage, he came for supper the last few nights like clockwork, telling her how he was so busy he forgot to go shopping. She gave it some thought and decided he probably just liked to have a meal cooked for him. That was fine with her. He was always so gracious and kind, and she didn't mind feeding her friend. "I parked the car around the corner. Are you ready to go?" he asked. "I can't wait to see the mansion up close. I heard years ago, it was a vision to behold before it was abandoned. The forest seemed to gobble it up and hide it from the world." Joe laughed. "That's a colorful way of describing the place." He went to the passenger door and opened it for her. She set the basket in the back seat and buckled in. They took off, driving past the cafe and her old offices. The building was a terrible reminder of how dishonorable her ex had been. At least having Olivia run the cafe and living there would bring new life to the building. Someday she'd like to be able to drive by without the reminder of her ex. She glanced at Joe, who seemed to be enjoying the drive. The road right past the lake on this side was still a sight to behold. The greenery was starting to bloom, and the grass was turning from brown to green everywhere. Hideaway Lake was slowly coming to life. In another week, the lake will open and tourists will start to arrive. "I love summertime here. It is filled with people and happiness. Get ready, Joe. Especially if you are not used to small-town living." "I grew up in a small town. Then, when my parents' business began to take off, we moved into the heart of the city. I never felt like I belonged there, but here it feels right." She gave him an approving smile. Laura thought they were so different, but at the heart of this man, he was a country boy in disguise. He wore expensive three-piece suits and shoes that probably cost as much as a skirt in Char's wardrobe, but he was so down to earth. Now she knew why. Today he wore a pair of casual slacks and a pullover shirt with a pocket on the breast. He had a small notebook and pen sticking from it. His watch was expensive, but he usually had it covered up. He hadn't shaved today, and it made him look handsomely dangerous. She shook herself. Joe was a friend, and she had to stop wandering off in her mind like this. Friends. 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 Repeat that word. Over and over. "This road is very narrow. I hope no one is coming the other way," Joe said, breaking through her thoughts. The road was built after the turn of the century. I guess when the mansion was abandoned in the early 70s, no one bothered to care for the road either. It's a private road, now yours to do as you want. Joe grinned. "I'll widen it, that's for sure. I'd hate to get around a hairpin curve and run into someone else." Laura chuckled. "True. I'm so excited for you, Joe. This is a huge undertaking, though." "No worries. I'm well aware of what kind of work needs to be done. Some investors wanted to mow it down. I'm going to bring a bygone era back." "Are you going to live here, Joe, or turn it back into the hotel it once was?" A forest of chestnut, oak and evergreen trees that were starting to green opened up like a stage curtain reveals the show. A wide clearing gave way to the mansion on the hill. The scene in front of Laura caused her to catch her breath for a moment. She barely heard Joe answer her. "I'd love to live here, but the truth is, the place is not meant for one person. It will be shared with the community and the world." Laura agreed. "Can't you make an apartment out of one area for yourself?" The gorgeous view caught her off guard. Quickly getting out of the car, her steps took to the concrete pathway that ran down steps all the way to the lake. Even though brush and tree limbs were overgrown and in the way, the lake was so inviting from where she stood at the platform. "It's breathtaking." Joe stood beside her. I did the exact same thing the first time I came up here. Now you know why I can't let someone destroy this. A sadness crept through her, surrounding her like a thick blanket. She had been married to the man who wanted to tear down this beautiful historic structure and build a commercial building in its place. The elegance of the era showed in every aspect of the property. How many other buildings had Kurt mowed down? Laura turned to look at the mansion, its 4-story structure standing like a castle hovering over a large mountain. Wide concrete steps led to a huge veranda as long as the mansion itself, then wrapped around the sides. Huge pillars held up the roof. There was a balcony overlooking the porch on the 2nd and 3rd floors, all with wide doors and huge windows. I'd hate to be the window cleaner, Laura told Joe. I'll need a team of them for these windows. Let's take a look inside. Is it safe? Of course. The structure is strong. I won't have to make any changes or corrections, according to the zoning board. This place is like a fortress. It may not have been used for the last 50 years, but the damages are minimal. I was lucky that the gate surrounding the place kept out vandals. For the record, the parents in this area don't tolerate destroying property. We are very lucky not to have riffraff in the neighborhood. Riffraff, huh? Joe smiled at the name she used for troublemakers. He pulled out a set of keys and unlocked the front door. It was huge, almost 10 feet high. She turned around on the porch to take another look at the view before following him inside. As you can see, the wallpaper is faded and torn in many places, but I'm finding there is not much damage to the walls. The ceilings are all original and no leaks. How lucky can a man get? Very lucky. I remember years ago, my mother-in-law talked about the owner of the hotel replacing the roof right before he passed away. I think it's a metal one, so that may explain why there was no damage. Joe nodded. I've had that checked and you are correct. Another blessing for me. They stood in the middle of the foyer where a wide staircase led up to another floor, and 3 hallways led to other rooms. She followed Joe down one hall and then through the other 2. There were lounges, old-time sitting rooms that still had upholstered furniture in them, and kitchens that were being completely renovated, so everything had been torn out of them. I'm keeping a few of the old things I found here, but a chef and kitchen crew will have to have an up-to-date kitchen. Not only that, but Chad Peterson also may not pass inspection if you are not up to code. Ah, good old Chad. They laughed about that. It took over an hour to walk the 3 floors, marveling at the space, talking about the history of the building. There were almost 75 rooms spread out on 3 floors. Each room had a spectacular view of the lake and its own private bath, something that didn't normally happen during the turn of the century when the structure was built. At the top of each set of stairs was an open sitting room with windows from ceiling to floor. I'm surprised none of the windows are broken, Laura stated. I'm relieved. They are very expensive to replace, I'm sure. Come with me, I want to show you something. Joe led her closer to the windows, where she realized it wasn't a window but actually a set of French doors. He unlocked it and pushed both sides open. The breathtaking view caused her to gasp. Stepping onto the balcony, she held a hand over her heart, her mouth open. Oh Joe, this is beyond anything I've ever seen before. She was caught up in the moment. He stood beside her. I felt the same way. I still do every time I throw those doors open. I'm glad you like this place, Laura. She turned her head just in time to see the serious look on his face. It was the perfect moment, and she didn't think Joe could help himself when he leaned in and placed a soft kiss on her lips. Their mouths were still touching slightly and she smiled. His eyes crinkled, and he placed his hands gently on her shoulder and kissed her deeper. She placed her hands over the top of his, feeling the warmth of him. Laura kissed him back. It seemed right, and she felt free for the first time in her life. As if nothing else mattered but here and now. A few minutes later, they both took a step back at the same time. Laura felt shy. He lifted her chin with the crook of his finger, as they did in those romantic Hallmark movies. This whole thing was like a scene in one of those, with a wonderful setting behind them. I'd say I'm sorry, but that was nice, Laura. Do friends do that? She asked. He shrugged. Who cares? I know we are just friends, but I believe in seizing the moment and it felt right. Don't you think? Oh Joe. You are a special man. I don't deserve your friendship. He grinned. We can be more than friends whenever you are ready. Laura took another step back away from him. This was making her nervous. She liked his kiss and enjoyed the feel of him, but her mind was telling her that things would turn out bad if they kept on like this. Maybe she needed a girls' night out to figure it all out with the help of her friends. I'm not sure a kiss was the right thing to do, Joe. We are friends. He nodded. You are probably right. Why don't we get the basket out of the car and go sit in the garden to eat? I'm starved. How about you? He was making it easy for her to let things stay as they are. The man was a saint. I'll race you down the stairs. Laura turned and headed to the steps while Joe had to lock up the doors. Not fair, you had a head start, he called from a few steps back. She hustled down and ran to the front door, beating him to the porch. Laura waited there while he went to the car for the basket. They walked down the steps closer to the lake in the garden area. Setting the basket between them on a concrete bench, Laura pulled out a sandwich for each of them. She handed one to Joe, who didn't take but a moment to dig in. She made leftover roast beef on ciabatta bread with a creamy horseradish sauce. I imagine the flowers will soon bloom. These bushes look like they are starting to come alive. Joe nodded, his mouth full. After he swallowed, he gave her a soft smile. Thanks for bringing lunch. These are delicious. You are welcome. Joe, about that kiss. He was ready to take another bite, but stopped himself. He looked at the sandwich and then at her and back to the sandwich. She almost felt suspended in space when he appeared to be deciding what to do. Then the sandwich was put aside, and he gave her all of his attention. She felt on top of the world. Kurt would have kept eating, talking with food in his mouth, and made her feel as if her words were not important. She gazed at the man sitting across from her. Oh dear, it was way too soon, but maybe she needed to rethink this whole friendship thing. Chapter 18. Joe held open the door. Do you want me to come in and help you get the first guest settled? I'd appreciate the support. Would you like some coffee? He displayed a huge smile across his face. I thought you'd never ask. I love your coffee. There wasn't much Joe didn't like. He carried the basket inside while Laura made her specialty coffee. She ordered it at the small coffee shop in the next town, and the owner blended 2 flavors to get just the right taste she liked. All she had to do was explain what she was looking for. Christine, the owner, was a genius. Joe took 2 cups from the tree on the counter. He set them down beside her and turned to Laura. I know we didn't get to talk about the kiss, he told her. He was right. Just as she mentioned the kiss while they were sitting in the garden, one of his contractors called and Joe had no choice but to take the call. Joe explained if his head guy called on a Sunday, it had to be important. It turned out he was right. They had trouble with one of the men and had to let him go. She could tell Joe was worried, so she didn't continue the conversation about the kiss. Then he asked her if she thought Cole would consider jumping in to help out. He explained that he had already asked Cole to consider it after things settled with the inn and the cottages, but now he was short one guy and needed someone to jump in if they were going to keep to their schedule. The next 10 minutes were spent on a 3-way call to Cole. Laura reassured her son it would be okay, that he wasn't neglecting his job as her manager. She could hear it in his voice that he wanted to be a part of Joe's team. He had done all the needed work to the inn beforehand, so there really wasn't much work for him to do with the cottages and cabins, except for a maintenance issue that might come up. Those he could do in the evening or weekend, and Laura even had a list of subcontractors she could call if there was an emergency. She told Cole it was an opportunity he could not afford to pass up, knowing how he loved old structures, and he agreed. The work Joe wanted him to do would require a bit of restoration work that was very intricate. It made Laura feel good to know that Joe trusted Cole to help. Now here Joe was, ready to finish their earlier conversation. Laura was pleased and surprised he even remembered. She turned to him and smiled. I probably want to forget I said that earlier, she mentioned before he got a word in. I told you I wasn't sorry for it, and I meant that. But if I offended you, I'm truly sorry, Laura. The way the gentle breeze whispered in the air, and with the lake view below and the mansion behind us, I got caught up in the moment. But I had every intention to kiss you. Her hand went to her throat. He sounded truly romantic if she were in a relationship with him, which she was not. Laura sighed. Thank you. I'll be honest. I don't resent the kiss either. It was nice. Let's see where it takes us, how about that? Laura reached up and laid her hand gently against his cheek. That is something I will look forward to. Then she reached up and kissed his cheek. A bold move on her part. Laura heard the door open and quickly moved away. I think our guest has arrived. Want me to wait here or come with you? How about pouring us a cup of coffee? I'll call you if needed. Laura got the brochure and keycard and hurried through the kitchen. A young lady stood inside the door, looking around. She wore a pretty yellow dress and light white sweater, along with a matching hat and a huge purse hanging over her shoulder. She smiled when she saw Laura. Hello. You must be Miss. Laura had to look down at her roster. West. Sherry West. Yes, that's me. I've booked a 3-day stay in the lavender room. If you will follow me, I'll go over everything with you. Laura turned to go up the stairs when she looked back to see the woman standing in the same spot. Is everything okay? The young woman pointed to the floor. I believe I need help carrying my bag upstairs, she told Laura, who looked at her in confusion. The woman carried the bag from the street across her porch, and she now needed help? Maybe this inn business was not for her. I can help you with that, Joe chimed in. Laura threw him a grateful look and continued up the stairs. She used the keycard to unlock the door and turned on the light. The room sparkled. How interesting, Sherry West said as she entered the room. Joe followed and set her heavy piece of luggage on the floor inside the door. Miss West looked around and smiled. It even smells like lavender. How quaint. Oh wait. Her last words were directed to Joe. She walked over to him and placed a folded-up bill in his hand. Joe opened his mouth to say something when Laura took a hold of his arm. We'll leave the guest to get comfortable. Miss West, here is your keycard. Please call down if you need anything. I don't cook dinner, but there are some local restaurants in the area where you can go to have a meal. The rest is explained in the paper on the dresser. Laura hurried Joe out the door. She shook her head when he went to open his mouth and motioned for him to follow her downstairs. Laura picked up their cups of coffee and went into her private area, Joe on her heels. What in the world just happened? Joe asked. He gazed around the room, realizing they were in Laura's space. She invited him to have a seat on the recliner. She sat opposite him on the sofa where she slept while Bailey was home. That woman is Sherry West. It hit me when I saw it on the roster. Yes, I heard you mention her name. What about her? I have a feeling there is going to be trouble. Joe set his cup on the end table. He leaned forward. I don't think you have to whisper, Laura. We're alone in this room. Laura laughed. She had gotten so wound up for a moment. Joe grounded her. Cole's old boss was West Enterprise. I know that company. It's in Philly. Laura nodded. Yes. He was let go from his job because of this woman. Please don't mention this to anyone since it's not really my place to tell you, but I need you in my corner. I think she is here to cause trouble for Cole. How so? She seemed friendly enough. Laura knew he was just being nice. The woman had her nose stuck up in the air the whole time she spoke. She was dating Cole for a while until the uncle who owns the company warned Cole that Sherry was set to marry one of their friend's sons. I think Cole said Smiths or something like that. Smithgales. I know the company. I've also heard rumors West and Smithgale were talking about merging. Laura was impressed. Is there anyone you don't know? He laughed. I've been in this business for a long time. Well, that's good. But she had been stalking Cole even after he broke things off. When the uncle let him go, he mentioned it was for Cole's own good. The woman is trouble. She must have found out where he lives and now she's here to stalk him. Joe shook his head. That's creepy. I know. We better call Cole and warn him. Do you want me to go talk to him? I'm heading that way to go home. No, Joe. You've done so much already. Thank you so much for showing me the mansion. I'm so excited now. Do you realize how many jobs that will bring to this area? Yes. I've thought everything through. I'd really like to make it one of the premier wedding venues in the area. The gardens are the perfect spot. I can visualize that. Let me know what I can do to help. She stood. I've kept you long enough, Joe. Thank you for sticking around. It will be fine. When do your other guests arrive? I've got a couple coming in at 6 tonight. Maybe I'll set some snacks on the counter in the dining room, in case someone wants a late evening snack. They may not feel like looking for a place to dine this evening. That's an excellent idea. Good night, Laura. Good night, Joe. After he left, Laura perused the pantry and found several varieties of crackers, along with 2 types of cheese that she arranged on a platter. She covered the tray with cellophane and set it on the counter. She arranged a few bananas, apples, and grapes, along with small oranges she bought at the farmer's market in a bowl. As she stood back, there was a soft knock before the door opened. Was it 6 already? A young couple came through with 2 small bags. At least if she had to carry them upstairs, they wouldn't be that heavy. Welcome to the Hideaway Inn, Laura said, inviting them in. She excused herself to get the key cards and check them in. They had chosen the Victorian room. When she showed them their room, she mentioned that she had snacks on the dining room counter. Thank you so much, the woman told her. We just ate, but since I'm eating for 2, I do get hungry throughout the night. I'll sneak downstairs in a bit and see what you have. You are welcome to use the parlor, dining room, and front porch, where there is an incredible view of the lake. Laura made her way downstairs after congratulating the couple on the baby. She had 3 more guests coming in, then the rooms would all be occupied. An hour later, the last 3 arrived. She settled them in, then sat on the front porch with a cup of hot tea. The air was still a bit raw, so she wore a light sweater. The moon was full tonight, and the light danced off the lake like a storybook picture. A feeling of satisfaction went through Laura. She filled the inn in one night thanks to Madison and her smart talent. A terrible shock went through her. Laura had forgotten to text Cole about Sherry West. She slid her phone from her pocket when Madison and Cole came around the corner. Hey Ma, Cole said. Laura noticed the 2 were holding hands, which meant things were progressing between them. Hi, Cole. Hi, Madison. Cole, we need to talk. He opened the gate for Madison, and the 2 came up on the porch. Laura heard the front door open and close, and she swung her head in time to see Sherry standing there. Laura looked back at Cole, who stopped in his tracks. He glared at the woman on the porch. Sherry. Cole, it's me. I've come to convince you to change your mind. When Cole saw Sherry standing on his mother's porch, he wanted to turn and go in the opposite direction. Instead, he felt Madison tighten her grip on his hand. Instead of pulling away, she was standing there with him. He was relieved. He had told her a little of what happened in Philly, but not that Sherry was a stalker. From the look of things, Madison understood that he needed her support right now. Cole didn't know what to say. She was a paying guest at his mother's inn, and could potentially give her a bad review if he asked her to leave. He didn't want to drag this ugly mess to his mom. She had been through enough. I think we need to talk, he told her, not wanting to do it here in front of an audience. He was going to tell her up front that he was not interested. His mom stood. Madison, would you like a cup of tea? We can go inside for a cup. Yes, please, Madison answered. She let go of Cole's hand to follow his mother inside. I have to handle this, Cole told her, speaking softly for her ears only. He didn't want Sherry to cause any trouble for Maddie. She was too sweet. I understand, she told him in a soft tone before following his mother inside. Cole turned to Sherry. Let's talk about this for the last time, Sherry. Come sit down. He waited while she took a seat on the swing. Instead of sitting beside her like she thought he would do, he tried to distance himself by sitting on the rocker beside it. He propped his elbows on his knees and leaned forward, intentionally staring her in the eye. It's time to quit this farce, Sherry. I'm not coming back to Philly. Oh, darling. We don't have to stay in Philly. Forget my uncle and his business. You don't need that now that you have $1 million. Which was very naughty of you to take, and not let me know about. I didn't keep the money. Your uncle tried to bribe me because he wanted me to stay away from you. I have no problem with that. None at all. I told you we were over a long time ago. I don't think I can make it any clearer. Sherry pushed back a loose strand of her blonde hair that fell out of place. Is it because of that girl? Are you in love with someone else? No. Look, things were starting to sour between us before your uncle got involved. Remember? She giggled. I do remember how you were, Cole. That's why all I can think about is you. You are in my dreams when I sleep and my head while I'm awake. It can't be helped. We are meant for each other. No. We are not. Don't you see, Sherry? Your uncle wants you to marry Brad Smithgale. I know that. He almost announced our engagement too. But that was before I discovered where you were. And now here I am. We can pick up where we left off. No, Sherry. There is no you and me. We broke up. I don't know how else to say it except that I wasn't happy with you. Sherry brushed his words aside. No one is always happy, Cole. We had a great time together. We can still do that. What can I do to convince you to take me back? I can stay here in Hideaway Lake with you. Cole was frustrated. She wasn't hearing him at all. Sherry. Why are you here? There is nothing in this small town you'd want. Look around. This is what you'll see, a lake and a few shops. There are no upscale department stores to shop in, which I know you love. You won't be happy having a choice of 2 places to dine out. Cole tried to be kind, but she was now angry. Her cheeks were flushed and she kept pushing hair from her face. He was afraid she was going to get loud. Cole, please. We have $1 million. We can stay right here. I don't have to go back to Philly. I can be happy anywhere. He shook his head. No, Sherry. That's not going to happen. I plan to drive to Philly in a few days and give this check back to your uncle. I hadn't looked at it when he first gave it to me. I can't be bought. Then what will we live on? I'll be cut off when I tell him that I'm not coming back. Sherry. What part don't you get? I'm not going to be with you. She stood up, furious. You have the opportunity to make a good life for us, and all you want to do is throw it away by giving back the money to my uncle. I can't believe you'd do that to me. To us. This was the reason Cole had stopped dating her. She always took things to the extreme. He had worried then something may not be right with her. Now he was sure. Sherry. There is no us. He stood too. I'm going to go home. I hope you enjoy your stay here, but you have to return to Philly. Your uncle will be worried about you. No, he won't. I've already told him I was going to find you, and knew where you were and bring you back. He was so mad he threatened to cut me off if I go. This is why we need to cash that check and start over. No, Sherry. The check goes back. Please, Cole. I can't go back now. Yes, you can. I can take you back. I'm planning to head there tomorrow. If it was the only way to get Sherry out of his life, then he'd take her himself. She shook her head. I can't. She started backing away from him. You are just like my uncle. Trying to force me to do things I don't want to do. She reached in her sweater pocket and took out a small bottle. Her hand was shaking. Cole was concerned. He didn't want her staying in his mother's inn if the woman was having a mental breakdown, and it appeared like she was. What are you taking? She popped a few pills in her mouth, put the lid back on and stuffed the bottle back in her pocket. The doctor gave me something to calm me down. It's for anxiety. It wasn't helping, in his opinion. I'm sure we can talk on the way back to Philly. No. I'm not going. I'm here for good now, Cole. You and I will be together. If that girl that was holding on to you like you were her girlfriend gets in our way, she'll have to answer to me. Sherry just crossed a line he was hoping to avoid. He was just starting to develop a relationship with Maddie and didn't want to ruin things. But he knew arguing didn't help anyone at this point. He had to solve whatever was happening here. He looked at Sherry, really took a good long look, and the realization came to him that she was a desperate soul. He actually felt sorry for her. To come all this way to find something that wasn't there was insane. It was not normal. He tried to reason with her in a calmer voice. Sherry, come sit down over here and we'll talk. Do you want something to drink? Sherry had tears in her eyes, and she went to the swing and sat down almost like a robot. She started scooting to the end, thinking Cole would sit down beside her. He wasn't going to do that. I could use a glass of water, she told him. I'll be right back, Sherry. Cole turned and made his way inside. Maddie and his mom were sitting at the counter in the kitchen, having a glass of wine. They both looked up when he came through the door. Is everything straightened out now, Cole? His mom asked. Cole shook his head and swiped his forehead. I'm afraid not. Sherry needs help. She is slowly becoming unstable, unless the anxiety medication they gave her is making her more confused. I'm going to get her a glass of water and we'll talk more. Is there anything I can do to help? Maddie asked. She looked really concerned. He gave her a reassuring smile and shook his head. I don't think so. She's a mess. Her uncle sure screwed her up. I think this whole thing is about getting away from him, not exactly that she wants me. That was a big thing to admit, Cole thought. But he felt in his heart it was true. Sherry wasn't capable of loving someone because she didn't love herself. Is there someone we can call besides her uncle? Laura asked. It doesn't sound like calling him for help is a good idea. Cole pressed the glass against the lever of the ice maker and filled it. She was raised by a nanny, but the woman is old and works for the uncle. Sherry's parents were killed when she was very young. What about siblings? I'm afraid not, Ma. She has no one except the people her uncle surrounds her with. They work for him, so there is no emotional attachment. That's truly sad. I'm so sorry, Cole. I'm sorry you have to deal with this, but you can't just let her alone at a time like this, Maddie added. He was astounded at the understanding coming from Madison. His opinion of her just rose higher at that moment. If you'd like, I can call Joe. His sister may know someone who can help her. Sherry needs that. We aren't professionals, but we can at least try to get her some help. Thanks, Ma. You too, Maddie. I appreciate you both. I better get out there. I told her we'd talk. I'm going to slip out the back door as soon as we finish here, Cole. Call me or text me later if you need to talk, okay? He gave Maddie a nod and went to the porch to talk to Sherry, but she wasn't on the swing where he left her. Cole looked around, then stepped through the gate to see if she may have gone to her room while he was in the kitchen. The Victorian room was dark. Cole became worried. Sherry, he called out several times. He turned towards the lake, and was surprised when he saw a figure down by the water. Cole crossed the street and headed towards the lake. He somehow knew it was her. She was so unstable, he was afraid to think why she was heading that way. He dished his phone out of his side pocket and dialed. Ma, Sherry is headed to the lake. This isn't good. I'm calling Joe. We're coming. He shoved the phone back in his pocket and ran. He heard the front door of the inn open and slam shut, as Maddie and his mom followed behind to the water's edge. Cole heard the splash before he saw the movement. He ran towards the lake, but it felt like he was moving in slow motion. He hopped on one foot and pulled off a boot and then the other before jumping in after her without thinking of anything but saving her. It didn't look like she could swim, but she wasn't calling for help. He knew Sherry was struggling in the water. He saw her near the wooden dock. Her head kept going under. The water surrounding him felt like ice, but he pressed on. There was no time to waste. Cole wasn't thinking. It was no wonder the lake didn't open until Memorial Day weekend. His body temperature was slowly going down, but he pushed on. It was surprising how cool the water got at night. He was almost on top of her and reached out. It was dark in the water, but the moon's rays shone down just enough he located her immediately the moment she came to the surface. Cole lunged forward and grabbed a hold of her, latching onto her arm. He pulled her against him and swam back toward the bank. They were not far out, but his limbs were getting heavier and heavier. It was a struggle to keep going, but he forced himself with everything he had to press through the water. He heard another splash somewhere in the distance. Maddie had jumped in, and he felt her arm pulling on his shirt. "Talk to me, Cole," she shouted. "I'm okay, Maddie. Let's get her to shore." Sherry was unconscious when they got her to the bank. Between Cole and Maddie, they dragged her onto dry land while Laura called an ambulance. Maddie turned Sherry over and started CPR. Cole was shivering, but he kneeled down on the other side of Sherry to help Maddie. A few moments later, Sherry spits up water. They quickly turned her on her side as Laura ran to the house to get a warm blanket. Several minutes went by while Cole and Maddie rubbed her hands and arms and neck to try to keep her from going into shock. Sherry tried to speak, but her lips were blue and she was shivering so hard. "Don't talk," Cole told her. "I hear the ambulance. You'll be fine in a moment." Laura came with 2 homemade woven afghans from the parlor, and they wrapped one around Sherry and Laura draped the other around Cole's shoulders. "I don't need one, Ma," he told her. "Yes, you do." Cole thought her voice sounded terrified. "Can you wave down the ambulance, Ma?" He wanted to try to keep Sherry as warm as possible. The temperature was dropping quickly now that it was getting later. Headlights blasted into their eyes on the bank as the ambulance pulled right up to them. 2 first responders quickly grabbed their stuff and came to their aid. Cole and the others stood back out of the way, watching as the female EMT assessed her breathing. Then she took Sherry's vitals while speaking to the other first responder, who wrapped her with more blankets from the ambulance stash. "She's becoming hypothermic. Let's get her warmed up," Deb said. Cole noticed the name tag on her jacket. She was pretty new to the area, but she was efficient and fast to respond. He felt relieved she knew what she was doing. A gurney was brought out and they loaded her up, working as a team with no time to waste. "Let's get her on some oxygen. Her pulse ox is low. We'll need some information." "Cole, you okay?" Rich asked. He was a local who had gone to school with Cole. Rich had always wanted to be in the medical field. He felt reassured that Sherry was in good hands. The two just had a beer together at the local pub a few days earlier. It had been nice to catch up with the guy. "I'll run home and get changed and meet you at the Cole told him. Just as the ambulance took off down the road, the red light flashing, a car pulled around the corner and came across the field. It was Joe. He jumped out, assessed the situation, and started ordering everyone around. "Cole, you take my car and get some dry clothes. I'll stay with Laura. Madison, Cole can use your help." Cole jumped in, waiting for Maddie, who was shivering by this point. "Do you need to go get dry clothes?" "Yes, stop by my house and I'll grab some, then I'll drive with you to the hospital." "Thanks, Maddie. I'm sorry to put you through so much." "It's what friends do," she told him. Cole thought her voice sounded full of disappointment, but he didn't really have a chance to discern everything right now. All he knew was she didn't run off the first time there was trouble. After stopping at Maddie's place for her to get dry clothes, they pulled up to the small cabin Cole occupied and hurried inside. While Cole got changed, Maddie took it upon herself to make 2 Keurig cups of dark roast coffee. She handed him a travel mug when he came out of the bedroom. "Thanks." He took the mug and wrapped his fingers around the stainless steel, which felt warm against his rough skin. "We better get moving," she told him, already heading for the door. Cole watched the determination in her walk. Maddie was a force to be reckoned with. The thought of a long-term relationship with her was very real. They drove down the road until they came to the highway. "What hospital did they go to?" "Closest one is the Good Samaritan. We can check there first." Cole turned towards the town of Lebanon, trying to keep to the speed limit. He knew Harv Swigart sat behind the hidden rocks along Route 72 waiting on drivers to break the law. Except tonight, the official police car was nowhere to be found. "No Harv tonight. He's probably following the ambulance since it's a potential suicide. He'll have to investigate." Maddie shivered. "I feel so bad for her. She must have felt hopeless and just walked into the lake. How dreadful." Cole had to agree. She hasn't had a happy life. Trying to live up to someone like her uncle was too much. "I think she actually thought I loved her, even after I told her that I didn't. I hope my words didn't cause her to do this." Maddie shook her head. "I don't think so, Cole. She was a mess the moment I saw her. The loneliness in her eyes and the sadness told me that mentally she felt all alone. Since you were probably the only person that was ever nice to her, she focused on you. You became her obsession. How is it that you are so smart, Maddie?" He pulled into a spot at the emergency parking lot. Maddie turned to him, misery in her own eyes. She let out a deep sigh that came from somewhere within her. A tear plunked onto her cheek. I saw the same look in my twin sister's eyes. I lost her 2 years ago and I could not save her. The last words came out in a whisper. I'm so sorry, Maddie. Cole gathered her into his arms. He held her for a moment, not sure what to do or say. She had been so calm the whole time that he was surprised at her admission. She sniffed, then pulled away and looked up at him. I can't really talk about it now, but someday I'll tell you. Just know that I'm here for you and for Sherry. If all we can be is friends, then I'm okay with that. Cole shook his head. I'm not. Maddie, I like you. A lot. I'm afraid I can't settle for just a friendship. He framed her face in the palm of his hands. Cole stared into her eyes. He saw the same want and hunger in hers that he felt. May I kiss you, Maddie? Please don't ask, she told him and pressed her mouth on his. He was stricken with so much affection, it felt as if a lightning bolt sheared right through the center of his heart. Cole didn't want to let her go, but knew he had to attend to the situation at hand. After the kiss, he held her for a moment. Have I told you I really like you? He teased. He could feel her smile against his shoulder. You keep telling me that, Cole. I mean every word of it. Let's go help Sherry together. It may be better if you go in alone. I can wait in the lobby. But no, I'm right there if you need me. She was probably right. He didn't know what type of mental state Sherry would be in. Cole helped Maddie out of the car and they walked hand in hand to the entrance. I'm going to have to call her uncle. Maybe you should let her make that decision, Cole. You are probably right again, he told her. She nodded. She's not a child. Her uncle has a tight grip on her. She's probably never had to make any decisions on her own. I think she needs to decide. He left Maddie in the waiting room and walked back to the nurse. She took him to the stall where they were holding Sherry. Tubes were connected to her chest and she looked a bit out of it. Is she all right? He asked the nurse. She will be. Are you a relative? I'm a friend. She doesn't have anyone close by. Go on back. The doctor is waiting for some tests, and he'll be back to speak with her soon. When Sherry sensed someone was in the room, she turned and saw Cole. He was worried she'd start to yell, but instead she began to cry. I'm so sorry, Cole. He went to her side and took her hand. It's all right, Sherry. She shook her head back and forth. No, it isn't. I feel like a damn fool. He didn't know what to say. So he didn't say anything, just held her hand. I spoke to the nurse when I first came in. She suggested I get some counseling. She's right. I need help. I'm so tired, Cole. So weary and tired. You will be fine, he repeated, relieved that she was willing to get some help. Maybe things would work out okay for her after all. Chapter 19. Laura hurried to the pizza shop. She told Holly and Shar she'd meet them at 4 and it was already past. The two looked up when she got to their table and sat down on the chair. Oh, look who decided to show up, Shar teased. It's been a crazy 2 days. What happened? I saw an ambulance down by the lake. Everyone said one of your guests tried to commit suicide. Laura sat back. I hope that doesn't affect my bookings. Lord knows I'm filled to the brim right now, but it may not last if people get wind of things like that. Shar shook her head. I doubt anyone will remember by next week. It's us curious locals who want to know. So why didn't you call and tell us, love? Laura grimaced. She was so busy keeping up with the inn work and checking in at the hospital that she hadn't called her 2 best friends. Oh darlings, I know I've neglected you both. I'm sorry, but don't you 2 have feet? Perhaps if you'd have come over to the inn, I would have told you then. A sly smile crossed Laura's cheeks, and she propped her elbow on the table waiting for either one of them to admit they neglected her too. Shar raised her hand. Okay, you got me. I'll be the first to admit that I wasn't paying all that close attention. Holly snorted. That's because you've been skinny dipping with security guy in the lake after dark. Laura howled with laughter. Knowing Shar, that was exactly what was happening. Really? Shar grinned. Well, I always wanted to, and Lord knows Daniel was a bit of a prude when it came to the fun stuff. You know. Holly and Laura shook their heads at the same time. No, we don't know. You are wild, girl. Char wiggled her eyebrows. I'm having the time of my life. I'm so glad. You deserve to be happy. Laura ordered a drink and picked up a slice of white pizza. Holly had already ordered what she wanted when everyone else showed up late. Holly took a bite of food. So tell us what happened. Well, Cole was dating this girl Sherry in Philly. Turns out she was the boss's niece. Uncle decides she must marry a friend's son so they can combine two companies. Meanwhile, she is dating Cole and the uncle pays off Cole and fires him. Cole comes home with $1 million check. What? Wait, that's bribery, Char noted. Cole never cashed the check because he didn't know how much it was at first. It happened the same day Rebecca May passed on. Uncle wanted him to stay away from Sherry so he could proceed with her marriage of convenience. That's like medieval times, Holly mentioned. It is, but a lot of families still make these stupid deals. Long story short, the whole situation messed up Sherry real bad. She became a stalker since Cole was the only nice person in her life, and she shows up as my first guest at the inn. Holy cow. Are you serious? There has to be a lawsuit in this somewhere. Did you say her uncle was rich? Laura shook her head. Char had her lawyer hat on again. No, I did not say he was rich. But he is. Anyway, when Cole tried to explain he had no interest in her, she went to the lake and walked right in. Oh, that poor girl. Holly shook her head. She needs help, Char said. Has the uncle done anything to help her? Laura nodded. Yes, he was actually here earlier. That's why I was late. Between taking care of my guests and running to the hospital, it's been a busy few days. Joe gave the uncle his sister's phone number since she manages a treatment center. He'd already spoke to her and said she could help find Sherry the proper help. Good mental health help is especially hard to get. Thank goodness for Joe. But Joe is always happy to go the extra mile for me. Whoa. Char raised a hand in the air. Now tell us about Joe and how he fits into this. Well, almost like Ryan fits into your life. Char's eyes became huge. Laura, you slept with him? It's only been a little while since the divorce. Laura shook her head. No, Char. I have not. We are friends. That's it. Well, we shared one kiss. It was nice. Holly patted her hand. I'm happy for you, Laura. You look much happier than you've been in a long time. I guess I am, and didn't even realize I wasn't happy. Funny how that works. Ladies, we don't have wine, but pick up your drinks. Let's have a toast to us. No matter how dark it gets, we always see through to the light. Char lifted her cup of lemonade with ice. Yes. To us. Laura lifted her soda bottle. Cheers, Holly chanted and lifted her water glass. To great times under the stars, Char blasted out. They all laughed at that, and chatted for the next hour until Laura had to get back. I promised Joe he could take me to dinner tonight. Oh hey. What are you guys doing for the holiday? Coming to your inn. I'm sure you will put on a big spread. You are right, Holly. We're going to cook steaks, burgers, and hot dogs on the grill. Joe said he'd treat. I have 3 guests scheduled for Memorial Day. An older couple and their grandson will be staying with us, and will be part of the celebration if they choose. Do you mind if I bring a friend? Char asked, wickedness in her eyes that made Holly and Laura both laugh. Bring him along. What about you, Holly? Is there someone you want to invite? I am happy to bring myself, love. You all are starting to act giddy and being all romantic and such. Not this girl. I'm never falling for that trap. That's what I said too, Char added. Of course, I'm just having some fun with Ryan. It's nothing serious. Holly and Laura looked at each other, then at Char. Memorial Day. Olivia, Madison, and her guest's 10-year-old grandson, Dylan, were sitting in the Boca Raton wicker sofa on the screened-in back porch watching Joe work the grill. Mr. and Mrs. Elston were relaxing in rockers under the shade tree outside, happy to attend the picnic. Joe manned the grill while Ryan and Cole stood beside him, drinking a bottle of beer while talking and laughing. The usual guy stuff. Laura sighed. She looked over the long table that was set up on the opposite side of the porch. It held all the fixings for a great holiday picnic. She had been lucky to find fresh cucumbers early in the season and made a creamy cucumber salad. Holly and Olivia had made potato and macaroni salad, along with baked beans and some special decadent desserts Olivia was testing for the cafe. They were all excited to be guinea pigs for her recipes. "Olivia, when is your opening day?" Laura asked, realizing that she hadn't been paying much attention to what had been going on there. She'd been so busy with a full inn since she opened. The incident with Sherry hadn't made a negative impact, which she was grateful for. "Next week, Mom. I told you 3 or 4 times now." Olivia gave her an eye roll and sipped her wine. "I'd love for you to be there if you can." "Of course I'll be there. Can't wait to see what all you've done. Plus, I'll need some coupons made up so my guests can get an automatic discount for dining in the cafe." "I'm working on that for you, Laura." Madison was always on top of things. "Thank you, dear." Madison had already looked away, her eyes on Cole. The two had been spending a lot of time together. It was interesting watching her son fall in love. It made Laura's heart happy. Olivia teased Cole all the time about being sappy in love with Madison, and he'd deny it, saying they were seeing where things led. Laura knew her son. He looked like he was in love with her. Only time would tell. "How is Sherry? Has anyone heard anything?" Madison asked. "I hate to ask Cole, even though I know he's spoken to the uncle a few times since they left." Laura poured herself a glass of wine. She heard the front door open and close, and figured it was the last-minute guest that showed up last night. She had just gone to her personal quarters when she got a phone call begging for a room. Luckily, she had some available because of the holiday, and got the man settled in quickly. He had been quite handsome and young. "I haven't heard anything lately. Sherry is in a facility for mental health. I believe Joe's sister helped get her in. Right now, that's all we know. They don't tell you much right now since they said they want to concentrate on her. But I've sent her a letter, and I believe Cole has as well. We want her to know that we support her in her fight to recovery." "Let's hope and pray she recovers," Madison said, saluting the air with her glass. The others followed suit. Laura sat down on the wooden bench she had placed by the back door. "I'm glad all of you were able to come today. We've needed this." "Here, here. Oh, would you look at him? Eye candy, oh yum," Shar said, leaning forward. Ryan and Cole were carrying a large picnic table out from the garage, so everyone could sit out and eat together. Ryan's t-shirt was stretched tight across his chest while his muscles stuck out like a wrestler ready for a show. Holly shook her head. "Shar, there's a child here." They both looked at the boy squeezed in between Holly and Madison, who had no clue what they were talking about. Laura's phone buzzed. She pulled it from her back pocket. "It's Bailey." Laura hit the speakerphone. "Hey, love." "Hi, Mom. Happy Memorial Day. Are you having a cookout?" "Of course. Wish you were here." "Hey, Bailey." Olivia shouted across the room. "Hey, sis. I bet you're excited to be opening the cafe soon." "Sure am. Get better and get home. I need a server." "Ha, only if I'm desperate for a job. I think I'm going back to nursing school after this." Laura was all choked up. She sounded so grown up and clear-headed. All she wanted was for her children to have a chance in this life and succeed in whatever they set out to do. "I'm happy you made that decision, love." "Well, Mom, I'm learning a lot here. They gave me a choice. I can leave now that I'm 30 days in or stay for 90. The counselors here think I have my head together pretty well. So I've decided to stay the full 90 days to learn more. It doesn't hurt to make sure I can do this once I'm out." Laura was unable to speak. Her lip was quivering, thinking of how much Bailey had grown in a month. Shar jumped in the conversation, giving Laura time to recover. "Hey, it's Shar. Congrats on the clean and sober thing. Wait until you get home and see what I've got at my house." Bailey laughed through the phone. "Shar, I can't imagine what you've got." "It's a real live man, Bailey. She's in love." Holly yelled over Shar's shoulder. "Holly, stop. You act like he's some kind of boy toy." "What's a boy toy?" the 10-year-old asked. Olivia, Holly, and Shar's eyes got huge. "Oh, it's just a saying adults use," Shar told him. I can't say it then, he asked. No, young man. I wouldn't. Don't want you getting in trouble. I won't ever say it, he told her. Then he took Char's hand. I like you. Char blushed and tousled the kid's hair. I like you too, kid. Laura had finally recovered. I'm so proud of you, Bailey. You have no idea. I can't wait to see you soon. Mom? Yes, love. I love you with all my heart, but I've been talking to some counselors here and realized there's something I wanted to do for a long time. Maybe I have to do it for myself. Laura knew what was coming next. She had realized a long time ago that sooner or later Bailey would want to know. I love you too, Bailey. I want to find my biological parents. I'm here to support you, love. Bailey began to cry. Her sobs caught in her throat. It almost unraveled Laura. Thanks, Mom, she spurted out, her ragged voice tearing at Laura's heartstrings. I'll always support you no matter what. Now let's stop crying and figure out how to find them. Bailey laughed. I have to go, Mom. We're allotted 10 minutes for a phone call right now. I'll talk to you soon. Bye, Olivia, Holly, and Char. Tell Cole I love him. Love you, Mom. Bye. Laura put the phone back in her pocket. You all right, Laura? Holly and Char both were watching her carefully. She nodded. Yes, I'm fine. She has a right to know. I'm proud of her that she told me. Char nodded. As a lawyer, I may be able to open some doors. When she is ready, tell her to come to see me. Thanks, my friend. It's time to celebrate. She looked out to see Joe placing the meat on a platter. I think the food is done. Let's eat, everyone. There was a knock on the kitchen door. That must be our guest, she said. You guys go grab a plate. I'll be right out. Since the kitchen door was ajar, she smiled at her guest. Can I help you? I was wondering if you can give me directions? I let my battery die on my phone, and I forgot my charger, so now I can't use my GPS until I buy another cord. I'm late getting somewhere. Oh, sure. Where are you going? I'm meeting my fiancé. Well, hopefully she will be when I ask her. He dug in his pocket and pulled out a box. Flipping it open, Laura gasped. That's quite a rock, she told him. He gave her a huge smile. I know. Money isn't an issue with me. She knows that too. We met online about a year ago, then we've been meeting up in Philly every now and again. I told her the minute I had free time I'd come to see her, and when I showed up there would be a ring. That's quite romantic. Mr. Williams, if you give me a name and the address, I'll show you how to get there. She thought his proposal was adorable, but she wanted to spend time with her guests and friends. You can call me Kevin. That's the problem. I don't have her address except for where she works. I hope once I get there, there will be a way to find her. Someone will have to know where she lives. Laura thought that was a strange way to conduct a relationship, online or not. You mean to tell me she hasn't given you her home address? He looked sheepish. I know it's strange. I mean, she's been to my house often in the last year. She always comes to me. So now I thought I'd come to her. I finally got away from the brokerage firm I own, that she'll be so surprised to see me. Tammy is her name. Do you know her? She owns Slate Accounting. I figured the town isn't that huge that someone could direct me to where she lives. Laura almost dropped her glass of wine. She leaned up against the wall because all of a sudden her knees began to shake. Kurt's whole world was about to sink right in front of him. He was about to receive his comeuppance. Laura had wanted revenge for what he'd done, but she honestly never expected this. Well, do you know of her? Kevin's tone was becoming frustrated. She smiled. Yes, I do. Hold on a sec. Char. Holly. Are you still on the porch? Both ladies came through the kitchen to the dining room. Yes, love. We were waiting for you. Everyone else is outside. Good. My guest, Kevin, is going to propose to his soon-to-be fiancée. He doesn't know her exact address. I don't either, but I was hoping you would know, Char, since you have to deal with these things as a lawyer. Sure. What's her name? Char asked, holding her wine glass in front of her. Tammy Slade, Kevin told her. She owns Slate Accounting. Holly made a strangling noise behind Laura and Shar swallowed, quickly recovered, then looked the man in the eye. Of course. 2130 Primrose Lane on Bellowtop Hill. Let me walk you to the door and I'll give you the right directions. Shar took the man's elbow and explained to him how to get there. Laura watched her best friend send the man off to her ex-husband's new house. Holly, Shar and Laura went outside to the picnic. The three had smiles on their faces. We are lucky this happened. Not everyone gets to watch karma at its best. Shar, do you think we did the right thing? Laura was having second thoughts about sending Kevin into the fire like that. Of course we did. They are all adults. Besides, it's out of our hands. I think the universe just bestowed it on us. I mean, this guy shows up out of the blue wanting a room, and he just happens to be Tammy's internet boyfriend. No, it was meant to happen, Holly told them. It's so funny if you think about it. The three laughed. Just then Jo turned to her. She lifted her glass to him and smiled. He raised an eyebrow and grinned. She walked over to where he stood, lifting herself up on her toes and giving him a kiss on the cheek. You look so handsome, Jo. He wrapped an arm around her. And you look beautiful. Your face is glowing today. I think my ex just got his payback. She told him what just happened. He shook his head. I'm glad I'm not your ex. She laughed. Me too. You are part of my future, I hope. Jo pulled her a little closer and lifted his bottle of beer. A toast, everyone. Thank you all for coming. We celebrate today for all the American military who have died protecting this country. Here's to them. Everyone raised a glass, bottle, or soda pop to the heroes. Laura was content. She'd been through so much in the last few months and now things were looking up. Closing her eyes, she said a silent prayer thanking Rebecca May for giving her this opportunity. She hoped that she made Rebecca May happy. The house was now an inn for others to enjoy and share all of this before her. Rebecca May would probably like that idea. She always loved showing off her things. She opened her eyes to find everyone happy and smiling. Yes, it was a great day for a celebration. Thank you for reading The Hideaway Inn. I hope you enjoyed spending time here. Book 2, The Hideaway Cafe, includes Olivia's story and is available now.